All right, we are officially live with the one, the only Miss Diamond Princess. You know, it's been a while since we talked.
I know, right?
How's life been going without giving too much info?
It's been going good. Just did a video on New Year's Revolution on before we head into like 2022 because you guys went into 2022 before we did in
Yeah,
the West.
yeah.
Yeah, so I did my New Year's Revolution. I'm not going to tell anybody.
Okay, so do you have any New Year's resolutions as of right now?
Yeah, I do. I am, working on it right now.
All right. Is there any
Yeah.
you want to share? Just the obvious. Is there any obvious ones that most people,
Um,
or yours more personal?
it's more personal, but I don't mind sharing one detail.
Okay, go ahead, share one. You got me curious.
Yeah, so right now I am starting to, revamp my image a little more
I
and
kind of noticed that.
yeah,
When you came in on the live, I'm like, you look a lot different than like I remember in the past, and that
yeah,
is kind of a good thing. So
yeah, and I lost weight. Good. I
I
lost like
noticed that.
yeah,
That's
I
what. Yeah,
lost
I noticed that. I'm like, but I didn't want to come off as rude because I know like I didn't want to be like, hey, you lost weight, and then if it
no,
wasn't true,
I'm not offended because
okay,
that was my goal back in 2019. And it took me a while because it's a journey for me. I was eating like I was still into my old eating habits, but however in 2020 that changed for me. I started eating more healthy, more lean diets, and taking stuff out of my diet that was not good for me,
yeah.
because I watched 1,000 Pound Sister and
Oh shit, I didn't even know you can get up that high.
well, the reason why it's called 1,000 Pound Sisters because it's their combined their weight. So one sister weighs like 400 and something pounds, and the other sister weighs 600 and something pounds.
Oh shit.
Yeah. So combined, they're like my 1,000 pound sister. So I'm seeing this one woman. Her name is Tammy, and she's having a hard time. She's big as a house. I'm telling you, I don't even know how she fit through the door. And it's not, you know, me making fun of her or
Oh, of course
anything.
not.
It's just that I do not want to become what she is now.
Absolutely, and you could
Yeah,
easily fall off by just I'm not saying I'm not perfect, but like I said, my highest weight was like three something, and that was like 4 years ago.
you want to know what was my weight before I lost, the pounds?
How much?
I weighed like 270 pounds. I was almost 300 pounds.
Okay, so
So that would
you look like you're a
motivate.
lot smaller than that now.
Yeah. Um, that's what motivated me to lose weight because I didn't want to go over 300 pounds. So I really, I told myself I'm going to lose weight because this is ridiculous. And
So what are you doing for dieting? Like what do you what's your diet?
so since I'm a teacher, I'm more active with my students.
Really?
Yeah, so we play. Oh, I can see the lightning in the back.
Yeah, I know we got bad weather up here. Yeah, that's pretty
Yeah,
cool. Actually, I like that little flash.
I wish we had more rain like y'all.
I'm opening up the curtain a little bit so that way it gives like a little bit of a decoration.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I usually like play basketball with them, and you look like you lost a couple of weight too.
Like I said, I'm at 220.
That's good.
We used to weigh, like I said, 265 last year when I first
Mhm.
started at Walmart. Well, in 2020, April 2020. So, but I was like 300 before that.
Yeah, my students. I used to play basketball with them. I even have to chase down a student one time because she was a runaway, and I had to chase her down. Oh my god, like running so much can like really wear you down, but it's really good because I'm getting exercising. So
You seem more
yeah.
happier now that when
Yes,
I
I
talk
am.
to you. Like you seem like you got like a little bit more of a flow to you.
Yeah, I do,
I can
yeah.
feel the energy coming through the screen.
Yeah, oh my God, yeah, I'm much happier than I was 2 years ago, especially when the pandemic hit. I was so depressed because I lost my job. I didn't know what else to do during that year, and the only thing I can do is go shopping, buy basic necessary things, and make YouTube videos. So when 2020 came around, and I just graduated last year
Okay.
with my associate's degree in history. So I am like, I'm really proud of that. I'm working on my BA now. So
Okay.
I'm really on the roll right now. I am accomplishing my goals that I wrote down and saying that I'm going to accomplish in a couple of years, because degrees take some time, and you might like, it depends on what uh subject that you're going into, or what it depends, because if you want to become a lawyer or a doctor, that takes like years to complete, versus if you want to become an engineer or like a school teacher, you might get done quicker. But some degrees take some time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, and that's why people don't want to go to school, because it takes years, but it's worth it at the end, because more job opportunities come in.
Yeah.
And that's what people don't realize. When you have a degree and people and your employers see that you went to school and you worked on your degree and you graduated, they're going to consider and hiring you, because they're the type of person that they want to hire.
Okay.
So yeah, so
So you're
and
saying
it's
that kind of puts you above the list in front of everybody because you have that degree.
yeah, it's
So
better
it
than
looks
high
better
school
on your
diploma.
resume.
Yeah, it's better than high school diploma. I'm not saying that you can't get hired with a high school diploma, but your better chances is with a
With the
degree.
degree.
Yeah,
What are your favorite classes? Rick says.
my
Hey, give a
favorite
shout out Rick from Facebook. He wants to know what are your favorite subjects in school? Do you have a favorite one?
history. I'm a history major, so I like history. I like researching, uh, past things that you know that created the blueprint of what it, America is today. Like, if you look at America, you look at our buildings and our structures and all that stuff. It goes back to Rome. You really
Yeah.
think about it, because they based their architect off of Rome and what
Like
Rome did.
Capitol Hill, the White House,
Yeah,
The Pentagon. Yeah.
yeah, that's
That is true.
all Roman structure. So
That is true.
it goes back into Roman history, and I bet a lot of Americans don't even know that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Prodigal Hill covered that in his video in my last discussion we had with him, and he covered all of that.
because if you look at our laws, it's basically Roman. Is back in Roman laws. Like, none of these laws are new. People think that these laws, they come out with a head. No, 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 no. These laws, were like
Oh, absolutely.
centuries ago. Yeah, so yeah.
So Rachel wants to know how long did it take you to get the 2 year degree? 2 years, right? The associates.
Yeah, it's 2 years for associates.
Okay. So you're going
And
right now to school to get your BA.
yeah, it's gonna take me at least 2 years, and then I'm gonna go for my master's and hopefully
Hmm.
for a doctorate. So I'm reaching the sky right now.
So are you going to a university or what are you gonna
Yeah,
do?
I'm university.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm continuing that. So my revolution from 2021, was accomplished. Now I have a 2022 goal, and I'm going to accomplish that as well. Uh, so
Well, I mean,
everybody's gonna
I
get.
made a video like 4 years ago saying college is a waste of time and money,
Oh
and
yeah, I saw
and
that.
I didn't mean any disrespect by it, but
Mhm.
unless you're going to school to be like, like if you're going for like engineering, or you're going to be a doctor, or you're going to be a pilot, if you're going to some sort of like STEM college or whatever, to me, like, or a nurse, to me, I'd maybe I'm overstretching it on my percentages, but I think about 70% of degrees are worthless.
In my opinion, yes, school is pretty expensive. It gets expensive. It depends on what major you are going into.
Exactly, but that's what I said.
Yeah.
If you're going to school in those
Mhm.
categories, but I'd say most of the degrees they offer now are not really worth anything.
Well,
Like,
I wouldn't say that because I have a good career, so I wouldn't necessarily say that. You can
well,
be,
I mean, you're going into teaching, so that does help.
yeah,
That
yeah,
is a good. That's a good field.
yeah.
Is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
I forgot that
and
teaching on.
you don't like you can get a certificate in becoming an RN. You don't really need a degree to become a nurse. You can become an RN. That's what
Okay.
my friend is. She's an RN, and hospitals need a lot of registered nurses. So
Okay.
she because they laid off a lot of nurses for some reason. I don't get that. Because my third niece was just born, and my sister was telling me that they were understaffed in the hospital that she was in.
Oh, I believe it.
Yeah, I was like, that should not be happening because you have
I
a lot
heard
of,
doctors are understaffed too.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. She said that too. So it's kind of unusual why they would, be understaffed like that. It's a hospital. You got millions of people going to the hospital per day. So that I started like thinking like what is really going on.
Okay.
Yeah, so but going to school is worth it. I'm gonna let people know on a side note, community colleges are less expensive if you were to go to university.
Yeah, that is true. I went
Yeah.
to Stafford, HCC, Houston Community
Mhm.
College, and then after my 2 years, I went to Texas.
Yeah, because
University of
you can
Texas.
get
Yeah,
your
I did my
BA
2 years, and
in.
it's way cheaper than
Yeah.
university. The
Hmm.
classrooms are a lot less. In
Hmm.
student body, university per class, you're looking at 300 students easily,
Yeah.
300 to 600 with
Hmm.
a bunch of TAs, which they call them teachers aide, or a teacher's assistant, or whatever you want to call it.
Hmm.
And if you go to like a community college, you got like maybe 30
Hmm.
students tops, like 30. One classroom, one teacher, one instructor, one professor.
Yeah, yeah, that's usually what it is. But it's you know getting going to school is not easy. I'm gonna admit that it's not easy. You have to either take out a loan or get financial aid to finish your classes. Community colleges is much cheaper. You can get your BA from there, but if you want to get your master's or you get your doctorate, you have to go to a university to get that.
Yeah, Big Dog said, consider what university offers. The cost is too far expensive. A complete ripoff. I agree.
Try a private. They're very expensive.
I'll tell you the worst thing they do, the worst scam they do in college is like when they grab like the eighth edition of Thomas Edison
Mm-hmm.
biology or science or whatever, and then they just basically just change the cover. They change the syllabus up a little bit. They change the
Mm-hmm.
first paragraph in the first chapter, but the rest of the book's entirely the same.
I say,
Complete rip off.
yeah,
Complete rip off.
they rarely update their textbooks. But I'm gonna be
Well,
honest.
they do update their textbooks, but it's just a reiteration of the first one with just a
Yeah,
different cover and
that's
a
why
different
I said
syllabus.
they rarely don't update
Yeah,
it.
yeah, and then what they do is they update this book, and then they
Mhm.
charge you full boat like for a new book. And then
Yeah.
when you try to turn your old book in, they tell you, well, that's an older book now, and it
Hmm.
could be a semester old. It may not even be that old. And they'll say, well, we can only give you like $25 for that book. And
Hmm.
I'm exaggerating. You probably get a little more, like maybe like a third of what the cost is. But
Hmm.
imagine buying a math book or an English book. or like
Mm-hmm.
a science book that costs
Yeah.
like 500.
Mm-hmm.
Now imagine only getting maybe $100. You're gonna be
Yeah.
pissed because you're gonna be like,
Mm-hmm.
wait a minute, what the fuck is this? And
Right.
that's how like universities just they milk and milk and milk the
Yeah.
system, and then they raise the cost of the classes.
Mm-hmm.
Then they'll add like something to do on the computer, and that cost, and
Mm-hmm.
it's like then you got to buy your scantrons, your pencils. I mean that's all cheap,
Yeah.
but it's just they get you on the books and
Right.
the rising costs of the
The
classes.
books, yeah,
Every,
they'll get you
but the
on that.
books is the biggest one.
But here's the thing: you don't have to buy books anymore. You can get them on ebooks, and it's cheaper.
Really?
Yeah, I had to figure that out myself. So I
Yeah,
was
yeah, yeah,
spending
yeah, yeah.
money because it. Let me tell you the cost difference in these books. Like
Okay.
if you were to go to a regular textbook store in your local university or city college or whatever, the most of these books will cost is $63 and
All
up.
right.
$63 and up. And it's different when you buy from ebook, because if you buy from ebook or let's
It's much
say
cheaper.
yeah, it's much cheaper. Or what's it called? I just had that website.
So it's
I
like
had to look it up later, but I have to tell you later. But it's probably be around like $20.
that's it? Oh, wow, I didn't
30.
even know that. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
uh-huh. Mm-hmm. You don't
Wow.
have to go, you never have to go to your local textbook store ever again. Because that will help you. I have to look it up.
It says university also force you to take courses which are unrelated to your degree, especially in the first year. Seems like a money grab to me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like
Um,
the first year, actually your associate's degree, I'm gonna be honest with you, most of those classes you take are like high school classes.
basically, it's basically
Like you're just
writing,
basically going to
basic
high school
math.
all over again, and then
Yeah.
they say your next 2 years or what is that to get your BA? That's your actual like technically what you're learning
Yeah,
for
I
your
had to
field.
take a writing class all over again, even though I took it in community college. I have to take it all over again.
Mhm.
And this time it's going to be much harder because, I am a history major. It involves a lot of writing. And for what I heard from my professor, and he's a very good, person, he told me that the pages that they're probably going to have us write is 10 pages. So there's a
You know,
lot of
you're gonna
choice.
call me a loser if I tell you this. When
What,
I
what?
went to college, I loved it. I didn't bullshit around. Like
No.
everybody else was partying and drugging and drinking all
Oh
night.
yeah, they still
And
people still do it.
my ass was in the books. So like for
Yeah,
example, like your classes are like an hour and a half for your
right.
hour credit, and then your 4 hour credit's like 3 hours, but you get like those breaks.
Mm-hmm.
Like as soon as class ended, I
Mm-hmm.
would just go in the lounge and just continue to read. I would read the next chapter we're going to cover on that next day,
Mm-hmm.
and then I would
Better
just
time.
reread my notes and make sure I
Mm-hmm.
have everything prepared. And
Mm-hmm.
everyone said, "Why are you doing that shit? Why are you doing that shit? Why are you taking this too seriously?" I said, "I don't know, I just like to learn. Like it's just
Yeah.
I enjoy it."
Yeah,
So
I took
what?
English classes too, because I'm good at writing. I love to write. So these 10 pages that I'm going to do is going to be a challenge for me, but I'm pretty sure I can get through it. If I can do 5 pages, I can do 5 more.
Okay, so what is your favorite courses? Like I enjoyed oceanography.
Oceanography.
It
You
was
talk
one of
about
your elective courses. I picked oceanography and I loved it. It was a fun class. Get to learn about marine life
yeah,
and all that
marine life.
stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah, I loved it. I
I
kept
was
the
a
book.
take.
I
I
still
was
got the book up here.
I was supposed to take a course similar to that, but I chose another one, which was a math course.
Okay.
Yeah, so I didn't really choose that because I, wanted to get like a higher uh, uh, a course that has a credit, so I can get the hell out of it. So
I
I'm
liked art. I took art history. Art history was fun.
yeah,
We
so I'm
actually
taking
went to
that.
the Houston Art Museum down here, and
Oh
all
yeah,
the students hated it. It was me and this one Asian kid I'll never forget. It was me
museum.
and this because Asians are real smart, you know.
Yeah, they
I
are.
know it's a stereotype, but it's one that they
Yeah.
probably enjoy. But all the Asians I ever was in class with,
Hmm.
they were all fun to be around. And
Hmm.
they were the ones that took the extra time to study while all the Americans just lay
Mhm.
there like, oh my God, I don't want to do this. It's boring. Me,
Yes.
I was like against the crowd. I was like
Mhm.
with the Asian kids learning. And we
Mhm.
all went to the art museum and then we
Mhm.
started exchanging numbers and stuff. And then we all just started going to the art museums on our own. And I thought that was kind of cool.
Yeah. Well, the museum, the last museum I went to was have you ever heard of what's his he did Court's Bride, Nightmare Before Christmas, Edward Scissorhands.
Oh, Johnny Depp.
No, no, not Johnny Depp. It starts. Oh God, his last name was a B. Tim Burton. Yeah, Tim Burton.
Okay.
He did Batman. He did the two Batman movies in the 80s. He was a genius. I went to a museum right on what was it, Hollywood Boulevard? I can't even think of it. It's like a Jewish town
Tim Burton,
in
that's what Corey
Hollywood.
just said.
Yeah. Tim Burton. Yeah. I went to his museum. Oh my God. Like there's a history of his movies and his childhood because he was said he I think as I recall he was very depressed. He was a very depressed person when he was growing up and he was in some emo, type of,
Oh, okay,
thing.
okay.
Yeah, but that was make the genius because he's showing his emotions through his work. And
Like
I
Andy Warhol, same thing. Guy
yeah,
suffered from severe depression.
I
Yeah,
love some Tim Burton. I'm not gonna lie,
yeah,
I do. I
yeah.
do.
Tim Burton is badass.
Yeah, he
He
is.
also made Beetlejuice.
Yes, he did. He made
Yeah.
Beetlejuice too.
Uh,
That's also with what's his Keaton,
Michael Keaton.
Michael Keaton. Yeah, he was also in the Batman movies. Loved
Oh
him
yeah,
as
yeah, yeah.
Batman.
He was in the
Loved him.
first Batman, I think. Michael Keaton.
Yeah, yeah, loved
Mold
him as well.
Simplicity. That's a good one, Rick. I like that one.
Yeah,
That was where he had like 8 twins. Remember?
yeah,
And each one had a different personality.
yeah.
Yeah, that
Hmm.
was a good movie.
Yeah, I love Edward Scissorhands too. Also, I went to the Museum of Tolerance. It's the museum where you get to learn about the Holocaust and other events that happened, back in the 90s and the Rodney King. It talks about the Rodney King riots, civil rights era, and it basically, is basically surrounds with the Holocaust mostly.
Hmm.
Um, which is a sad story because it goes into depth of how people were killed and how they were rounded up in these camps.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean, go watch Schindler's List, Rick. That's a good one. I've already seen that.
And
Schindler's List is a classic movie.
yeah, and also at the end of the tour of the museum, you get to pick a child that died in one of those camps, and you get to keep that paper because it's yours. That child is yours.
That's
But
pretty cool. I didn't know that.
yeah, that's what the museum is. But you know,
Yeah, it is. We
it's
got a
a thing.
thunderstorm, big dog. It's been raining 90% all day today. It's going to be raining 80% tomorrow.
I also
Close
went
my
to
curtains up
the
so y'all can see the thunderstorm.
Space
Yeah.
Museum on expedition in downtown, right across from USC. I also went to that one as well, and I was in the fifth grade too. I also went by myself as well. It's really cool. It has technology and space, and all that stuff. And also across from it is the African American Museum, but the African American Museum is small. Basically, it's just around. It just talks about slavery and cotton and civil rights era, stuff like that. So I've been to a couple museums and learn a little history about a little bit of everything.
Rick said, give us some ain't shit lame stories back in college. Well, I could tell you this much. I remember I was in oceanography and we had to bring an article and you get extra credit for it. Nobody else would bring one. So I would be the only person with an article. And mine was on global warming. And
Oh
my
yeah.
teacher hated global warming because he didn't believe in it. He didn't believe in global warming, which is fine. I mean, I was kind of on the fence about it too. I'm like 50-50. But like I would bring my stories and talk about how the sun's, heat rays would make, I would always bring different types of articles in relations to like either global warming or like some sort of new marine life that they would make. And I would go in there and he's like, anybody bring your article? And I raise my hand and he'd be like, yes, Steven, what do you have today? And I would get up and I'd read my article and I'd get my credit, like extra credit because I took advantage of that shit. And everybody else would just sit there and they're like, oh God, make it stop.
Just wasting money and time. Yeah.
And then he told me, he said, man, you're the only person that cares, that gives two shits about my class. So he gave me an A, like at the end of the semester. Like I think I made like an 88, but he gave me 100.
Here's the thing. Like I was in this one program. It's called the Ujima program. And this was back in 2013.
Okay.
It's like for like African Americans. You don't have to be African American to join.
To take the course, yeah.
Yeah. But they have their own classes and and their own teachers. So
that's pretty cool.
Yeah. So basically, there was this one teacher, I was taking an English class, and it was a high level class I was taking, and there was a few people taking it seriously. It's basically it's essentials where you read, you write, and all that stuff. There were people that was taking it seriously, including me. I was taking it seriously, and there were some people that didn't. And I remember this one student was telling me that, the teacher, she break down crying because there was not enough students in the classroom taking the course seriously. And that really hurt her because she wanted more African American students to succeed. But
they act like they didn't have no interest in the class.
They had no interest.
Well, don't feel bad because that's spread all across the board. Like when I went to college, 95% of your student body could have gave two fucks. And
right.
Here's the crazy part about college. From what I've seen, the foreigners took the courses more seriously than the Americans did. Americans are just like they just want to get a C or a D to pass or C.
Some colleges will take a D to pass, but some of them was like, no, you got to take it all over.
Nah, you got it. Well, at HCC, a D will be passed for their university or their college. But if you transfer to university, it's not going to pass because when the university receives the way it works here. When a university receives your grades from a community college, it either says P for passing or F for failing. They actually don't know your letter grade. They just get P or F, and so that D comes as an F. And then they have your grade point average, your GPA, and then that's how they determine it from there.
Yeah, whether you get accepted or not.
Exactly. They don't even know if you made an A or B in the course. It just says P for passing, F for failing. And they take your GPA.
Yeah, basically, they had all my letter grades and my GPA. So I, passed with flying colors. So I left the college with almost a 4.0 almost.
Not bad. I had a 3.8.
Yeah, so that's not bad either. But
I don't know what Hero Mass just sent. He sent some sort of, what is that? I don't know what that emoji is. Yeah. I don't know every single emoji. So Diamond Princess, let's go ahead and dig a little into you a little bit.
Okay.
In terms of like friendship. First of all, do you consider online friendships to be legit versus in person? Like, you have your friends that live in your area, and then you got your online friendships.
I really wouldn't call online, friendship a friendship unless you really know that person, because people online come and go versus a person that you meet face to face. But people come and go either way. But if you meet a person in person, you get to hang out with that person. You get to know what they like, what their interest is. You build a bond with a person in person versus online where you don't know everything about them because you don't hang out with them. You don't, spend time with them.
All right, so let me ask you this, and this is what Rick said. It's a good point. I was kind of like on the same fence as you about this. I'm kind of 50-50 on this. He said online friendships are not real friendships unless you actually met the person.
Well, yeah,
Now that's his belief.
that's his belief. Yeah, but I kind of
What do
agree.
you think?
I kind of agree because I like, I like to meet people in
So
person.
in other words, I know you online,
Yeah.
right? Now I may say we have a friendship, but in your mind, you may say otherwise. Now, if
Hmm.
I met you in person, that would probably make it different.
It
Or,
will make
or would you think that
it
that would?
will make a whole lot of difference because
Okay,
I will spend more time with you.
all right.
And know your interests, what you like, because I get to know more about you than online because I like to see a person in action.
All right, you said most people have many acquaintances but very few friends. What do you think about that, Diamond?
I love having very few friends because it's less drama.
Oh,
You get to weed out, the people that are, that are very genuine, they're very honest, and they're, loyal friends, and they don't stab you in the back versus people that you are the opposite. They will stab you in the back. They are drama and they like to cause havoc. So I kind of weed out people, as I go along because I like to get to know people as I go along. Yes, I may suspect that this person is kind of like iffy, but if
okay.
I knew that they were iffy, then I will try to get to know them a little bit more so I can get a feel of okay where they're at right now.
Okay, now let me ask you this question.
Yeah.
Topic of the day. Are
Okay.
friendships free?
um.
Asked Maria the same thing. We did a whole discussion on my last video. If you ever want to go back and watch it when we get out of here, when I kick you out of here. But are friendships free?
No. No, because sometimes you gotta have each other's back. If your friend knows that you're struggling, and let's say, for instance, I have my friend, and she was having trouble, buying food for her son. So I will give her, whatever money she needs to go grocery shopping, because my friend, she gave me $100 just so I can pack up and move.
Mm,
Uh-huh, yeah, and
man.
I paid her back. I paid her back.
Okay.
And that's what friendship is because that money is not for free. That's something that they loan you, you know?
Okay.
Yeah. So when you pay people back, that means that you build up a trust in that person.
Okay. Now let me ask you this:
Uh-huh.
if you've like, let's say you've done nice things for a friend,
Mm-hmm. I
and
have.
let's say you known them. Look, just hypothetically,
Mm-hmm.
let's say you known someone for 10 years. And
Mm-hmm.
throughout the 10 years, occasionally, I'm not saying every day or every month, but occasionally, whenever that is, you've done nice things for that person, like bought a meal,
Mm-hmm.
paid for, their ticket to a concert or something.
Mm-hmm.
And that person never really did much for you. Like you never really had a return investment. Like they never went out of their way to do those things that you did. Would
Mm-hmm.
you still, but they were always hanging out with you. Would you still, what would you consider that a genuine friendship?
I would call it
Would you look at them any less because they never really reciprocated?
I would call it a acquaintance, not a friend, because they never, did anything generous back or, did anything that, even if you don't pay me back, buy me something,
Okay,
you
so you do. Okay, so
know?
essentially, friendships are not free.
Yeah.
Essentially, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
I
Mm-hmm.
I always look at it like this.
Mm-hmm.
I understand, like we're on different incomes,
Yeah.
and some people can afford it, some people can't.
Mm-hmm.
And I get you may have that one friend that doesn't work. We've all had those. You may, you may have a different types of friends. You may have that guy who's rich but never spends any money, going out. They're like a cheap motherfucker. I have no
Yeah.
I knew a guy that was like that.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I always look at it like this. Generally, you would think stepping into a friendship, you would say a friendship is free, meaning like I either invest my
Mm-hmm.
time
Yeah.
or whatever, but I'm not
Mhm.
financially invested into that person because we're just
Right.
friends. Okay, fine. They
Yeah.
got their life, I got mine. I got my expenses, you got
Mhm.
yours. Okay, great. But I look at it like this: if you're the type of person that says, I don't owe anybody a damn thing, I don't owe a friend
Mhm.
anything, I think my genuine friendship is good enough. Okay, fine. That's there. I don't think there's anything wrong with that in terms of a debate. Like I shouldn't have to buy
Mhm.
your friendship. Okay, fine. That's cool. Great.
Right.
I don't have a problem with that. But
Mhm.
don't ever expect anybody to do the same for you whenever that time may come, because
Mhm.
you can't sit there and say, I'm never going to do anything for anybody,
Mhm.
but then expect people to go out of their way to do things for you. You should be able to say, okay, we're just friends. That's cool. If
Mhm.
somebody now, let's say Diamond says, I don't feel like I owe you anything for friendship. Okay, fine. Now let's say if I went out of my way to be nice and do something for Diamond anyway,
Mhm.
then then that's my decision. But if I don't, I shouldn't hear shit from it because it's not like you really contribute anything
Right.
anyway. So
Mhm.
that's how like when I look at a friendship, I look at it like a glass half full, half empty.
Mhm.
I've had friends that have gone out of their way to do nice things for me, and I've had some of them that don't really do anything other than just maybe talk on the phone, and
Here's the
it's
thing.
cool.
Like I pay for my. I remember talking to you about this before we went live. I actually took my friend out to breakfast after she got off of work because she works night shift at her hospital. So
Okay.
we went to this nice place in Beverly Hills. So we ate dinner. It's on my TikTok. So we had a good time. We had a nice time. We caught up and all that stuff. And I told her, I really miss seeing you. I know we talk on the phone, but I really miss having that physical contact with you because you're my friend, and we know each other for since 2011. So we come a long way. Um but I remember her doing things for me, like buying my dinner and stuff like that. But it's just a genuine exchange, you know. You
And,
know.
and, and Rick says even if the person doesn't reciprocate and giving you money back, they could do things for you like cook, invite you to spend a night at their house, etc. Yeah, that's
Yes,
true.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Absolutely.
That's something that uh that would be offer as generous because they're doing something for me still. They're taking the time and going out their way to invite me at dinner because some people are different because some people they want the money. They said, well, I did this for you, so I want my money.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. You know what's the worst thing I hate? I can't stand when somebody does something for you and then
Yeah.
they expect something in return. And it's
Yeah.
like they demand it almost. And I had
Mhm.
a buddy of mine, cool guy, nice guy, but
Mhm.
he would pay for my food sometimes. I never asked him to do it, which I appreciated. I never asked him to foot the bill.
Mhm.
And then the next time we go out, he's like, all right, I foot you the last time. It's your turn now. And I'm like, wait a minute. Hold on. Hold
Yeah.
on. You see, it should be genuine that I offer to pay. Like, in other words, me and Diamond, we go out for a beer and the bill comes, and all of a sudden I put
Mhm.
my credit card, charge it to the card. We're
Right.
both, and you didn't expect it. To me, that sounds like a genuine gesture,
Yeah.
common courtesy. But
Mhm.
now, let's say if the bill came and I said, all right, Diamond, you paid for me, your turn, and I slam it down like that, you're going to be like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Like, you're going to feel like, man, this dude just coming out of pocket. He's coming at me like rude and shit. Like, and I had to tell him, I said, dude, like, first of all, I never asked you to pay for me the last time. And now,
Right.
like, you kind of expect it, which I was going to return the favor, but let me do it on my own time. Don't sit here and
Yeah.
slam the thing down, talking about your turn. And I was like, man, now it seems like I did something for you. Now it's your turn to repay me. And it's like, dude, I never even asked you to pay
But
my bill
they
in
don't
the
give
first
the
place. I was
person.
going to pay for my own shit.
Yeah, that they
You
don't
know,
give the person to react.
I was going to pay for my own fucking shit in the first place.
Yeah.
This dude insisted. And then when the next bill came, now it's your turn. And I'm like, dude, I didn't even ask you to do it the last time. And
Yeah.
it's like, if I'm going to pay for you, at least let me genuinely make it a surprise. That way it feels like I'm thinking about you, but not because you're forcing me to do it. Does that make sense?
Exactly. They don't even give you a time to
You ever
react
had
and
something like that?
say,
You ever had a friend like that?
No, well,
Oh,
not
then you're blessed. I had one friend that was like that, and I had to check him on that shit.
yeah.
It bothered me.
It's just that you gotta give a person time to react, and and let them say, hey, you got me last time, I got you this time.
All right, Big Dog says, "How's this for irony?" The other day, a girl was complaining to me that her friends only call her when they need something. Yet the whole time I've known her, she did the same thing to me.
Oh wow.
Well, let me shoot it to you like this, Big Dog. Have you ever have you ever found yourself chasing a girl that didn't notice you and said you and thought looked at you as being thirsty, but meanwhile she was being thirsty chasing another guy? You ever seen that? Like if they call it a triangle chase? Yeah, it's actually legit. Have you ever seen Runaway Bride? Did you see what Julia Roberts was doing? She was chasing a married man. And the married guy she was chasing his he was not married, he was soon to be married. He was engaged to Carmen Diaz. But go look at this. This is a perfect example I'm referring to. Julia Roberts was one of the bridesmaids or some shit and fell in love with the guy because they went on a couple dates, and he did kind of lead her on to string her along. So I'll say that it's kind of his fault, but then he kind of backed out of it. I think he was still in love with his soon-to-be wife. And when the wife or the soon-to-be wife caught him kissing Julia, and then when she ran, he went to chase her, and she's chasing him. So she's in the car on the phone with her best friend, who was a guy, and he said, "Well, let me ask you this." He said, "You're chasing this guy, but is he really is he chasing you back?" She's like, "No, he's chasing this other girl." And he's like, "Then why are you chasing him?" You see, you see what I'm saying? That example you gave me is like the Runaway Bride scene.
Yeah.
Roberts. Good movie, by the way. Classic.
I haven't seen that movie, but
go watch Runaway Bride. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's what women do, especially women with low.
Facts.
They, go after a guy that really doesn't really want them. They're just dating them because, they probably want to get their, their jerk off or whatever. But
in fact, I don't think it's Runaway Bride. I actually might have gave you the wrong one. I'm trying to look it up, but hold on, let me type it in. Julia Roberts and Cameron Diaz. It's Cameron Diaz. Sorry, I don't think it's Runaway Bride. I gave you the wrong one. My Best Friend's Wedding. My Best Friend's Wedding. Sorry, Rick. My Best Friend's Wedding. Go watch that one. Not Runaway Bride. Wrong one, Big Dog. It's called My Best Friend's Wedding. Go watch that.
Oh.
Like also her best friend's getting married to a guy she falls in love with. And that's what you're reminding me of right now, your little situation. But let's go ahead and respond to his comment. He said that have you ever had a friend, Diamond, that only called you when they need something? I've had that plenty of times. Countless. I can name on 10 fingers and 10 toes, guys included.
Oh goodness. Let me see.
Have you ever had a friend in the past that's only called you when they want something, guy or girl? Whether
I think we'll be mostly a girl, because when I want to hang out, they're not there. But when they need something, they want to call me. I'm like,
they're never available until they want something.
Yeah, it's like, dude, like, come on now. Like, you only call me when you need something, but you don't want to hang out. Like, girl, bye.
Guys are like that,
yeah,
too, but mainly girls are like that, at least from my opinion.
Yeah, so I was like, girl, bye. We're not even friends no more.
Ooh, you said girl, bye.
Yeah.
Ooh, you said girl, bye. I like that.
Yeah.
Do this, look.
You should say that to females.
Rick loves it when I do that. He said, do that again. Look.
You should do that to girls that are guys that only call you for something, like, girl, bye.
No, I always say, no, you know what my homegirls do when they start crying, when they start bragging about their DMs. And we talked about, and I told most of you dudes ain't shit dusty DMs anyway. I don't even tell them that no more. When they say, "Well, look at my DMs, all these guys want me," and I go,
Let me tell you a story, because I was coming home from my dad's house because I was celebrating the New Year's with my family.
okay.
So I was telling my brother, "Hey, can you take Dad with you to go get his haircut? Because he looks like a caveman with his hair looking all wild and all that stuff."
Mm.
And I gave my brother my card, and he's like, "Okay, I'll go, get his haircut." So they come back. My brother told me he gave me $20 back because it was extra for Dad's haircut, for my dad's haircut, because he got his beard cut off and his hair shaved off. So he comes back to me because I was cleaning the house because my sister just had her baby, and I want her to come back with a clean house. So and that's the day I was about to go home. So my dad, he told me that Dad's hair was flaking. I'm like, yeah, because Dad rarely washes his hair. So, before I took my dad out to go shopping, my brother helped him, get in the shower and all that stuff. And then once he was out the shower, I took him to go run his errands, helped him out. And when it was time for me to go home, I hit the freeway. I was like, let me pull over and get some gas. So I pull over to get some gas. My card declined. And I called the bank and they said, "Oh, you have there might be a fraudulent on activity on your card." And and they list, the things that, that was spent on that day I was about to go home. And they said, "Oh, there was 100 and something dollars taken out of your bank account."
Oh,
Yeah.
who
And
did that
okay, so what happened is that my brother took out extra money out my bank account
without telling you?
without telling me.
Oh, that's some fighting words right there.
And my and he said I asked him, how much was Dad's haircut? $53. I said $53. And what's the extra 50 for? And he said, "Oh, I needed gas." I'm like, "Why didn't you tell me that you needed gas?" I wouldn't have said, "Okay, whatever," but you don't take extra money out my account without me knowing. That's stealing.
Oh, my brother stole $100 from me. I was gonna whoop his ass. Man, I
So
just got back from New Orleans and
don't
my
get
friend
me
stole
wrong.
$100.
Don't get me wrong. I had money in the account, but the bank stopped my card.
But it's still the principle of the manner.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be stealing.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah.
I'm
It should.
sorry.
Like, that was my money and you took advantage of me.
I look at
Like,
it like this. You ain't got permission to touch it, motherfucker. That's stealing.
yeah.
In Singapore, they cut your hand off for shit like that.
Yeah.
Motherfuckers over here don't give a fuck. And that's
So he was there all that time looking at me, not saying a word.
oh, I bet.
And I know this motherfucker was, I don't mean to cuss on your
No, no, cool. I cuss. I just said like 5 cuss words.
I was like, he wouldn't think I wouldn't have found out, like the bank is not going to tell me. Like, I told him, "Dude, whatever you took out of my bank account, you better put it back in."
Mm.
Like, you don't take extra money out my account. If you needed gas, you should have told me ahead of time.
It'd be one thing if it'd be one thing if you said, "Hey, take 20 out for yourself for your troubles." There's like, and
Yeah,
maybe he took 50, and you're like, "Hey, man, look, I only said 20. You took 50. I gave you yard stretch them out. Okay, just don't do that again, or pay me the other 30
yeah,
whenever you get a chance." Just, if you had already given him permission, or if you told him I said take some, not that much, then that could
mhm,
have been just a miscommunication there, and he could have said, "Okay, my
mhm.
bad," and you're like, "Hey, just next time only take like 20." But
Yeah,
if you never gave him permission at all to take anything out of that account, and he just takes out 50, motherfucker, you stole 50
yeah,
or whatever that amount was.
yeah. I'm like, you have a four-cylinder car. Like, I don't think it takes that much gas for you to go to the next city. Like, come on, dude.
But see, at least like, did he ever pay it back?
Yeah, he paid it back, but I told
Okay.
him, I like, I'm not gonna trust him no more
But
with
see,
him.
at least he had a conscience to pay you back. My brother don't have a conscience. When he steals from you,
Mhm.
he denies it, and then
Yeah.
you're never gonna. Basically, if he denies it, you're not getting paid.
Hmm.
So he's not the kind of person. He's not that type of person to feel bad about shit like that. Like
Yeah.
his excuse is, I'm an addict. What do you expect? Or I didn't do it or deny it. But I had
Hmm.
$200 in my wallet. Went to take a
Hmm.
shower. While it was in my room, it went
Hmm.
nowhere else. I come back. I had two $100 bills. Not like I had a
Uh-huh.
bunch of 20s in there, and he just took two 20s out. Then I probably wouldn't notice it right away. You know what I mean?
Right.
That would have been smarter. But I had two $100 bills. When I came back, there was
Hmm.
only one. I'm like, wait a minute. I know for a fact I had $200 in here. What the fuck? It's only 100. Like, I'm not gonna notice $100 bill missing. Come on now.
Right.
And I was like, I knew he stole it because it was in when he got in and it was out when he got out. So I know he
Yeah.
stole it. And then
Yes.
of course, he denied it. And I just, from there on, I knew right then and there
Uh-huh.
that well, I know he was already a thief before that, but I thought he would have learned his lesson, but he never did.
Hmm.
But that just was a mental reminder to never leave my wallet around this motherfucker. You
Yeah,
know,
because to be honest with you, I couldn't have called the authorities on my brother, but
oh, facts.
yeah, but the thing is that I made an agreement with him. I said you need to pay me back, or I'm calling
Yeah,
the.
because that goes on his record. If he gets a felony charge for
Yeah,
withdrawing money, withdrawing funds, that's a felony because it's automatically to the bank because that's run by the
yeah,
state. So he would
right,
get a felony. So I get why you didn't call, but
yeah,
at the same time, like you still held him accountable and said, "Hey, man, that's not cool. This ain't cool. You pay me back."
right. Yeah, but everything's fine now. I'm gonna, I'm just not gonna trust him. Next time I'm just gonna give him money to. I'm just gonna give him money next time if I want to take my dad out to get his haircut because it was New Year's and uh,
Okay, let me ask you this then. What qualities do what qual like okay, when you go out to make friends,
hmm.
do you try to match people based on your own personality or do you go for opposites attract? Like what is it? How do you assess that?
It depends on the person to me. If
Like how do
they
you do it? How do you do it?
how I do it,
Yeah, when you're out making friends, how do you base it off of?
I base it off of
What qualities do you look into? Do you like what do you mainly try to hang out with?
so I try to hang out with guys that are fun. They are funny. They know how to relax and have a good time without being dramatic about shit and causing drama because I hate people when they cause drama. That's the kind of guy I like. He got to learn how to
What
have fun.
about females?
Females, same thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So like do you try to look any that have any does it matter if they have anything in common with you?
In some traits, yeah, not like I don't mind, the opposite, person because I like it when people are opposite. I don't want them to be totally, have the same, interests as me, but
Okay.
yeah, so
Well, I mean, I always said it like this. I'm a big sports guy, and
mhm.
like I know, like I have friends that most of my friends are into sports, and then you got the small percentage that aren't, and that's
Mhm.
fine. Like I'm not gonna hold your feet to the fire and say, okay, you don't like sports, and fucking I ain't fucking with you. But if
Right.
you're into other stuff, like I like concerts, I like going to movies, I like going to like museums, I like hiking and stuff like that. I like going out having occasional beer. I enjoy going to the movies. So like if you can have some like things in common in those areas and some of those areas doesn't have to be like everyone, but like some of those areas, then that's a starting point. It's
Mhm.
like, all right, cool. You may not like sports, but fuck it, we'll catch a movie together or something. Like we have
Mhm.
like some sort of commonality that kind of links us together, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Okay. So here's the next trick question.
Mhm.
And I asked Maria the same thing. I'm gonna ask you. Not really a trick question, but just to get your opinion on it.
Mhm.
Can women and men be friends?
Yeah, I believe they can because I have a guy friend.
I
You know,
have female friends, so yeah, that's
yeah, yeah, definitely.
okay.
Hmm.
All right. So have you ever like had friends with a guy that was just trying to get with you? Like you later found out later, like he was just trying to fuck or trying to date you or whatever.
No, he really liked it. Me, he wanted, he expressed his feeling to me. I didn't reciprocate back because I know what, he's a really nice guy. Don't get me wrong, but he's not a well maintenance person. And I'm what I mean by that is he don't keep his space clean. Steven, are you still there? You look like you froze. Oh no, did he freeze? Oh gosh. Give him a moment, everyone. I think he froze. Um, why don't you come back in and come back out, Stephen? Because you are frozen. Uh, yeah, I think it's the rain that is causing that. Oh, his internet went out. Oh yeah, because I think it's because of the storm. Yeah, I think it's the storm. But if you guys want to ask me any questions in the comment section, I'll be happy to answer it. When I am friends with a woman, I let them know I'm attracted to them so they know where it stands with them. Exactly. You have a right to, be friends. And that's good to let the girl know, hey, at least you're an honest guy. You let them know, hey, I just want to be friends. And that's okay. Uh no, I'm not gonna put myself on camera. No, it's late and I'm
All
trying.
right, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back, Diamond. I apologize. Sorry.
No, it's okay.
My internet sometimes cuts out and it was like flickering. I had to reconnect the internet. I apologize. Sorry. My bad. That was that was an accident.
It's okay. Someone said,
Please don't leave right now. At least give me 10 more minutes of your time.
no, somebody said maybe Stephen is shocked by the comments.
No, I'm not he said when I'm friends with a woman, I let them know I'm attracted to them, so if they know where I stand with them.
Yeah. Hmm.
He's a really nice guy. Translation, he's a beta. They referring to me. Maybe Steven's shocked by the comments. You should show your
I
kid.
don't think he's referring to you. I think
Well, no. I don't.
because people associate a nice guy as being a beta, which is not necessarily true. Because if we know what a beta is, it's basically the opposite of a nice guy. If you know what I mean. So basically, we all know what a beta is. But
I just lost my train of thought. What were we just talking about? We're talking
oh,
about.
friends,
Oh,
we
okay. That's what I was going to ask you.
yeah.
Could you? Okay, so you can be friends with the guy that likes you because
Mhm.
you said before the internet cut me out. You were
Mhm.
saying that guy had liked you, but you didn't really reciprocate. So you can be friends with the guy that likes you.
Yeah,
Okay.
because if you look at his house, it's a mess. He hardly cleans. I don't want to bash
Okay,
some.
yeah, okay. I don't want to get too much into personal, but you okay, so
Yeah,
you can set boundaries with a guy who likes you
yeah.
and you can be friends.
Hmm.
Wow, that's amazing because most girls I know or they've told me like if they can be friends with a guy that likes them still, it's going to be very hard because they they bring another guy like over and that guy gets mad or something like that. Like it's like like and then they feel like they're leading him on or like he still has a chance or something. And I don't know. Like some homegirls are saying that they couldn't be friends with a guy who liked them if they knew that they only just liked him as a friend because they said it's just too much. But you're
Hmm.
saying you don't have an issue with that,
Um, an issue with what?
with being friends with a guy who likes you.
Oh no, I don't have a issue with it. I'm glad that he reciprocate his feelings, but
Okay, that's
as
cool.
long as I known him, because I've been knowing him for almost a decade.
Okay, that's hey, and there's
Yeah,
nothing wrong with that.
there's
Like if
nothing wrong with
as long as he's cool with it, he's not like some like
that.
taking it personal. Then I guess then
No, he doesn't take it personal. It's just that he's a likable guy, but he has some stuff he needs to work on.
okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. What else was I gonna ask you? Have you ever had a friend betray your trust
Yeah, I have.
in the past?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you the question the first question that pops into my mind.
Okay.
Was it another guy? Like, was it a girlfriend of yours and another
It's
guy?
always a girl. It's always a
Okay,
girl.
okay. So was
Because
it
I'm
with
mostly
another
friends
guy?
with girls.
Like another guy that you might have liked, and she took him away or
It's
something?
not about a guy. It's about um, the mentality. Like if you have a effed up mentality, then it's not gonna work out. Like when you mess with me, you have to have a clear head. You and you gotta act civilized. If you can't act civilized, around me, it's not gonna work.
All right.
Yeah. I also like
So what did she do that ended the friendship?
she
What did
took
she do to
things
betray your
that
trust?
she took things that did not belong to her.
Oh, she was stealing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's a fucking thief, and they need their hands cut
Yeah.
off for that shit.
I
Singapore style.
I I had a friend, my one of my friends. She had I guess she had this girl around her, and she probably felt bad for her or something. But she said that she told me, she just begged me to like, can she please come along, and whatnot. I'm like, really? Because the thing about the girl, is that she, begs a lot. She begs a lot. She asks people if she can buy, her food and all that stuff. Because one time we was at the mall and where were we at? What city were we in? Uh, 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 Culver City. Culver City. We was in Culver
Where's
City.
that? Is that by LA?
Yes, and we were having a good time. We was having a meal, and her friend came by and she asked one of us, "Hey, can you guys buy me a meal too?" I was like, "Well, I don't know her, so and but my friend does, so I really can't,
So your friend didn't pay for her?
because she says she always does that, she
So
always
why even bring her along?
because she felt bad for her. She really felt bad for her, and I was like, girl, why did you bring this, this girl along if you know that she's annoying and she always asks for stuff and then she doesn't return the favor.
Rick said the good old fashioned trying to bite the hand that feeds, act like you
Yeah.
owe them something. Yeah, I had, like I said, I had a buddy of mine that was like that, and he always was like, "You buy me some food, I owe you like what's called an IOU." I'm like, "All right." And after like the third
Yeah.
time, I told him like, "You're eating off my tab, dude. You got to start
Yes.
paying for yourself, bro." I'm like, I ain't your babysitter. You know what I'm saying? I said every now and then it's cool, but not all the time. When you
Yeah.
make it a habit, that makes you a bum.
Yeah. And I
I
couldn't
just
take the
like got to
girl
cut you
home.
off. I didn't want to do that.
Yeah.
He was a nice guy, but he was bumming. I don't like that
Mhm.
shit.
Yeah. And I had to drop the girl off by the train station because she lives around the corner. And she was like, "Oh, you're not taking me all the way home?" I said, "No, I don't have that much gas. You ain't giving me gas." Yeah.
Ooh, go on with your bad self.
Yeah. I was like, your house, you're closer than your house from here. Okay. Like, I don't need to be mean with the girl, but, I just like, I want to take her all the way home. Like, she's not, she didn't contribute anything.
Facts.
Yeah. And I told my friend, don't bring her around me no more.
All right. Was there ever a friend in the past that you regret letting go, like y'all stopped talking or whatever? You wish you would have kept in touch with that person?
Uh, hmm, I'm trying to think of one. I didn't go off on bad. terms with one of my friends. We just lost contact with each other. I wish I could have, kept in touch with her, because she was like, a very important person in my life. So I wish I couldn't have, stayed in touch with her. Yeah.
So you said it's good to have less friends and more
Yes.
because you're saying it's less drama.
Yes.
Okay.
Hmm.
All right.
I love that scene in the background.
Oh, the lightning.
Yeah, with the tree, I can see the tree in the background.
Oh yeah, every time it lights up too. Let me see. There was one other thing. Okay. So would you rather like? So what do you think of like having a friend that always agrees with you versus a friend that is more upfront and honest and more of like an asshole type about it?
I like the upfront and the asshole because they're not being fake with you, they're being real with you. And I
Okay.
love people that are honest upfront about it. And I'd rather for them to be upfront and don't tell me anything because I hate friends.
Hmm.
You know, I hate when people just sit there and they just agree with me every time. It's like, okay, what do you want? Like, what do you want from me? Why are you agreeing with everything I said? There has to be something that you disagree with because I don't like panderers.
Pandering.
They're so annoying and they're just like a flea. Like they're just yes people that's just on your back. These celebrities have these yes people that's on their back because these celebrity has money, and that if they keep saying yes, do this, yes, I'll do that, they figured that they will be a part of that celebrity's lifestyle. But once the celebrity runs out of money, they're gone. Once a person that is your panel, once they feel like, okay, I get what I need from you, they're gone. So it's like, okay, I'd rather drop you before you drop me, because now I just
Okay.
you're not the kind of person that was my friend in the beginning.
Oh,
Yeah.
what are your thoughts about introverts?
Introverts.
Yeah, have you ever had a friend like that?
um can
You know
you
what an
break?
introvert is, right? Like someone that just kind of is a homebody, doesn't really go out often.
Oh, I think I used to be an introvert.
For real?
Yeah, I used to be an introvert.
Oh shit, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I used to be that. But I soon got out of it because I don't have time to be wasting my life sitting in the house and all that stuff.
Got you.
Yeah, yeah. I was like, I really want to go out and do something. So I have met introverts too. That don't want to do anything, i.e. my sister. Because I try to get her out, get her nails done, and have her looking good because she had kids, and I know her kids are a priority. But I want her to look good too, and I want her to get her nails done and all that stuff. I'm not asking her to like go bungee jumping or nothing like that.
Is it possible for a male female friendship to develop in an intimate relationship?
Hmm.
You want to
Yeah, yeah, it depends, but it all depends though.
yeah. What do you think's the worst personality trait? What is a person's worst personality trait?
Is that QB Willie? Oh my gosh.
I believe so. He has a new channel. It's called QB Passport Flexing. It's only
No,
got
thank
one
you.
video, but
No,
I
thank
think I
you.
think he just made it or something like that.
Yeah, but you can stay subscribed to my channel. You always followed me. You can stay subscribed to mine. But
So, what do you think's the worst? What are some qualities in a person that you dislike? I mean, obviously you said Pandarin's one. Is there anything else?
a selfish person, a person that is into self, and they really don't care about others. Uh, they don't they don't give, like, they're not generous. I don't like just generous people like that. I like I don't like people that that, act strange around you when you're around them and act, different. I don't like those kind of people.
All right. I think the worst personality trait about someone is their ego. I think that's really about any person, you could say.
Mm-hmm.
Your ego could be your biggest or worst enemy. And I get it. You
Mm-hmm.
want to be confident and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
The worst thing that could turn me off about people,
Mm-hmm.
but it's mainly what I see in girls, mainly online, is the arrogance. It's just, oh my god, it's so annoying. Like for example, I saw this TikTok video the other day, and TikTok's been showing up on my Facebook a lot. I don't know why. I never asked them to do it, but like, there's this one girl, and don't get me wrong, she's good looking. I'm not gonna say she's ugly or nothing like that. She's a good
Yeah.
looking, attractive woman,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't know how she's maybe 21, 22, somewhere around there.
Mm-hmm.
And like they do the voiceovers on TikTok a lot, so she's standing there, long curly brown hair, Latino, whatever. She's good looking. I'm not gonna hate on the woman's looks at all. All
Right.
right. She's
Mm-hmm.
attractive. So I think anybody with a brain, you'd look at her picture, okay, she's attractive, no problem. And the voiceover was like basically saying, tell me I'm a perfect 10, tell me I'm perfect, or that I'm a perfect 10, like the rating, that whole rating thing, which takes kind of ridiculous, but
Mm-hmm.
necessary at the same time, but ridiculous. It can get ridiculous. And I'm going to answer that for you, right? Why I think the rating system's stupid. Because, well, I'll get in that in a minute. But she's standing there, and the voiceover's like, tell me I'm a perfect 10, tell me I'm perfect. And then all of a sudden, like some guy out of the background, I don't know if it was like part of the act or her boyfriend or just some guy that was doing a reaction video. I didn't really like pay too much attention to the video. I just remember him saying, "Good God, girl, you are perfect. Good girl, God, girl, you are a perfect 10."
Uh,
And I was watching that, and I was
so
like,
he was being thirsty.
I wouldn't even know if I call it that. I just thought like it might have been a voiceover, and it might have been like her promoting herself as like, I'm confident. Look at me, I look good. Okay, fine, you look good, great. But so
Mhm.
does thousands of other girls that probably think that are probably the same as you or not better. Like, what's up with
Right.
this arrogance? Like, I don't understand it. Like, okay, you have confidence, you believe in yourself.
The
That's
same
fine.
as you or not. Yeah.
That's fine. But
Mm-hmm.
it's like, but do we really have to go this far with it? I just think that this is it's corny. I think it's stupid, and I think it's childish. It's childish to think that you're perfect, right? Because no one is. Essentially, nobody's perfect. But it's like Rick says, "Tell me you're a narcissist without telling me you're a narcissist." Exactly. It's like we already know you're good looking, but there's
Mm-hmm.
other people that are just as good looking as you are, if not
Mm-hmm.
better. What's the big deal? Like, okay, you want to be told you're perfect, you want to be told you're 10. Okay, then what? Like, are we supposed to worship you? Is this what this is supposed to like? I just don't get the arrogance in some people. And there's guys that are like this too. Don't get me wrong. I'm not gonna say that they don't exist. But it's just like when you go online and you see these people doing this kind of these stupid challenges and these stupid like things about how perfect they are, and it's like, really,
Mm-hmm.
like is it really? Are you really that full of yourself? Like you're not the best looking person in the world, and I'm telling you, you're not. And you can say
Yeah.
you're fat and ugly, and that's fine. Let me be fat and ugly. But I'm still can sit here and tell you you're not the finest person in the world. And
Right.
it's like you've seen one, you've seen them all. There's so many people that are doing this online, and I get it. You want people to thirst over you, and you want them to follow you and subscribe to your channel and beg for you, and I get that. But like, what's up with this arrogance? Like, I don't get it. Like it's such a turnoff to me, and like a lot of people will say, well, it's better. It's better to be turn on, and turn off by someone who thinks the opposite, and that's fine. But if like let's say you got somebody who self-loathes a lot, like somebody doesn't have a lot of confidence, doesn't believe in themselves, and I get that's a turn off. I get like the energy and the negative energy aspect of it turns you off. Okay, fine. They don't have no confidence. Fine, cool. But then you got the opposite where they have confidence, but there's a difference between
Mm-hmm.
being confident, believing in yourself, and there's a difference between arrogance and ego.
Right.
Like, it's a big difference. And like to me, if you took somebody that went in the room and said, I'm a perfect 10 and I'm perfect and I'm the best looking person in the world, and you
Yeah,
had a self-loather, I couldn't tell the difference.
Hero's right. It's more like an ego thing more than confidence because she's been I think people been gaslighting her head saying that she's the most finest person.
Oh yeah, you already know it.
Yeah. So basically, when a person like you, comes up to her and tell her, you're really not the finest person I ever met. That's when their world start crashing down and they start pouting like a baby and start calling you names and all that stuff because you're one of those people that don't find her attractive.
Okay, so Rick, Diamond, where do you, I'm not gonna say to rate yourself. He's not asking you to do that, but like, how do you feel about yourself?
What do you mean by that?
Like confidence wise, like where do you?
I will rate myself a 10.
A 10.
Yes. Because I came a long way during my lifetime because if
you're saying right now you're a 10.
Yeah. Yeah.
A 10.0.
A
I'm
10.
talking about the perfect score. You're saying you're perfect.
I'm not saying that I'm perfect,
But 10.0 is a perfect score. That's 100. That's 100 out of a test score.
Well, you gotta, sometimes you gotta, rate yourself as high because you may not feel that I'm not confident, but I feel that
But you can still say a 9.5 and make it sound believable. But a 10.0 is basically saying there's no shade to your game.
Well, come on, I come a long way since in my lifetime because if you
now your confidence may be a 10.
Yeah,
I give you that, but I'm saying that as a 10, as in rating you're saying you're a 10.
Like okay, so you're not saying my confidence. So what are you saying?
I'm saying everything, the whole package.
The whole package?
The whole package.
Why can't people say they're a 10?
Well, I mean, that's like if I came out and said I was a 10, you would laugh.
There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing.
But I would be lying if I said I was a 10.
But you don't have to have a perfect body. You don't have to, have the most handsomest face in the world or the most prettiest face in the world.
Yeah, I understand, but you're basically saying there's no wiggle room to work on. If you're saying you're 10, you're saying there's no
always like it doesn't matter if you're a 10, a 9, an 8, or whatever. There's always going to be room for you to work on. There's always going to be room to work on. But as far as I know, I'm pretty comfortable in myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I think that's I mean, the way, see, at least you weren't like, oh girl, that was like, tell me I'm a 10 without saying I'm a 10 or I'm perfect or 10. Well, she was just being so arrogant. So at least you don't have any arrogance. I'll give you that.
Yeah, well, that she has arrogance. Well, her arrogance is like, look at me, I'm beautiful, I'm pretty,
All the guys want me. I'm like, and pick a number, wait in line because there's dozens of other chicks that aren't even a 5, and they're probably in those girls' DMs. Get over yourself.
Like, let's say, for instance, I know, I'm not going to attract all the guys in the room.
Okay.
But there are guys that I have attracted so far. But I want to, I'm not every guy. I'm not going to.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. So at least you're more, you have more of a realistic approach to it. Like you're like, look, all bullshit aside, like I know I'm not perfect, but at least like you say it in a jokingly manner.
Yeah.
Okay, I like that. So you have like a little humor, and I like that. That humor thing is cool. Nothing wrong with that. Let's see. I don't know if there's anything else I have to ask you. Oh wait, what was it? Big Dog was gonna ask me. He said something. Wait, what was his comment? He said, "For me, I had the most difficult time dealing with weak male friends who would talk about you behind your back, wouldn't have the guts to say it in front of you."
Yeah.
Have you ever had... Go ahead, Diamond.
Yeah, I had that before too. When people talk about my back, and then people, come back and tell me, I'm like, and then I have to confront that person, like,
Mm.
are you talking mess about me? And they's like, oh, I'm not talking mess about you. But why are there 5 different people coming up to me saying that you're saying this? Like, are they lying?
Ouch.
Yeah, like I don't like people talking behind their back. If you got something to say to me, say it right now in front while you're in front of my face. Like when I have something to say, I say it in front of people's face. I don't talk behind their back. That's like, to me, that is backstabbing. And then
Okay, so let me ask you a question. If you liked a guy
mm-hmm.
and one of your homegirls went and started talking to him and they hooked up, how would you take it?
I'm gonna be honest with you, I'll probably take it, pretty hard because she knew that I like this guy. This is why, you don't tell your friends who you like. you know?
Mm.
Yeah, you don't tell your friends who you like. But even if you don't tell your friends who you like, they probably still have that interest in that person. But in my opinion, if I tell my friend that I really like that person, she slept with them, I'm for one, she's no longer my friend, and two, well, I want to say she's no longer my friend. We will stop talking, and two, I'm not going to be interested in the guy no more.
Okay, now let me ask you this.
Yeah.
Let's say you liked him, but he didn't like you like that.
Hmm.
But then your friend still went and talked to him. How would you feel about that?
Uh, if I have feelings for a guy and he
And
is,
he didn't really like you like that, but he started liking your friend and then they hit it off.
that would be something different.
Okay.
If he didn't like me like that, then that's fine.
Okay, got you, got you.
Yeah, but
So you're saying if y'all were, but if you and him were dating or kind of talking, and then she went and swooped him, that would offend, like you would be pissed.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
gotcha.
Hmm.
Yeah, you know what? I kind of like what you had said.
Hmm.
You were talking about earlier about not. I wonder if you can go into this because I agree with you. You said don't introduce someone you're talking to in front of your friends. Why do you feel that way?
Um, the reason why I feel that way because you're okay. So you know that your friend is a sneaky bitch, and she probably done something in the past that got you upset. And when you bring a guy around, you don't want her to know, or because she might ended up trying to get with him, and then that's gonna end up causing me to knock
Gotcha.
her ass out. But it's they I don't want to bring a guy that I like around unless he really likes me and he wants to be in a committed relationship with me. Then I might bring them.
So, but what I'm saying is, you don't trust
Uh-huh,
your if you were talking to somebody like
uh-huh.
a guy, you wouldn't
Mhm.
trust him around your other female friends.
No, well, oh, with the guy.
Yeah, because you said you wouldn't not to introduce someone you like to your friends, so you probably don't trust your friends around him.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust my
Whoa.
friends if they backstabbed me in the past. But if I know the guy that is and he, likes to hook up with other girls.
Samantha says Diamond Princess is all is. She said, "You go, girl." She said, it's hard trusting other females around your dude because
Yeah,
women are catty like that."
yeah,
Oh,
they're
okay,
very
all
petty.
right, all
Yeah,
right. I mean,
yeah.
Samantha said that. That wasn't me. Just for the record. She said that on
Well, you're
Facebook.
a
She said
guy.
women are catty like that. Wow. She said
Yeah,
they'll fuck him just to get back at her if she pissed them off or if they got mad at each other.
they'll do
They'll
that
fuck
to
him just to
make
get
you
back. She said
jealous.
girls are catty like that.
Uh,
Samantha, I don't know. I'm not a woman, so I wouldn't know, but I'll just take your word.
Yeah, it's like girls, yeah, girls are like that. They're very catty because they want to make you jealous and make you feel like you weren't, he chose me over you and all that stuff. I'm just like, that's a bitchy move. Have you ever watched Mean Girls?
Hell yeah. That was with what's her
Yeah,
name?
Lindsay Lohan.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, Regina and all them. Yeah, that was
yeah.
a good movie.
When Lindsay Lohan confesses to Regina that she liked Regina's ex boyfriend, and then at the Halloween party, I don't mean to give away the movie,
Okay.
especially to the people who haven't watched Mean Girls, but this is just a snippet. So when Regina says she'll tell him,
Okay.
um, Regina ended up getting back with, the guy that, Lindsay Lohan's character liked. And that really, hurt Lindsay Lohan. So
I will say this.
yeah.
When I was with my ex at the time,
Mm-hmm.
for 4 years, I will say, and this is God's honest truth.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Her friends tried to hit on me. And this
Oh
was,
really?
I was not a good looking guy at that time either.
Mm-hmm.
I was geeky, nerdy looking motherfucker in high school, but her friends were trying to hit on me.
Oh.
And look, I swear to God, one of them even offered to spin out of my house.
Oh wow.
Asked me if they could stay the night. And you know what that meant.
What?
And they won the fuck. And they had already knew that I was dating old girl. And they were still trying to do it. Now, am I gonna say that all women are like this? No, because then that would be wrong for me to say that. But
Yeah.
I see the point that you make from
Yeah.
like the competition standpoint. Cause like Samantha, I talk to her all the time on Facebook.
Oh.
Me and her, and then when I talk to you, and then when I talk to others, they tell me like never bring your, like they would always say, I'll never, if I'm dating a guy or have a man, I'll never bring them around other bitches. I'm like,
Hi.
I mean, like around their homegirls.
Yeah. Hi, Michael. How you doing? Mm-hmm.
Oh, Michael Ray. I don't know. You know him?
Yeah, he subscribed to my channel.
Oh, that's what's up. That's what's up.
Yeah.
What else was I gonna ask you? Yeah, Mean Girls was a good movie, by the way.
Yeah, that's a perfect example of, a mean girl.
Now, I don't know if guys are the same way. I don't think I would answer that on experience, but I did like, you always like, you have a different set of friends that are guys. Like you have the guys that can't get girls, and then you got like that one friend that can always get chicks, and he's a good looking guy, whatever. And I made that mistake one time.
Mm-hmm.
That did happen to me one time.
Well,
And like, I introduced him to a girl that I was talking to, and that did not go well. Like he ended up fucking her. And yeah, he ended up fucking her, dude. And it was like, we weren't together, but we were talking like in the beginning stages. But it was my fault. I know, like he's a dude that gets chicks, and it was my fault for bringing him around. And and it happened. Do I hold any grudges against him? No, but it is what it is. But it was a valuable lesson. It taught me.
Yeah,
It was like, don't do that again. Because you're basically inviting others into it. You know what I'm saying? Now, of course, Rick said, well, they can always go out and do it anyway, and that's fine. Let them do it.
Heard of that one
do it in your circle.
Yeah. Where I want to, who sings that one song? I forgot, but they said, "Mr. Still Your Girl." I forgot what group that was. No, that was Chris Brown.
Chris Brown.
Yeah, Mr. Still Your Girl.
Bottoms up, bottoms up.
Bottoms up, bottoms up.
Yeah, I know that song. That came out, what, about 8 years ago?
Yeah.
I want to say about 8 years ago, maybe 7, 8. I wanted that was a good song, by the way.
Yeah. But yeah, guys will do that if they found your girl attractive because they.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, it happens, it's a learning curve.
Guys want to one up other guys. It's just what it is.
Oh yeah. I mean, at the end, girls do it to each other too.
Yeah.
Women do it. I want to say women do it more behind closed doors.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense.
Do you know who 8 Camel Toes is?
Yeah, I know who he is.
Yeah.
He
said you got simped.
Oh yeah, I'll admit that happened. It's on me. I hold accountability. I said it was my fault.
Yeah.
But I said that because I was going by your point to like when you're talking to somebody, unless like you're married, baby mama, you're living together, like if it's something serious, you never like in the beginning stages introduce them to your friends because you just never know if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes very good sense because you don't want to do that. It says Daniel says it's possible to give up dating to focus on developing yourself. Well, you have to develop yourself in order to have the confidence to date again. Because if you don't take the time to, develop and work on yourself, then you're going to keep getting played by other people.
Rick says, can guys take advantage of men? Not in the essence of money, but in the essence of like free rides, pay for my meal. I ain't never got no money, bum type of shit. Yeah, then yeah, in that case, yes.
Mm, and
But or sometimes dudes will like a guy will be friend with you because he
mhm.
thinks he's better than you. He like puts you down or makes it seem like he's better than you, you know? And those guys, those type of men you got to be careful of. Like when when it's men in your circle, when you got a guy that thinks he's better than you, he's
Mhm.
going to do some shit that's going to make you feel beneath him, and therefore it's a power thing. It's like a
Right.
mind fuck. And that's
Yeah.
why you got to not associate yourself with like a guy like that. If I was having male friends, I had
Mhm.
one male friend that was like that. That guy right there.
Uh-huh. Oh,
Like he
wow.
used to belittle me, make fun of me, and we were friends. Like we were cool since all throughout we were childhood.
Mhm.
But the whole time it was an ego. Like it was his own ego saying
Mhm.
he was better than me, and I he felt like he was doing me a favor by being my friend.
Mhm.
I didn't think of it at the time. Young, dumb, and naive.
Mhm.
But then after I graduated high school and started thinking of these, I'm like, yeah, that motherfucker was just he wasn't using me for money, but it was an empowerment. I was like feeding his ego, basically.
Mhm.
And sometimes you have to be very careful,
Right.
you know, if that makes sense.
Right. It makes perfect sense. Absolutely. Because I have met guys that were in their egos and whatnot, and sometimes I have to shut them down because you know,
Hey, lady still says she was a simp for a guy once. What about you, Diamond Princess? I don't mean to put you on a spot. Have you ever been a simp for a guy? Have
yeah.
okay, would you like to share?
Wouldn't say they were, in my adulthood, but I would say that, during my early teens, I used to chase boys that,
What about your
have the
20s?
same that didn't have the same feelings for me.
Okay. Not in, what about your 20s?
My 20s, yeah, kind of, but then I ended up stopping because it wasn't worth it. Yeah.
You're telling me you haven't chased a man in a while?
Yeah, because I didn't have no reason to. If they're coming up to me, then what's the point of me?
Oh, okay, got you. So
Yeah,
you're letting the dudes just come up to you. Got you.
yeah. Hmm.
But there's not that one guy that knows how to manipulate you.
No,
Not
no,
one.
no.
Okay, that's cool. That's good then. That's a good thing.
Yeah,
Because they always say that there's one person that knows you inside out and they know how to.
lady, still. Oh my God, you gave him money.
Damn,
Damn, girl, he
lady
played you.
still.
Oh goodness, girl, he played you.
Lady still's a good girl. Yeah,
Yeah.
I had a homegirl one time. Um, she was telling me that she was giving some dude money in jail. I was like, what?
What? Oh,
Yeah, it was like some dude she was fucking,
I heard
and he went to
about women
jail.
doing that.
And
Yeah.
she told me she was sending him money in the commissary. I'm like,
Hmm.
wow.
Yeah, I heard about women uh sending men money and
Mm.
in jail. Actually, in
I've
jail.
never had it like that.
Have you ever heard of? I heard it's Love After Lockup. Have you seen
No,
that?
what's that about?
It's a program where they people find love in people that's in like lockdowns, like in jails and stuff like that. They found love.
Interesting.
Yeah, these people have like hardcore criminal records. They been like, and I was like, oh no, like why? What have this world become into?
And she was sending him money.
Yeah.
Wow. Damn, motherfuckers got it good like that. Shit, his dick game must have been on point.
Well, I don't know about that if they having sex behind
Oh yeah,
bars.
that's right, because he is in jail.
Yeah, but when soon as they get out, um, I I heard of this one story where this one white lady was with a black guy. He got out of penitentiary, and he moved into her house.
Okay.
And I was like, wait a minute, like, what? So what is he going to be doing while he's there? Because it seems like he has no goals, no aspiration. He's just there to have like a roof over his head. Like he's not doing anything to make money and bring it into the household. Like,
Damn, that's crazy.
yeah,
Unless
I
he's
don't
selling
like,
dope.
huh?
Unless he's selling dope.
Probably that's the only way he probably could do that. And the same way with guys, they find women in prison.
I've never really.
Yeah, guys are starting to do that now.
Holy fuck. Well, I mean, I heard of the online shit with the OnlyFans and all that. I didn't know they did the prison shit too.
Yeah,
I know I have heard of the online relationship scams.
yeah,
People posing and shit as like someone, and then the person falls in love with them and they'll send them money and stuff. I've heard of that.
yeah.
Wow.
There are guys that you have to see the episodes. There are guys that do that too.
Wow, that's
Uh,
interesting.
Joe Montana asked me, am I into K-pop? No, I'm not.
What the hell is K-pop?
Korean pop.
What is that?
Well, it's actually pop music in Korea where they just speak their language. And have you ever heard of BTS?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're a Korean pop group.
Holy shit, I didn't know that. I
Yeah,
didn't even. Wow, that's interesting.
but they're the most popular K-pop group in the world out of all the K-pop groups that came out and and all that stuff. But I don't listen to Korean pop because they speak in their own Korean language, and I just can't understand what they're saying. So I just don't listen.
So Samantha says, "How are the guys in Cali?"
Um, you got your average guys, and then you got your bodybuilders. It depends. Because there are, guys that, I would say, most of the guys in Cali are average, and there are like, a few here and there guys that are, attractive, bodybuilders and they're physically fit, but hey,
Okay.
hmm
So like, are you in the dudes from Cali? Like,
they're all right, there's different, you got two sides of Cali. You got the Southern California where, there's beaches and, you got all
I've
Hollywood.
been to Southern Cal. Beautiful.
Yeah. And Northern is more like tech. The tech.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So you got those two. So it depends on where you go because we got our own culture spots in different parts of California. You got your countryside with the rednecks, and that will be like in like Palmdale, Lancaster, uh, Bakersfield. Um, what else? You
So
know,
what's in Bakersfield mostly? I got a friend that's from Bakersfield. His name's Brian Hooks. He's
it's
an
a
actor.
small town. Bakersfield is a small town. It's really like a little country to it. You know, it's a small town. A lot of rednecks. So.
Sounds like my place. Yeah, put me where all the ain't shit people are. I mean, put me where all the lame motherfuckers are at. That's where I want to go.
Yeah. I forgot the word is one city is close to Lancaster as well. Dang, how can I forget my cities though? I probably don't visit there that often because I don't like desert cities. I really don't.
You
Because
know?
it's boring. It's really boring. You have to have a vehicle. It's spread out. Um,
You
it's
ever
not.
been to Long Beach?
Yeah, I've been to Long Beach.
Beautiful there.
Yeah, it's really nice. Long Beach is really nice.
I
And
like
it's
Manhattan and Venice Beach.
yeah.
Ain't nothing but a bunch of damn stoners over there. The hippies. They were over
Yeah.
there in Venice Beach. Every one of them was fucking high as a kite, man.
Oh, can you highlight Joe Montana's comment on the very last comment?
All right.
He asked me, "Do you think K-pop has changed the dating scene for Asian guys? Have you seen more Asian guys with non-Asian girls?" I've seen some here and there, but just to say, I think most Asian guys stick to their own race mostly, because that's all they know is to their Asian girls. I want to say I can't really speak because I'm not an Asian guy. I can't really speak for them. But there's Asian guys that are in relationships, but they're mostly with other Asian girls.
Oh, okay. And that's what you see
Yeah,
in California?
yeah, uh huh.
And you're from Southern Cal, right? You're like, you live in, you live right in LA downtown, or you live in the surrounding?
No, I don't like living in downtown. I tried.
Okay, so you live on the outer
Yeah,
suburbs.
yeah. I can't stand downtown. It's
How far are you from Long Beach, give or take? Driving. Like, how long would it take you to get there?
um,
An hour and a half.
it depends on traffic, but if it wasn't traffic, I would say like 30 to 40 minutes.
Oh, that's what's up. So do you go to Long Beach often?
No, I don't. I don't. I don't.
So you're not a beach person.
I am a beach person, but I don't go that often because I don't like the ocean.
Do you like Asian guys? Would you date them? And we're from, where are you from? Because I'm from OC. What's OC? Orange County?
Orange County, yeah. I would, because I had Asian guys been attracted to me before, but they're really shy.
Really?
Yeah, they're really shy. They don't, because when you're not a part of their culture and you're someone different, it's kind of hard for
There's
them.
like culture barrier.
Yeah, that culture barrier. It's not like they cannot speak English. They can, but it's kind of hard to like say something like, "Oh, So it's hard to step up and tell the girl, "Hey, I would like to hang out someday and chill and." Or something like that, or I like to, ask you out because they feel like most Asian guys feel like, they were going to get rejected because,
Hmm.
in society, Asian men are at the bottom
In the United States.
in the United States, but
But in the
economically,
world, they actually have the highest marriage rate.
highest marriage rate and they're economically, financially, up there.
Yeah,
I'm
they have a 17. Rick said that most Asians have a 17% out of wedlock rate before marriage, which means they're
not,
getting married then having kids. So they
yeah,
have a 17% of Asians are having children before marriage, which that's good. Those are good numbers.
yeah,
That's damn good numbers. That's damn near perfect. That's damn 83 score on the test.
yeah.
That's a damn good stereotype. I'll
He
walk
asking me
proudly.
all kinds of questions, Joe Montana. Do you like Asian guys? Would you date the? Oh, no, hold on. We already answered that. What Asian celebrity do you think is cute? There's not too many Asian dudes that are on TV. I'm gonna be honest with you. It's kind
Asian celebrity you think is cute? Samantha, you want to take a shot at that? I sent it to your Facebook. Name some cute Asian guys so I can.
I used to like Brandon Lee when he
She
was
said Brandon Lee is cute. She just basically said the same thing you just said, Doc.
yeah, but he passed away, so I guess that dream is
She
out the
said
window.
Jet Li is cute too.
Jet
Oh,
Li, yeah. Who else? The guy that was in that one movie, I forgot. He was so cute and he was Korean. I
Samantha
haven't
said, of
seen
course, she
him.
loves Bruce Lee. She
Yeah,
said if he was alive, she'd date him. Damn. Okay, Samantha.
mhm. There was this one Korean dude. I forgot the name of the movie. He was Assassin. It's that I haven't. It's called Assassin. So yeah, he was cute. And there
Okay,
was yeah.
Mountain Dew. The new zero
Mhm.
sugar is out. It's called raspberry lemonade, and I'm not a Mountain Dew fan, but this damn raspberry lemonade zero sugar is damn good.
Jackie Chan, I don't find him that attractive. He's one. I don't
Oh,
find him.
my auntie has
He's
a big crush
funny.
on him.
He's
She had a big
funny.
crush on Jackie Chan when he first was in
Uh-huh.
not Rush Hour, before even before Rush Hour.
Oh my goodness.
In the early 90s, she had a big like she told me back then in the early 90s I had a crush on him. I'm like, oh shit. She told me that like 6 years ago.
Yeah. The 90s was good. I'm not gonna lie. Oh my god.
Whoever was
It
the
was
girl
my
that played
life.
Chun-Li, she was hot. Chun-Li. Whoever the Asian woman that played Chun-Li, oh my god, she's gorgeous.
I don't I heard of her, but I don't know who she is really. Um the 90s was a in my opinion a good era for me as a child because we had good sitcoms, we had good like you know uh we had a good time as kids. We played outside more. It was more like less technology back then. Yes, we had computers, but we didn't have cell phones that were Android. They were like regular flip phones. So you weren't like that distracted, back
Mm.
then. Everybody was living in reality.
Okay.
Now it's not like today when people like, are on their phones and, texting and all that stuff.
Rick said, have you ever met any YouTubers, Diamond? And if so, who would you like to meet? Like, is there a number of people? Like
I
anybody?
like to meet you, Cam. I really want to meet A Bomb. He's close by. There's this other YouTuber that I like to meet too. There's a lot of YouTubers I want to meet, but probably like, and they live in California, but it's kind of like um, how can I say it? It's possible, but it's impossible.
Samantha said, have you ever had anybody recognize your voice in person from YouTube?
Nah, no.
Or
Most of my subscribers are in different states.
Yeah, I've gotten that.
Yeah.
About maybe since I've worked at Walmart, man, I got like four people that
Close.
confirm
Yeah.
me to me. I know who you are.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, he's saying I'm acting stuck up now. I'm not acting stuck up.
No, he said he was just kidding.
Okay.
He said favorite 2000s, my favorite 2009. Oh, Rush Hour, Vietnam Spy, and the Green Berets was hot. Oh, yeah. What makes a neighborhood great?
When what makes a neighborhood great when people look out for each other and
Oh,
have
yeah.
each other's back. That's what make a neighborhood great.
Oh, absolutely.
It don't have
Absolutely.
to be like a neat,
It don't
well
have
to
to be an
do.
uppity scale neighborhood, but it's got
Yeah,
to keep.
but yeah, we gotta have each
You
other's
know
back.
when you're driving through the hood, or you know when you're
Yeah,
driving through fucking Shitsville, and you
yeah,
know when you're driving through an uppity middle class neighborhood, you'll know the difference.
yeah.
Big time. Like where I used to live in Harlan Clark, nothing but gang infested, nothing but fucking dope dealers, nothing but a bunch of prostitutes
Hmm.
and shootings and all that shit. Trust me, you know the big difference.
Yeah.
You know the big difference. And then when you come to these newer established neighborhoods, of course that all may change with the riffraff we've been getting in. But when you're in an upscale neighborhood, let's say you got a gated community like the one I stay in, and you ain't got nobody giving you problems,
Mhm.
you know the big difference. There's a big difference.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
Donovan, the early 2000s were good too, but the 90s, oh my gosh, like that was my best childhood.
Mm. So, have you ever had any like YouTube crushes when you first got on YouTube? Because I don't know how long you've been on YouTube.
I've been on YouTube since well, I first discovered YouTube since 2012. I
Okay,
became
so have you had any crushes throughout those years on any specific YouTuber?
oh no, no.
I'll tell you my first crush. I used to have a crush on Vantame Anime Freak. She was a,
Um,
Hispanic chick that dressed up in she dressed up in cosplay. And the reason why I knew who she was because she used to
mhm,
like I used to paint my face in Texans
mhm,
colors and do the logo. And she said, "Hey, cool design and stuff." And I was like, "Yeah, I was, painting my face back in like 2015, 2014.
mhm,
And I used to paint my face like half blue, half red, put the Texan logo and all that shit on there. And she used to tell me like, "Where'd you get the paint from?" And I showed her the shopping in New York because that's where I got it from. It was a little paint shop in New York, and like clowns use it. It's called theatrical paint. And it's not like finger paint, face paint you buy at the store and those like little like things, and it's got the little circular things with green, red, and all that. It's like actual legitimate paint. Like clowns use it. It's like thick paint. And so I would paint my face and stuff, different designs. And I don't do it anymore, of course. It was just like a small trend that I did back then. But I remember she told me, she's like, yeah, I'm gonna order my paint from there. And like I just thought she was a troll, but when I looked at her channel, I looked at her avatar, I'm like, it's kind of cute. Like, hold on, let me click on this real quick. I clicked on it, and all her videos are cosplay. She dresses up in like Street Fighter characters, Mortal Kombat, whatever. And her name is Fantame Anime Freak. I still remember that name. And she was beautiful, man. She was like, I think half Hispanic, half Asian, and she dressed up in cosplay. And I had the biggest crush on her for the longest time. I mean, I knew I was never going to meet her, never fuck her, but it was just one of those things where you're like, man, she's extremely hot. And if I ever had a chance, I'd fuck her. But you know, I mean, let's just keep it 100 with you. And she said, hey, I ain't into the whole long distance dating thing, but if you ever come down to San Diego, I'll fuck you, come fuck me. Oh, best believe I'm in San Diego. I'm gonna take you on that offer. But she would go to Comic-Con in San Diego because that's where they have Comic-Con at. And she would go to Comic-Con out there. And she said, yeah, if you ever come to SD, let me know and we'll link up. And I was like, okay. But then we stopped talking shortly after. I don't know. She just got real big on YouTube, started getting all these followers and subs and stuff like that. And then from there, we just, you know, she never like would see my comments or anything. And then I recently looked her up. I don't know why, I was just bored. And on Facebook, I found her on Facebook. And like, you can't add her as a friend, but you can like her page, like a fan page. So I like liked and followed, and she would post videos of her in different like cosplay outfits. And I didn't bother or nothing like that, because it was like, this is years later now. But I just, you know, I liked it, liked her page, like a couple photos and left it. And that was it, you know.
Okay, so here's how I got, you know, when I first discovered YouTube, right? So when I first discovered YouTube in 2012, everybody was doing the new version of the Harlem Shake. And I was like, they bring it back. But first, I didn't know it was a new version of the Harlem Shake. I was like, oh, everybody's bringing the Harlem Shake back. Okay. And so I clicked on the video, and it was people just standing there, and the beat was going like do 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 do. And then do the Harlem Shake. I was like, and then they started, you know, doing these weird moves. Like, that's not the Harlem Shake. That's really not the Harlem Shake.
It was that's when, isn't that when TikTok started coming around?
I don't know.
That wasn't TikTok. It was just a challenge.
I think it was Instagram coming around, I think, maybe. But I was like, no, that is not the Harlem Shake. That's not the Harlem Shake that I remember. You know, and I remember people being offended because that, especially Black people, were like, that's not the Harlem Shake. That's not how you do it.
Wait, is the Harlem Shake an actual African American dance?
Well, Harlem Shake is a dance for everybody if you know how to do it. But the person that probably tried to do it, he probably didn't know how to do it. So he probably made up, you know, his own version of the Harlem Shake, and it became popular.
Oh, okay, got you.
Yeah, because it's all in the shoulders. It's all in the shoulders. It's upper body movement, you know.
Okay.
And you have to shake your body, and then you move your hips. I'm sorry, not move your hips, but your shoulders, you know, and all that stuff. But you know, this new version, I still don't like it till this day. I don't like it.
I don't think I like it either.
Yeah.
Man, it's a good damn stream. We had it going so diamond. So you never had like any crush on YouTube? Never in your whole time you've been on here?
No, because I was more, you know, interested in what people had to say than actually having questions.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, because I wanted to see more what's going on in the world, because YouTube was a worldwide platform. So I just, you know, was interested in what people had to say, what was going on during that year and all that stuff. But I will say that my favorite YouTuber that I was subscribed to was King Akira. I don't know if you heard of him.
Who?
King Akira.
Never heard it.
Anime voiceovers. So what it's not. So what it is that he does. It's mostly SMRs,
Okay.
and he plays your favorite character, and there's a person that he is talking to, which is mostly female, and basically this person is that he's talking to is supposed to pretend to be you with your favorite anime character. Let's say he does a voice over for characters like for Naruto, Attack on Titans. They're mostly male. They're mostly male.
Okay.
And he does voiceovers for them. But when I first discovered him, oh my god, most of these scenes were like rated R because sexual,
Of course.
yeah, when the characters will have sex with you and all that stuff. But I guess when the new community guidelines came out, I guess people had to take that kind of contact down because children they don't want children, but it's supposed to be 18 and over. But he posted all that on what you call it Patreon now. He posted on Patreon. It's all there.
So Diamond, are black women into Asian guys? Because he said he went on Meetup. I saw a bunch of black girls for Asian guys. Meetup started the black girls. Are black women into Asian men?
Yes and no. It depends on what black girl it is. If she's like open to like having a relationship with a guy that is as a different race from her, then yeah, she would be into Asian guys because she's open to different races of men, versus a black woman that's into just black men. Yeah. Michael Ray told me, Diamond, you like Samoans? Yeah, hell yeah, I love Samoans. Oh my god, they're big people. Oh my god, I love me a tall man.
Speaking of which, Samantha said, what physical features you look for on a man that you find attractive to, like just something that you want to go? I mean,
oh my goodness.
you want to take a stab at that?
I like a man that has like manly features.
Well, it's a start.
He has to have like a strong jaw, like kind of like a triangular, not triangular, but a square jaw.
What if his jaw pops out? I
just like guys with strong features. That's just me.
Okay, what physical attributes that you find attractive in a man that you're like, oh my god, he looks so good, or oh my god,
he has to be romantic.
Okay.
He has to be interesting. He has to, he has to like I want to say surprise me because I'm starting to hate surprises. Anyways, he has to be romantically involved, be concerned about my well-being,
Okay.
and I have to be the same way too, but yeah, so that's basically it.
Rick wants to know, have you ever been attracted to a guy that you weren't attracted to at the beginning, and if so, what got you to be attracted to him? Have you ever had that happen?
I'm sorry, what?
Have you ended up liking a guy that you didn't like at the very beginning? Like, in other words, you weren't attracted to him, you didn't find him attractive, but then later on you did. You ever had that happen?
Those are only like a few cases, but
well, I'm just saying, what in those few cases, what were the things that he did that when it made you like, damn, I'm actually attracted to him?
I don't think I ever had, you know.
I mean, I've done that before. Like I've had a couple of girls
Because
fuck.
if I'm attracted to a guy, I have to be attracted to him like right there and there. That's, you
So you're
know.
saying it's not possible? You can't be attracted
I'm
to
not
someone later?
saying that is not possible. I just, you know, don't I haven't, you know, met a guy that, you know, I was physically attracted to like that. Or had to change, you know, my
Okay.
preference.
How tall do you like your men?
They have to be either my height or taller.
And how tall are you?
I'm 5'5".
Wow. Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So he has to be at least at your height or taller.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Is hip hop destructing young people's minds? Absolutely.
Oh my God.
Absolutely.
I want to share this video because this guy, this Italian guy in New York, he puts it down like, you know, this guy
Okay.
tells
You want to
you
show the video?
hold on, let me show you real quick because he breaks down the facts about hip hop destroying young minds and you
You know,
know.
I had a Mexican guy, Mexican American. His name was Ben. I'll never forget. I worked with him at
Mhm.
Kroger's, and he used to tell me, "Why do you listen to rap music?" Because I used to listen to rap music back in the day, right when I was in high school. He said,
Yeah.
"Why do you listen to rap music?" I said, "Because," he said, what kind of music you listen to?" I said, "Rap, R&B." He said, "Why do you listen to rap music?" I
Mhm.
said, "Because I like it." And he goes, and the guy was like about 21, right? So he was like 4 years older than me at the time. He was like, "Rap music poisons the mind. Why would you listen to that garbage? You're
Oh
poisoning
man.
your mind." And I thought to myself, man, this guy's out of his fucking mind, right? But
Yeah.
then after I graduated, and now I look back, he was absolutely right. It does poison the mind. So that's why I don't listen to it
Yeah.
no more. So thank you, Ben, if you're watching.
Yeah, it does because I stopped watching it after, you know, because when I first started listening to hip hop, it was like pretty interesting. You know that song back in the day.
Hmm.
Back in the day, I used to
Hmm.
and, you know that song. I like it when they talked about, you know, their struggles coming up to where they, you know, are they're at today. But all it like today's hip hop, all they really know is to talk about, you know, bitches and hoes, get money, you know, slap a bitch, you know. There's no respect in hip hop. None at all.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, yeah.
You think girls are lying when they say looks don't matter, personality does? This is a question for you, Steven Diamond. Do you
Um,
think girls are lying when they say looks don't matter, personality does?
yeah, oh my God, you know when we're lying.
I will say this. I think that it's kind of a yes or no question. I think that obviously beauty's in the eye of the beholder, right?
Right.
And beauty's subjective, right?
Hmm.
What I may find as attractive, you may not, and vice versa.
Hmm.
That happens, you know.
Hmm.
Um, I think that I think that there is a such thing as like physical attraction because like in order to be attracted to somebody, there probably is something physically you like about them, and
Yeah.
rather it's their legs or their ass or whatever it is you're attracted to. Like
Uh-huh.
there has to be like something that lures you in, right? Like to a
Yeah.
degree. Um, but I will say that like in the special occasions where you find yourself being
Mhm.
attracted to somebody you completely had no intentions of ever getting with,
Yeah. Uh-huh.
that has a lot to do with their personality.
Yeah. There's his video right there.
Okay, how do I bring that on my channel?
You gotta click on it.
Okay, just click on it, right? Hold
Click
on.
on it. And then you have to put share.
Okay, so right click it.
What? No,
Uh,
you gotta go share on the bottom of your screen where your StreamYard is.
okay, hold on, let me look. Oh, like put it in the comment section.
No, 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 not in the comment section. You know where the icons right there, where there's a mute cam, start
Oh
cam.
yeah, yeah. Share, share, share.
Yeah,
Okay, just click the share button, right?
yeah.
Okay, so I hit share. Do I hit share first?
Did you click on the video?
Okay, let me click on it first.
Yeah, and
Okay,
it will show a separate screen, and you put share.
okay, yeah, yeah, because it's open in another window now that I clicked on it.
Yeah, and it
Okay,
should pop up on your
then
share.
hit share, right?
Yeah, it should pop
Okay.
up on your share screen.
Slot share screen.
Yeah.
Okay. um. Okay. I hit share. So what am I sharing?
The YouTube, it's supposed to say YouTube, and then it has the channel, the one you clicked on.
Mm-hmm.
It should have the YouTube icon.
Okay, let me look. Uh, share system audio.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, now let me Windows Chrome tab. Oh, well, I think it's the worst kind of music. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, got you. Okay,
Yeah.
now I click on it, then hit share.
Yes.
Okay.
There you go. That sounds.
Okay, that's it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now let me go back to comments real quick. Give me a second. And let me block this one troll that will refuses to like get off of my channel. Okay, so it's why I think rap music.
Mm-hmm.
And do I click play on the other one? Okay.
No, click on the video.
Okay, hold on real quick. Where do I hit the play button at?
Oh, go to the YouTube icon. Go to YouTube on your tab.
Oh yeah, view tab, youtube.com. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and then I hit play.
Yeah.
Okay, let me turn up the volume real quick and we'll see. Well, I think rap music is the worst kind of music.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, guys? In this video, I'm going to give you my thoughts on why I think rap is the worst kind of music out of all that's out there. Okay? So I know already many of you are not going to like what I have to say about this. Many of you are likely big fans of rap music.
I'm not.
And many of you will probably not agree.
I'll
but regardless of all of that, that's not for me to be concerned with. You know, my concern is to continue to do what it is that I am doing in trying to help other people and spreading out a message of positivity and growth in the right direction. So for a bunch of reasons, I'm singling out rap music as the worst, okay? And it's not to say that I don't enjoy some of it, more the older stuff than the current. But overall, in general, I have to stand on my position that I think it's very negative. And I'll tell you guys some of the reasons why. So the first reason why is because rap music, more so than any other style, has had the biggest influence on the people of our society in general. It's the most popular, it's the most accepted, and it has become the biggest of all different types of music. Okay? Now that in itself is not a negative thing. That's wonderful. The problem is that the music in itself and the creators of the music, for the most part, are not about anything positive. Not only not about positivity, but they're about garbage. Full of fucking negativity. What is rap really relaying to the people as far as the lyrics and as far as the message they're trying to convey? What is it? They don't know how to fucking act right. They don't know how to fucking be respectful men. They don't respect themselves. They definitely don't respect women. They're not about uplifting people. They're not about sending the message to others of being a good father, good husband, good family man. They're not about teaching people how to be financially sensible. It's the opposite. It's just burn all your fucking money. And they're about drugs and crime.
Facts.
And glorifying those things.
Facts.
That's the worst.
Facts.
And I'm about all the opposite of those things.
Facts.
I'm about respect. I'm about trying to teach young men how to be solid males and men.
Facts.
How to have honor. How to treat people with respect. How to earn the respect of others, not through fear, but through your own actions and through your words. Rap also, the rap culture, is also responsible, in my opinion, for so many millions and millions of young people, especially, who, for some reason that boggles my fucking mind, even though they're educated and know better, choose to dumb themselves down
Facts.
and talk in ghetto language. That's a big fucking problem. And it makes no sense to me.
Facts.
I'm the opposite. I'm not educated. But I go out of my way to become knowledgeable of as much as I can so I don't sound stupid in any conversation, in any context, with any person. But rap music teaches people, promotes to people, that this is how we should speak. Even when the rappers, I understand when they're young and coming up, but even decades later, they're in their 40s and 50s, and they still speak as if they've never received an education, as if they don't know proper fucking English. They don't know how to properly structure sentences and use words in the correct way. They do know, but they choose to continue to act in that way and speak in that way. Because that's their message in general. They're trying to promote that as being cool.
Yeah.
That is fucking garbage.
What?
Okay, you might want to cover the screen because you don't want to get a copyright strike.
All right.
Yeah, and you can play it again. So there should be like square boxes on the bottom. You want to
Let me
use
see.
one of those two.
Oh yeah. Picture and layout. Would it be something like? Wait. Let me see. Wait.
Yeah, something like
Okay. And press play.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Let's press play.
It's garbage. Nobody's benefiting from rap music. The women especially are being mistreated because the rappers, most of them, not all, are promoting treating women like garbage. Like women are whores and sluts and just to be used and never to be respected, never to be uplifted, never to be taken care of or to be loved. Again, the opposite of what I teach. So everyone, full circle here, is being negatively affected. I understand that there are many other styles of music that also have negative impacts. Certain types of heavy metal, certain types of devil worship music. There's all kinds of things out there. But the reason I'm focusing on rap is because all of those are very small genres of the industry. They're not having an impact like rap is. Rap is in everything we see now.
Yes.
The influence of rap music is everywhere. Everywhere.
Facts.
And I can't understand why. Why do people see this shit and not realize how stupid it is? Why do people look to these type characters? Most of the rappers out there now, I don't know these people personally. I don't even know much about them. But from what I see, they're fucking garbage. They're not about shit. They all use fucking drugs. They promote thug life, but being fucking uneducated, sounding stupid,
Facts.
dressing stupid. That's another thing. The influence of the way they appear is negative. Dress like fucking men. Sagging pants, baggy ass clothes.
Facts.
You just look stupid.
Facts.
And you don't get respect for that. Carrying guns, acting tough when you're not. It's all negative. So the average rapper today is a fucking drug user, junkie, but also now something that has changed dramatically from years prior is now they're also homosexuals. They're also gay. And they're promoting that shit. And as a result of their huge influence on society, so many other people now think that it's okay or even fucking cool to be gay. They have no problem with it. So please, guys, tell me, as you're disagreeing with me and shaking your heads and saying I'm wrong and fucked up for saying this, please do fill me in and tell me what positive contribution rap music has made. And you can go back as far as you want. Tell me. There are always some among the majority who I will single out and say are good and do have positive messages. But overall, it's not. It is not. So think about what I've said. Tell me, please, if I'm wrong. I would love to be educated on this and to learn better. But in my opinion, from what I see, everything I've said here is true. So I hope you guys enjoyed this, and I'll talk to you next time. Thanks. Hey, what's up, guys?
Oh
yeah, yeah.
that dude, this man, I just subbed to him. I love him.
Yeah.
I subbed to his channel instantly. My friend Ben, it reminds me of that. Like, he just tells me, why do you listen to such garbage filth? Like, I just told him, well, I listen to a lot of NWA and all that. He's like, doesn't matter. He's like, nothing's positive about it. He said rap music poisons the mind essay.
It does, yeah.
And then he would tell me his name was Ben Guerrero, never forget. Short guy too, short little guy. And he used to say, he said, do you listen to Mexican rap? I said, yeah. He's like, well, then stop. I was like, okay. And he goes, because even that's trash. He said, don't listen to rap music. There's nothing positive from any of it. It has no positive outcome.
Reggaeton.
Like, he was just telling me that all forms of rap is garbage. And I never really believed him until now. Like, growing up now, I despise rap music. I hate rap music with a passion. Let me tell you why I hate it. That's not just from what he said.
Mm-hmm.
Like, people say, well, there's other forms of music that promotes sex and crime, and you don't say nothing about that. But here's what I say. Do you see a bunch of people running around committing crimes, sagging their pants, and then reciting something from a rap song? Then let's say if you heard a country music about some Nazi, like something about Nazism or something, like you ever, like, you know, them old racist country songs. Have you ever seen somebody commit a crime while reciting something on that song or imitating that song? No. But you see that a lot in the rap music. You see a lot of people imitating the rap, the lifestyle in which the rap brings.
Mm-hmm.
And because it has a heavy influence, like you see people say stuff like, I'll pull up. You hear that out of rap songs.
Yeah.
She twerking, she doing this, she doing that. All that is being recited from what? Rap music.
Right. Joe Montana has a question for me. Diamond, what is this beef black girl have with black men? I heard them saying shit about you guys. So what's going on?
I think he must say what's going on. Between, there's like a gender war between black women and black men.
I don't really like, to be honest with you, I think that with black women, they're retaliating against what black men are saying, because for one, black men, drag black women through the mud for over like a past decades or so, calling us ghetto, calling us hair hats, calling us single mothers when they're making us single mothers and whatnot. It's just all retaliation against, the manosphere that are pushing this narrative and trying to, downplay on black women. And now that black women are, seeing other groups of men, now black men are, trying to threaten black women with violence, saying that other races of men don't want you. But, as women, we already changed our minds. We already decided that, it's best to, see, other races of men. As we, go on our dating and, and other things like that. But, I wouldn't call it a beef. I just, what I call it is, people that are, I wouldn't say misunderstood. That's the wrong way to say it. I would say that there's people that, that needs to grow up and act like adults. That's all, that's all I'm, trying to say here.
I think it's just a lot of like internet bullshit just to sell or to create controversy, just so that way people can, donate or subscribe or, it's like a race hustler. You got Colin Kaepernick, he's a race hustler. Tariq Nasheed is a race hustler. And so it even if like it wasn't the majority of black people that are pinned against each other, they're gonna say that to make money.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
It's all a money,
I
thing.
still think that the number of black people who date out is a small
Mhm.
percentage, and
It
that really goes for like every race. Because if you look at like most people stick with their own race, that's about 90%. Now
Yeah.
I know predominantly in the United States they like to promote a lot of race related issues such as
Mhm.
like interracial dating or
Mhm.
they want to promote like the race card and everyone's racist and holding each other down. But if you look at the rest of the world and you were to compare, like, do compare or contrast,
Mhm.
like even if black men and white men were dating out, if
Mhm.
you were to compare them to every other race, they'd be a very small minority of people
Yeah.
dating out. Like even if they were the majority of men who dated out, but if you compared them to every race, most men stick with their own. They would be like
Right.
a small speck of all the races of people who don't date out as much. I
Mhm.
still think interracial dating is a very small fragment of people.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
I think because anytime like you're dating out of your race, you're talking about cultural, you're talking about having to break boundaries and learn like about somebody else's ways of life that may be in different churches. In a line, that's a very uncomfortable thing. A lot of people feel very uncomfortable having to step outside their element. That's why I say it's a small percentage of people that are actually doing it.
Yeah, some people they don't want to take the time to learn other people's cultures.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's a lot harder than it looks, you know. I mean, yeah, you may go and bang a couple of chicks that are black women, or if I said, yeah, I banged a couple of black women, but that doesn't really mean anything.
Mhm.
There's a big difference between banging one and marrying one and learning one's culture and ways. And I'm not saying it's not impossible, but I'm saying it's
No,
not easy.
it's not because
Yeah.
that's why they teach us in school different cultures of people, so we can actually, get to know one another.
Like I remember this Indian girl used to like me and we used to talk.
Oh yeah, I love Indian food.
Real
Oh
cute
my
too. She's an
god.
international girl.
Hmm.
We started talking. But let me
Love
tell you something.
Indian
When I
food.
went to her house and I had to meet her old man, this is when
Hmm.
I was in college. We were both in college. And when I went to meet her dad and to meet her family, right?
Hmm.
It was the most awkward situation I've ever been in my life. Them motherfuckers would not budge. Let me tell you something. They don't want that race mixing shit, bro. And you can almost sense it the minute you walk in through the door. I didn't have to shake that motherfucker's hand and knew he didn't want me there. But they were just like, what the fuck is this dude doing here? You know what I'm saying? And it's nothing personal. Like you can sit here and say it's racist, whatever you want, but the facts are most people date within their own tribe, their own group, and they don't want no outsider shit fucking in their shit. And it's just that's natural mentality. And but like over here in the United States, they teach you, well, if they reject you, it's because they're racist. But if you look at other parts of the world, they go based on more of a nationality argument. And they're like, no, this is our nationality, this is our culture, and we don't want this guy or this woman coming in here disrupting it. And honestly, I can understand to a certain degree why they would feel that way about an outsider,
Hmm.
you know, doing that. Now, does that mean that every outsider is going to do that? No, but I don't blame the parents for feeling that way. Absolutely not.
Here's the thing: even Africans don't want to mix with African Americans
Oh,
because,
Africans and African, like especially Nigerians.
yeah,
Most Nigerians, I know they can't stand Black Americans, dude. And
yeah,
I'm not saying I agree with it, but I knew Nigerians, and all they did was talk shit about Black Americans all day.
hmm,
I knew one I did a job for one time. I was fixing his house up, and he was telling me I don't want any Black Americans like working on my house because they're not known for hard working. I'm not saying I don't believe it or do or
yeah.
don't believe it. This is what he's telling me, and he said I don't want any Black Americans working on my house because they're lazy and they're ungrateful, and I don't want to deal with them. I just said okay, fine. Like that's all I said. Most of them, the workers are all essays and stuff, whatever, But he was just telling me flat out, I don't want no Black Americans working on my house.
No,
Like,
I can't.
and you know what I'm saying? Go ahead, Don.
We can't blame him because
Mm-hmm.
you know, like there have been stories that people had like African American males working in their house, and they ended up stealing shit.
That or they half-ass the job and want to get paid.
Yeah.
Yeah. And again, I'm not saying it's everyone, but that's what I hear from the customers too. They complain about that shit. And like that Nigerian guy went off. Like Nigerians, they don't like Black Americans. Look, I can be honest with you. I work with a Nigerian, and that's all he. And look, I don't even encourage the guy to say this shit. He says it openly, like just amongst us. And he told me I don't really get along with Black Americans. I said, okay. Well, I didn't say nothing. I'm not saying he's right or wrong. That's what he told me, and I don't get it all into the breakdown. I just said, okay, you know. He said most of my friends are from other races or they're within the people in my group, and I just said, okay. But yeah, but to go to your point, a lot of Black Americans and Africans do not get along, and I thought that was a stereotype. Like, that's not true. But whoa, was I wrong? You know, when I actually started meeting some of them. And I was like, damn, there's a little truth behind this. Like there's another example. Like they say that like a lot of Puerto Ricans and Mexicans don't get along. I don't want to know if that's true or anything, but I've heard stories on that too. So, especially like the Puerto Ricans that are up in the NYC area, like a lot of Mexicans that are down here don't like them. I don't know why, but that's an issue. Then Cubans allegedly don't get along with certain groups, and so you hear that this type of stuff, you know.
Yeah. I believe that Puerto Ricans see Mexicans as lazy.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, there's all different types of groups that don't get along, but the point is to go back to me and Diamond's argument is that most people usually stick with their own race because it's easier.
It's easier. It's
just easier. Like for example, if like to me personally, I'm American of Mexican descent, as Kim would label it. Fine. I lost my culture, don't speak the language, so I consider myself a white Anglo-Saxon American according to my definition, technical, even though I do have Mexican descent in me. My mom speaks Spanish. My father's a white Jew who speaks Spanish, okay? Who's half Jewish, half Hispanic, and he speaks the language, has lived in Mexico. My mom speaks the language. Her father's from Mexico City, her mother's from Beaumont. In Texas, a small town. They both speak Spanish and speak Spanish well. And they know the culture, stick with the culture, and it's you know, my grandfather was he was in the Korean War. He served under LULAC. He marched with the original Black Panther Party when it was about integrating two racial, you know, like the separation of black and white. This and fighting against that. My grandfather marched alongside with the Black Panther Party and LULAC. They were fighting for Hispanic people rights. And then they had the Immigration Act in 1964. And I go, so my grandfather was one of the original guys that fought. They even named a school after him. You know, he died in 2007 from diabetes. But the whole point to the whole thing is that not usually most of the time people stick within their own race. And why I brought my grandfather and all them up is because, you know, like me, I would probably have to date an American woman because it's probably more familiarized with how my lifestyle is. You see what I'm saying? Like, in other words, you got Diamond Princess standing here. Diamond Princess is Ethiopian, correct?
What?
Aren't you Ethiopian?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
No,
you're American, but you've had a lineage of family from different.
No, I never have family.
No. Okay, so she's American. Okay, even better. Okay,
I know, I'm Native American.
Okay, so Diamond's American. Okay. Now let's say there's a girl from Pakistan, Yusala. I used to know a girl named Yusala, Pakistan. Okay. There's another girl from India, and then there's another girl, let's say from Ireland, and another girl from maybe Britain. And then let's say there's one from Mexico. And you're probably looking at it and say, okay, well, who's the hottest one? Pick that one. But it's not that easy. You have to look at your options. And I say, okay, so I'm looking at my options. And the only options I see that are probably most likely going to be the best fit for me in terms of how comfortable I would be is either to date an American girl, so that would be Diamond, or to date the girl in Britain, because I probably would have a little bit more familiarity with, you know, that would be the closest kin to American would be a girl from Britain, probably a little bit more familiarized with Western culture, this and that. So that would, to me, would be the path of least resistance. Not having to learn a culture, not having to learn another language, not having to learn about what their family's beliefs and all that are, and to possibly pass up any sort of bullshit fucking, crap that I'm at to deal with. My best bet is to probably roll with Diamond or the girl from Britain. And that's just based on my, situation right now of not being too familiarized with other cultures. Now, if let's say I was multicultural, let's say I was like my grandfather. My grandfather's from Mexico City, okay? And my grandfather, so that girl I said from Mexico, now he could probably date her. Now, let's say there's other girls from other countries down there, he could probably date them. See, he would have more of a broadened options because he knows the culture and he knows the language, he knows Spanish. So that helps right there. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Let's say if you're like Shakira speaks like what, 5 languages?
I know that.
Yeah, she does. She speaks Portuguese. She speaks Spanish. She speaks English. I think she speaks Lebanese, if I'm correct. If I'm wrong, but she speaks 5 languages. And I think she speaks German or French, one of the two. But she speaks 5 languages. So
I think it's French because
okay. So she knows 5 languages. Okay. Now you're gonna say, well, Shakira's a woman. That's not really fair. You can't compare that. Okay. But if you know 5 languages, you don't think that's not going to expand your horizon? Like you don't think culturally, spiritually, the language, the art of the language, what is the best way to communicate in the heart of somebody is their fucking language. If you could speak their language, you're some white boy that walks in fucking Ethiopia and speaks 8 different languages and they understand what you're saying. You don't think you ain't got a chance to date some of those women down there? You gotta be kidding me.
Yeah.
They wouldn't even see you as a white boy anymore. They would almost see you as one of their tribe because they say you took the time to learn the language, you took the time to learn the culture. So how would they not want to accept you in unless you're a dickhead? But if you speak the language, man, the language is a universal language of love, man. If you could speak somebody's language, you know how much that carries, how much like strength that carries. Like brothers aboard travel. I'm not saying I think he's a cocky, arrogant prick, but he knows Portuguese and he knows Spanish, and he speaks English and he speaks all of them pretty well.
Don't get me wrong.
That's credit right there. Like, okay, cool.
Like, don't get me wrong. I love different cultures of food. Like, I love Ethiopian food. You cannot get me away from Ethiopian food. I like Korean food. Oh my God, their ramen noodles, bomb. I like Japanese food. I like Chinese food. I like Mexican food. I like Indian food. We're multicultural in California. So we have different mixes of, different cultures here. And I am learning about each and every one of them, because this is something that, I don't have to learn them. It's just that I'm interested in learning because it piques my interest. And
and it helps a lot because you can reach out to people you couldn't reach out before. If somebody don't speak English, but you speak their language and you're bilingual, man, winner, chicken dinner right there.
Yeah,
it's common sense. They're like, oh shit, I can communicate with this guy. And you're like, all right, so people respect you. Who's that one white guy that has a YouTube account, and this guy's always speaking? He speaks Mandarin. You ever watch him? He'll go to like these little like Chinatown areas, and he'll pretend like he don't know the menu or nothing. Then he'll just start speaking Mandarin, and automatically they start giving him free shit and stuff.
Oh man,
that's a white dude. It's him and his buddy. Like they lived in China for a year or two. They learn Mandarin and they walk around, pretending they don't know English, and then they'll just start speaking Mandarin.
Yeah,
and then, dude, they're giving them free shit. The girls want to date them from over there, and it's like that's just from them knowing the language. You see how powerful that is right there.
That's
knowledge is power. So if you can learn a language, man, from whatever tribe that is over there, which is not easy, but if you can obtain it, man, you're gonna like that. Really helps a lot.
I like French food too. I like Italian food. Like, I just like different cultures. Donovan, he said he's half black, half Mexican, half white, and half French.
That's what's up. Yeah.
That's what's up,
Okay, so let's read this one question here real quick. Diamond, what do you think matters more, girls' race or looks? You think most girls rather date an average guy or their own race or a cute guy of another race? Wait, okay, so the question is, what do you think matters more, of a race or looks? Do most girls would rather date an average guy of their own? So, Diamond, would you rather date an average looking guy in your own race or a cute guy of another race? I guess that's what he's saying.
Oh God, these questions.
That's a good one. I think that's a good question.
I like guys. Don't get me wrong. I think most girls should stick with their race of men for the most part.
So you think guys date out more?
Guys do date out more than women, but I think for the most part they usually stick with their own culture because it's like we said, it's more about what you know. And
well, okay, so
it has nothing to do with a person's what their race are.
Okay.
But don't get me wrong, there are people that are racist and they do tend to look at race, but it for the most part, in my opinion, I think it's more like a cultural difference.
Well, honestly, I mean, I don't mean to sound politically correct, but I mean, if you're gonna date somebody and you date somebody in your own race, that's you're probably, even if they were all right looking, you're probably gonna do that because that's the norm,
right?
But would you rather date a cute guy of another race or an average guy in the same race? Diamond.
Oh my goodness!
If you had to just shoot one. Just answer it.
I'll go with the more attractive guy because I like good looking men.
Okay. All right. Well, then there you go. I guess coming from a man's perspective is I'll probably take the average chick of my same race if it meant that I didn't have, if I was too lazy to break barriers. Because I'm telling you, when you got to meet her parents, that's not easy, dude. And if her parents are very old school, and oh God, good luck with that. Like that Indian girl, I'm telling you, so those Saudis, like I know it's Middle East, but those countries, they don't play with that shit, bro. With outsiders, I'm telling you, they're very strict. And like Pakistanis, Indians, now you might get some Americanized one that may be a little lenient, but if you're talking about people from those countries, bro, good luck. I wish you the best, because when I'm telling you, you're gonna be walking through piles of shit to try to impress them. And at the end of the day, you're probably gonna be tar and feathered. It's not easy because
these guys going to other countries, they they're not there to marry the woman. I'm not saying every guy that
of course not,
but they're going out there just sleep with women. They don't.
But let me ask you this though: if dudes are traveling to Mexico to sleep around with the girls, okay, fine, right? Okay, but you think the men in Yemen in Saudi Arabia are going to allow you to go over there and do that? No. You think the men in Pakistan and India are going to allow Pookie and Ray Ray and Tyrone and Chad and Tekashi 6ix9ine? You think they're going to let them walk in Karachi, in the capital in Pakistan, and bang their women without some sort of fight kickback?
No, I don't think,
bro.
I don't think
that's all I gotta say is good luck. I hope you have fun.
I don't think in Latin America they don't allow it too, but they always promote going to Latin America.
Latin America and America are next door neighbors, so I get the relations between the two, and there's a business behind it. But let's just say the men from Yemen, or if you go to Yemen or Qatar or Saudi Arabia, and you think you're going to go over there and you think you're just going to be banging their women, you got another thing coming. Because these motherfuckers will kick back. And I'm just saying, I'm letting you know, when I was dating an Indian girl, she was Americanized. Well, no, she was a foreign exchange student, right? But she was a little bit Americanized. She was younger. Of course, that makes sense. She was around my age at the time when I was in college, first in the college. But her parents, very old school. very traditional, and they only wanted an Indian guy. And let me tell you something. If you guys think that you're just going to prance on into that house and you're just going to be like, I'm just going to be digging your daughter down, what are you going to do about it? Let me tell you something. It ain't as lenient as it is with Latin America, where there's a little bit of tolerance on that to a degree. But you ain't going into an Indian family's home and you ain't going to be Pookie and Ray Ray in front of their parents. I'm telling you, they're going to shut that shit down. Let me tell you something. And I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. They chased me out the fucking house. You think I was gonna? And look, this was when I was dressing still a little hip hop-ish. You think they was gonna let Tekashi 6ix9ine walk in there and fucking talk shit? No, them motherfuckers chased me out there. They chased me out the goddamn house. And trust, I knew I wasn't welcomed. I knew from the minute I shook her dad's hand, I wasn't welcome. You're not part of my tribe. Get the fuck out. That's just square business. But in the United States, they want to say, oh, they reject you because you're racist. No, it's because that's tribal, man. I respected it. I respect her parents for doing what they did because I was just trying to bang her daughter anyway. I wanted to date her. Sure, I liked her. But if it didn't work, I would do the friends with benefits. But that they don't like that type of shit in their house. They don't want that westernized crap in their house. So they put an end to that. That one dinner date, that was the end.
That goes the same with women too.
Mm-hmm.
Like if a guy brought home a woman and he's like, let's say for instance, he's from Pakistan or whatever, and she's from Africa. You know how people in the Middle East, they some of them are racist over there.
Yeah, but I mean, it is what it is. I call it tribalism.
Yeah, it is what it is.
I call it justified tribalism.
But you should see how they treat the Indians over there.
Okay.
Yeah, but
hey, still
regardless if they're racist or not, they don't want the tribe mixing. And people been doing that for generations because they don't want the culture to die. They want the culture to remain
let me look. I'm just gonna keep it 100 with you. When her parents chased me out, I wasn't even mad about it. I said, look, I understand why you're doing it. If I was their parents, I'd do the same goddamn thing.
Yeah.
You think you want somebody from another race coming in and then I'm banging your women, dude. They're not gonna tolerate that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. There's let's move on. There's an I Love Lucy movie coming out on Amazon Prime.
Okay.
And to be honest with you, the casting, I don't like it. Don't get me wrong. I like Nicole Kidman as an actress, but in this particular movie scene, I don't like her in it because she looks so weird. Like, for real.
Ladies, still, what's your Facebook? Because I need to send it to your Facebook. Sorry about that, because she wants to get on.
Oh, she wants to get on?
Yeah, Lady Still. She's cool. She's real nice. She's a sweetheart.
Oh, okay. It's called the Ricardos or something. The Ricardos. Yeah. I'm going to show you the trailer, and you will know what I am talking about because they like. I'm sorry, they look so fake. It's like nobody took the time to pick out actors and actresses to actually play, these real life people. They just threw something together and said, this is what it is. It's like they didn't, like Hollywood are not taking their time like they did, back in the 90s. You can watch the trailer for yourself. I was so disappointed how it looked.
Yeah, Lady Still, I just sent you the link. Make sure to keep your cam off for the trolls.
Yeah.
All right, she's on now. Okay, Lady Still, what's good?
Oh, hey, what's up? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we
we can hear
yeah.
you.
Diamond, this is Lady. Lady, this is Diamond.
Hi,
Hello.
how are you?
Hey, how are you today? Well,
I
tonight.
am good.
That's good. That's good.
So, Lady, you said you simped for a guy
I said,
once.
yeah, it was for my ex-boyfriend. He was basically down and out a whole entire relationship. Our relationship, I talked to a couple of my guy friends, and and they basically said he was a charity case. I was like, damn. I really was a simp. Basically, I would buy him clothes and everything like that because he couldn't afford it. Even though he had a job, I'm like, you got a job. I never questioned anything.
And how long ago was this?
This was a year and a half ago.
Oh,
We
girl.
broke up. Yeah, it was pretty bad.
Oh, girl. So you just started to divest from that behavior, huh?
Yeah, well, yeah, it was bad. Yeah, we broke up like a year and a half ago.
Oh,
Okay,
I'm glad you got out of that toxic relationship.
Yeah, it was pretty much like him bouncing from house to house.
Oh no.
He
Oh.
never, yeah,
Oh.
he I've kind of felt like he needed help. I mean, which he did, but it turned out that I was investing in him more than he was investing in himself.
Yeah, here's the thing. Since it's the new year and we're in 2022, don't ever do that again. Like,
well,
if
you
a
learn from
man
your
is not,
mistakes, you know.
if a guy is not investing in you, then you shouldn't invest in him because the guy is the one that makes the first move. He makes the first offer. So if he does for you, you do for him. You know?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, just yeah, have you made a 2022 revolution, or you rather keep it to yourself?
My New Year's 22 resolution is to basically get better with my health.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I have cancer and everything like that.
Hmm.
Oh no, girl, I'm so sorry to hear that.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. I'm doing pretty well, but my New Year's resolution is just, continue to do well with my treatments and everything.
Yeah, cancer is a bitch. I tell you, we lost a lot of people on this earth due to cancer.
Yeah, it's
You
really
know,
bad.
Did they say how you get it, or
They it's a sarcoma, which basically it started like I got a tumor in my leg, and by the time they took it out, it already spread to my lung. So now I have like little nodules in my lungs, in which I'm working on with chemotherapy.
is it working?
Yeah, it somewhat a little bit. I have to get new. I might get put on a new treatment because some of my nodules grew a little bit.
oh yeah, you probably have to use different remedies to treat your cancer
And
because
it's a rare type of cancer too. Sarcoma is a rare type of cancer.
oh wow. I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully, you work things out because we hate to lose, another good soul off of this earth.
Yeah, it's I'm getting better. I recently had to go to the hospital though because my heart rate was high,
Mm,
nausea, couldn't keep my food down and everything like that.
yeah,
Now I'm out of the hospital and I feel better.
yeah. Work on yourself, girl. You were you know. I know you were, you was trying to help dude and all that stuff, but you really needed to help yourself. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. The more I start investing in him, I
Hmm.
started divesting in myself, meaning I had to start like I wasn't working on myself.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
my mom is like, what are you doing? Like you need to be focused on yourself. And she already knew that he was using me. And of course, me being stubborn, I'm like, Mom, no, he's not. He just needs help. He's trying. and that boy was not trying. He knew that.
Yeah.
He knew damn well. Anytime he messed up, I'll always come to the rescue. I was like,
Did,
can't play, can't cape, can't cape.
did your doctors put you on any vitamins or anything?
I take multivitamin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you need that. Try one a day women as well. You know,
Okay.
yeah, because that will help you with your bones. You know, it has all the calcium and all the fibers. Just don't take vitamins though. Just go on one a day because it'll help you with your bones.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, you ladies want to answer this question by Joe Montana? Diamond, who do girls like, popular, famous guys, even if they're ugly? Why do girls like popular and famous guys, even if they're ugly?
It's I think it's the clout you can get off of them.
And the money.
I think a lot of these.
Yeah, money. It's mostly money because
It's like why are you
tell you
sleeping with Danny
something.
DeVito? Because there's money.
Yeah, because girls like to be taken care of. Let's keep it real. When a guy has, when he's rich and famous and he has status, a woman wants to be a part of that because let's keep it real. Women like to be taken care of. Most men will say like, "Oh, it's gold digging," but guys who say those type of things don't have money. Okay?
Exactly.
So
you can't really blame a woman either for wanting to move up economically and financially, right?
yeah.
You
Look
know?
at Tristan Thompson. This another baby mama. I hate to say that. Another.
I heard about that.
He stayed leaving a trail of baby mamas.
I know he and she's gonna get it back. She's gonna get it back. And he fought so hard to deny the paternity test about the baby and all that stuff. It was about to come out until he decided to, oust himself out. And he knew he was going to get in trouble. But, knowing Khloe Kardashian, it's going to be up to her whether she wants to take him back or not. And I hope she does not.
I think she'll take him back. But here's the thing, though.
Mm-hmm.
And it's nothing personal. Look, this ain't a personal attack on Khloe or the Kardashians, but let me tell you something. And I'm gonna say this, they're not exactly saints themselves.
No, they're not.
Kim, Khloe.
Yeah. No.
I'm not sure about Kourtney because Kourtney was with Scott. He was single. Allegedly, they were both single. But Kim and Khloe are notorious for stealing women's men's away.
Oh yeah.
Like Tristan was already with another woman. Kanye was with he had already had another woman when Kim got involved with him. Let's keep it 100. These ladies were known for stealing and getting involved with,
and their friends, men at that.
So I look at it like now it's all fun and games until it happens to you.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden you're pissed off, and it's like, but you had no problem stealing them away from other chicks, though.
Right.
It's totally fine for you to do it. It's how does Washburn Billy say it? He says it's rules for thee, but not rules for me, but not thee. And I hate to say it, but we live in a society of people who live by that motto. I don't care if I do it, but God forbid you better never do it to me. And it's just like, no, that's not how
French Montana was with Trina when Khloe got with him.
The Kardashians are messy. Their whole name, their whole clout is based off drama. Kim Kardashian was with Kanye. He was with another chick before that. But see, the funny thing is you tell Khloe and Kim Kardashian that, they're completely oblivious to that. When you tell them, oh, well, that was different. Bitch, it ain't no different than when he did it to you, and it was no different when you were doing it. But all of a sudden now it's an issue. That's why
I don't feel bad for those ladies.
I don't feel bad for them either because they had no problem doing it to other women when they had men.
Yeah. So Kanye and Kim, they're competing with each other.
Did you hear that Kanye West moved next door to Kim? Now tell me that's not creepy.
Yeah, that's
he lived across the street.
He's
moved-
been up there dating Julia Fox, but he moved next door to his ex-wife. I think he's using that girl.
Imagine Lady Steeler Diamond, like Kanye moving across the street from you. You went on a date and it didn't work out, and you move, and he's just like doing a lot. Hey, I thought I'd move in next to you to say hi. You'd be like, what the fuck is this?
I would be creeped out for sure.
Yes. I would be like, you are in the Twilight Zone. No.
The thing with Kanye is that he's still obsessed with Kim. He wants her back so bad.
Kim ain't all that.
He's all that. You know, she's all that to him. So he's trying.
Two birds of a feather flock together.
He's trying so hard, but in reality, he's making it so creepy to the point where she probably has to move again.
She's probably gonna have to move again for sure.
Yeah. So I'm just like, no, I can't.
Yeah, and imagine if Kim's moving again, and then Kanye's, and then the U-Haul van, and all of a sudden Kanye has his, and he's like, hey, what a coincidence, we were just both moving.
Oh Lord. I would be weak.
Dude, did you see that one episode of Tales from the Crypt? It was I can't think of that one actor's name. He was a good actor. He played on Pretty in Pink. I can't think of his name. He ended up getting the girl at the end. Not Ducky, but the other guy. I can't think of his name. He plays in this episode where there was this really attractive girl, and she didn't notice him, and he was trying to get her to notice him. And then the landlord or whatever said, hey, I saw you eyeing that girl. Do you want her to notice you? He said, take this potion. He said, drop like one potion or something and mix it in her drink, and she'll fall at your feet, blah, blah, blah. So he basically goes to her house and says, I just want to offer you a drink. And she's like, okay, just one, you got to go. And then he poured the whole bottle inside of that wine. So when she drank it, you know, he's thinking, oh, well, shit, this didn't work. And then all of a sudden she throws herself all over him. And she's like, oh, darling, blah, blah, blah. Well, anyways, so he had sex with her, and he's thinking, oh, God, I got the woman of my dreams. And then it got like to the point to where like she would say, like she would lay there next to him as he's working. He's like, I'm working on the computer. She's like, I just like to stare at you. I'm just going to stare at you the whole time. And he's like, okay. And then like when he would go home back to his apartment, she would knock on there and she's like, I just decided I'm just going to move in. We could be together forever. And he goes back to the landlord and he's like, take the spell off. I want the spell to go away. He said, hey, goddammit, you said you wanted this, attracted this woman, and here you go. And then, so finally, the only way to get rid of her is to kill her, right? Because you know how Tales from the Crypt, if you guys watch the old.
Oh, yeah, I watched those.
If you watch the old, you know, Tales from the Crypt, there's always like a climax. Well, there's always drama and stuff. He puts poison in her drink. Somehow the drinks get reversed and he drinks it and he dies.
Oh, he dies.
And when he dies, check this out. He goes to heaven, or where he thinks it's heaven. He's in heaven. And he's walking up the gates and he's got his wings up and he's like, damn, at least I'm away from that bitch, you know? And all of a sudden she's like, Dan. And he turned around and it was her. And she's like, you killed yourself and I just couldn't go away without you, so I had to do the same thing. She's like, now we can be together forever. And he just started screaming. He's like, ah. And then the whole, like, you know, it showed the Crypt Keeper and he's laughing, roasting, and making jokes. And it was like, that Kanye West kind of reminds me of that shit. That episode. Where he's like, hey, you're moving. I just thought I'd move right next to you. What a coincidence. We're in the same neighborhood.
Oh, wow. This dude is so creepy. I don't know what to say. He just wants Kim back so bad. Like,
Kim do not want him back at all.
Just move on. She's with Pete Davidson now, and you know she's not even thinking about you. Right? Come on.
Did you hear that? Was it Miley Ray Cyrus that was hitting on Pete Davidson or dancing?
Yeah, it was at It was at one of those talk shows. I think it was Jimmy Fallon or something.
Mm.
It was like she sung "You Should Have Chose Me." I was like, "Oh Lord!"
Shit,
And
I
people
mean,
was just sitting there. That's very like awkward. Like, what are you supposed to do? Push her like, and she like she almost sat on him, almost sat on top of him. I was like, whoa.
Mm. Wow.
He can't just push her away like real hard in front of like all those people. That would have been crazy.
Yeah. That's yeah.
oh yeah, oh yeah.
Well, I have to go night, y'all.
All right,
But
I'm gonna kick you off, Diamond. If you still want to talk, lady, let's do it.
All right, what's up?
All
Bye.
right, kick you off, Diamond. Take care and thank you for being on.
Hey, but yeah, I saw a
Yeah,
part of
Rich said Kanye's one weird motherfucker. He parked right across the street from Kim, and he's even waving at her through as he's mowing the lawn. Dude, that's fucking creepy. You got to send me the screenshots of that shit. He said Kanye was in his underwear with a robe on, cutting the grass with an old fashioned lawn. You know, the one that spins.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was cutting the grass. Tell me that's not fucking weird.
Yeah, that's weird. That is weird. Now, I caught a part of y'all conversation where y'all were talking about like the gender war in the Black community.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I commented and I said basically it's because Black men blame us for everything.
Yeah, well, I mean, it goes both. I guess it's a lot of finger pointing, right? But honestly, if you were to ask me from somebody, and I'm not trying to hate or anything, I'm just going to give like a fair criticism. I think that this gender war in the Black community makes a lot of these social media guys a lot of money that really press it. But if you go outside of like YouTube, outside of social media, you'll see more Black people are with each other, because the most Black women I see are dating Black men and vice versa. Now, I do see an abundance of Black men dating white girls predominantly. I've seen a lot of that at Walmart, predominantly like customers. But then I've seen Black women dating white men too. And I've also seen Black women dating Hispanic guys. So I have seen that.
Yeah, I feel like outside it, like inside of YouTube and everything like that, the most vocal have been these men that basically said Black women ruined the community. Black women are having all these outside babies, yada yada yada. But my thing is, if it's a small portion, the majority are very silent and not really checking these dudes.
I don't think that majority of people get on YouTube like that. Even though you may see they have a lot of followers and stuff. But think about it. If you got 1 million followers, let's say like PewDiePie, this got, 60 million? You know how many people in the world there are? 11 billion people? 60 million is a small percentage of 11 billion. So that's why I'm saying that I still think, even for these YouTubers who got 500,000 subs, 20, in our minds, we think, oh, that's a lot of people. But in the world's population, it's a small number. And if you count how many people or sub but no longer watch videos, if you took all that in the equation, people with bot accounts and stuff, I'm sure that those numbers are very less than that. So it's just, in this realm, it looks like a big deal, but if you go outside of YouTube, it's not really that big of a deal. Like, people are not going on YouTube like that. They're not going on social media like that. They may go on their Facebook. They may go on these dating apps like Grindr and Tinder, but they're not fucking on YouTube like that. You know,
Yeah,
that's just my personal opinion on it.
Yeah, I feel you. You know, I kind of look at our Black community like, you know,
I heard Rich said they called the police on or they kicked him out of a store. Kevin Samuels.
Oh, really? They kicked Kevin?
Yeah,
Samuels?
he got kicked out of some store, or somebody recognized him, didn't like him, and they made him leave.
Oh, wow.
I mean, Kevin Samuels, he's a funny guy. Don't get me wrong. He's just like a race hustler, just with black women. He's just a hustler, man. I mean, that's all you got to look at it like Colin Kaepernick. He's a race hustler.
Yeah,
I may not agree with his content, but he hustles off of it. Give him props for that. You know,
Colin Kaepernick is making more money off of what he's doing than ever before.
You don't even have to so much as touch a football to make money anymore.
Yeah, he says he wants to play football. I don't think he wants to play football.
I think that dude's done. But I do think he can make more money off of race hustling. Which that's what he's doing. It's the easy thing to do. I mean, Tariq Nasheed, he's the same way. You got a lot of these race hustlers here, you know.
Tommy Sotomayor,
yeah,
O'Shea.
And Tommy Sotomayor, he's with the black woman, ain't he? And he lives in what, Denver?
Oh, I'm not sure where he lives.
The thing I don't get about Tariq Nasheed, and you know, I don't understand about that guy, is he promotes a lot of like pro-black, you know, like ADOS content, where it's black Americans come first before any other group, like outside of the United States. And I get that, you know, I sort of understand where he's coming from in that, because he's saying like blacks from other countries don't support black Americans. And like, I get his point. And I'm not saying that that's not, you know, he doesn't have a point, you know, of, you know, wanting to wait in line. It's your turn to pay for your items and go sit down and eat. But at the same time, well, if you feel strongly about that, then why don't you live in a black community? Why do you live in a Hispanic community or white community? It's one of the two. But from what I'm hearing, he doesn't even live in a black community. That's like LeBron James promoting pro-black, but he lives in an all-white community. To me, I don't get it, but okay.
A lot of them, what they'll do is they'll sit there and they'll preach. But once they get their money, they move far away from black people as possible.
I think the problem, he's divorced. Shit, I didn't know Tommy Sotomayor was divorced. I know he was with the black woman. Didn't he have like two kids with her?
Yeah. Tommy Sotomayor got two kids by two different women. And Kevin Samuels is divorced. Kevin Samuels is divorced twice.
I think he's had 2 divorces or something like that. Yeah, that guy's and there's some alleged allegations of a man sleeping in the bed. Y'all, I don't know if y'all know about that, but like,
I heard that.
There was another whole prison dude up in the bed, in his bed. There's something a little weird about that. I mean, I'll leave it at that. I mean,
yeah, he said
they were like, even if he's gay, he's still like talking for straight men talking points. I'm like, I don't know about that, but okay. I mean, but hey, if that is true, he's making money off of that. So I mean, give him credit where credit's due. He's
y'all still watching him.
Yeah, people are still watching him. People are still, making money off of doing it. And it's I guess it's easy to make money off the internet, you know, than it is to work in a regular job now. Or maybe that's just me, you know.
Yeah, getting a whole bunch of donations and everything. Yeah. Kevin Samuels be calling gorgeous women average. I'm like, what is this guy talking about? This woman is gorgeous.
Yeah, I suspect he's on the down low too, which is nothing wrong with that. I mean, if that's what he is, that's fine. But I don't know. I think it's weird. I mean, that's his personal prerogative, I guess, you know.
Hey.
So, ladies, still are have you been dating lately, or what's going on with you?
No, I actually haven't really been dating. I have to I don't know. I just have to focus on, you know, myself.
All right, so let me ask you.
I wish to date.
All right, so let me ask you a question. Are friendships free? Since you're already on here.
Are friendships free?
Yeah, is a friendship free?
Monetary wise, like, you're not obligated to pay for a friendship, but when it comes to wasting my time, like, I treat friendships how I treat dating. Don't waste my time in a friendship. I invest my time in a friendship. So I
All
treat
right.
regular friendships how I would treat dating. Just
So
don't
what
waste my time and be real.
so what are your thoughts about online friendships versus in person? Like what do you think of online friendships? Do you think that exist?
Oh yeah, they do like pen pals and everything like that. Or like if or say if like your friend moves out of state and you keep up with the friend.
Okay, so guys you associate with on the internet that you never met in person, would you consider that a friendship?
Um, More like associate, but if you talk, like for instance, the TTC, the
Yeah.
majority of those guys are my associates. But I talk to a couple, but I'm friends with a couple of them outside.
So like would you consider meeting someone in person? Like let's say if I knew you online.
Uh huh.
So we would be considered acquaintances or whatever you want to call it. But let's say I met you in person, like I'm like, hey, I'm in your area or something. Let's hang out and I don't know, get a burger and beer.
Yeah,
Consider that a friendship after that, or
I'd be like, hey, we hung. I'd be like, hey, we hung out. But like, say if like, but like, if we talk outside of YouTube, then I consider that more.
of a close knit friendship.
Mm.
Okay.
Yeah, but if you have a certain closeness with someone.
All right. Let's see. Have you ever had any friends try to have you ever had a friend betray your trust? Like
Yeah,
besides your ex, have you ever had a friend betray your trust in the past?
yeah.
Like girlfriend, guy friend, what? Both?
Both. Yeah.
Okay, so you seem like a really nice, genuine person. What do you feel like people take advantage of that? Of
Oh
your
yeah.
kindness?
Oh yes. Yes.
Oh yeah. Because like my friend Rick, who I talk to on Facebook, because I'm live streaming on Facebook right now, he tells me that he has a super nice personality and people tend to try to take advantage of him because of that.
Oh
Do you
yeah.
feel that way about yourself?
Oh yeah. People tell me I feel that way about myself, and also people tell me about that. My mom was like, "You got a good heart." However, sometimes people will take advantage of that, and so did my aunt said that to
And
me.
doesn't it suck that it's always the nice people that, like they say, bad things happen to good people and
Yeah.
good things happen to bad people? Isn't that weird how life plays out like that? Like, I'll give you an example. Like Henry Ruggs. Maybe he may be a bad person, may not. But he made a bad decision going 140 miles an hour, drinking and driving when he knows he has free Uber service to take and was trying to impress this girl driving at high rate speed in Vegas and kills. Remember, the Raiders kicked him off?
Yeah.
And then he hits this girl, her car sets on fire, and her and her dog died. And
Wow.
and like the thing is that girl is a pretty decent person. Like you go into her background, she had a decent background. They were talking about how she was a foreign exchange student and she did all this and that, and she was an animal rights activist and blah blah blah. And she didn't deserve that, right? So she died,
Yeah.
right? For something that wasn't even her fault, right?
Yeah.
And here he is alive and well, attending his court dates, making sure his piss tests come out with no alcohol in it, blah, 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 ankle monitor. And unfortunately, and I told everybody this, be prepared that he's going to get the same thing Dante Stallworth got, which was time served. I can see it a mile away. The dude's got money. He's stacked with money, and he's going to pay for high-priced attorney to get him out. It goes to that. You got other cases too, but it seems like to me it's always good people that the bad stuff happens to, and it's like if you like even for drunk drivers where they run and kill somebody, they run into a car
Yeah.
and kill somebody. Notice how every time that happens, the drunk driver always survives. You ever
Yeah.
notice that? And it's
Oh
always
yeah.
innocent people that die, and it's just it's crazy if you look at life in a like, okay, I'll give you another example. Enron, back in '99 when Enron fell, and that was here in Houston, big company. And remember, when I had to do a book report on that. And I remember that all the COOs were spending all those pensions and all that and stealing money from people who worked there for 20 years. They were supposed to retire, get a pension, and those guys were defrauding and embezzling money and stole all that money. All these people never got any of that money back, right?
Yeah.
So some of these guys got prosecuted, but when it had a video like where are they now? Almost every one of those guys that got arrested, they're back as COOs for another company.
Wow.
Making bread. And it's crazy how all those people that lost all their money, they don't get any of that back. They don't get their pensions back. They don't get none of that back from that Ponzi scheme. They got screwed. And all these people have families. They had families to feed. They had a retirement. Imagine working for a company for 20, 25 years and your boss was screwing you out of your own pension.
I'd be pissed.
Your whole livelihood. It goes to my point. Bad things always happen to good people. It's crazy how that vicious cycle seems to spring its head out all the time. You go to work, you notice at your job that hard work doesn't pay off anymore. Like you can bust your ass, work hard for a company, it means nothing. But you got lazy motherfuckers that somehow always find a way to stay with the company and get promotions. Not all the time, but a lot of the times. And it's like you see all this. What the fuck is this? And it's just like it's crazy how we reward bad behavior. Like I've said this before in many videos. Like we as a society are a glutton for punishment. We reward bad behavior as a society. I can guarantee you Henry Ruggs is going to get off.
I hope not.
I see it happening. I think he'll get time served. But if not, he'll get maybe a little 2-year pat down sentence, which ain't nothing.
For taking a life.
And then think about it. Like you'll hear these high school shootings or these school shootings. Guy goes off, kills 30 people or something. And they'll dig into a story and say, well, he has mental illness. He was bullied, this, and that. And I'm not saying that it may not be true. But those 30 people that died never get to see justice half the time. It's crazy how the world is. Like, it's crazy how we reward bad behavior.
Yeah, it's really honestly a shame.
It sucks that nice people like you can be taken advantage of. Like, imagine an 80-year-old couple that got ripped off by some online scammer that called them and ripped them off. You hear stories like this on the internet.
Yeah,
older people are really vulnerable. At night? Huh?
Yeah, older people are real vulnerable to getting.
And it's sad. Like I'm thinking, how can you sleep with yourself at night knowing you scammed some old lady out of the rest of her life retirement savings? Like, how do you sleep at night?
Yeah, it's some people are into that like type of lifestyle. Some people are into that scamming business, that scamming game. It's awful.
But isn't it crazy how we live by the motto, bad things always happen to good people?
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate.
He said, Washburn Billy said, at least get 6 months of food and water, folks. Shit is here. We've already stocked. I've stocked up on about 3 or 4 months of food already. We got extra cans and everything. Jet bags of chips. We got emergency food and emergency water on standby. That'll probably last about 4 months, but we could probably up it a little more.
Hey.
Damn, lady, still I kept you up late, and I apologize for doing that.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. I was getting ready to tell you I'm going to hit the head.
Yeah. I'm about to get up out of here, too. I'm going to kick your ass out.
All right, much love.
I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm going to let you go, and then I'm going to talk to these guys for a little bit more. But you take care, all right? All right, Lady Still is out of here. I mean, I was going to ask her some more questions, but fuck it. I mean, she wants to go to bed. I could tell she was tired. Oh, yeah, Washburn Billy, I'm definitely going to have to stock up on that shit, bro. This was a good stream tonight. Another good stream. Oh, look, there's my favorite troll right there. Let me block your ass real quick. Promoting that crap. You're out of here. And get that motherfucker out. God damn, you motherfuckers. You trolls got nothing else better to do, man. Why are you coming on my shit posting scam websites, bro? I'm just going to keep blocking y'all motherfuckers. Block, block, and block. Oh, yeah. You guys got to try this. Mountain Dew Zero. All right. It's strawberry lemonade. We got them at Walmart. We got the 12 packs. We got the bottles, and we got the cans. I got the 12-pack cans. Damn good. And I'm not even a fan of Mountain Dew. I hate Mountain Dew personally. I think it tastes like shit. You ever tried the Mountain Dew, the regular one? Tastes like a watered down Sprite. Nasty. But this right here, that strawberry lemonade is the shit. No. It's always good to be prepared, Washburn. Oh, man, I was just watching Clint Eastwood earlier, Rick. Yeah, I was watching Clint Eastwood. I was watching High Plane Drifters. I was actually watching like the shootout he had. The fucker was getting this. He was in the middle of getting a haircut too. Yeah, High Plane Drifters is my favorite of Clint Eastwood movies. He's more of a he does more of a supernatural westerns. John Wayne, True Grit's best film of all time he's ever been. I mean, he got other films too, but that's his best one. I don't know. John Wayne died back in I think it was 70, 69 or 70, somewhere on there. Or I think it's 79. Yeah. That's what stomach cancer does for you, man. Cancer sucks. He had stomach cancer. Oh, man, John Candy's the shit, man. I love me some John Candy. John Candy is the shiznits. Mountain Dew is high caffeine. Now, Mountain Dew sucks. I hate Mountain Dew. But this one's good. This is the flavor I fucks with, the raspberry lemonade. Clay's coming back tomorrow. Oh, I saw it. I heard about that. You hate getting older, Rick? So do I. Yeah. Hey, Billy, you still get on Facebook? Or I think I had you on Facebook, didn't I? Or unless you don't get on there no more. Let me see. I think I used to have you on here. I think so. If that's you, I just messaged you. Yeah, that is you. It said the last time you posted was October 29th. Oh, you don't do that anymore? Yeah, I'll send you my email, bro. Yeah, I'll send you my email real quick. Hold on. 1 second. Hold on. There you go. That's my email address, so just hit me up on there, man. You don't do that anymore? Yeah. That's fine. That's fine. You could do that. Yeah, I just dropped mine just there. Did you see it? Yeah. If you want to drop me your email, I'll write it down real quick too. Or if you want to just email me that, I got your email there. What's up, LA Original? Yeah, if you want, you can email me. We could chat on there. Okay, let me write that down. 1 second. Damn it. It's like this pen here. Let me get a better pen real quick. Gotta write this shit down. All right, Bill Brooks 84 at gmail.com. All right, cool. Yeah, I got your email written down. Let me delete it. Oh shit. Never mind. I gotta let me open up the damn page real quick. You can actually delete your own comment if you want. You can right click it and then it'll say retract. But otherwise, you gotta wait for me to upload the video again. Give me 1 second. Hold on 1 second. One second. Okay, hold on. I'm for some odd reason my chat's not showing up. Hold on. Give me a minute. Come on. No, I hate when it does this shit. Oh shit, it just showed up and I pressed the X button. Hold on. Let me one more second. Yeah, I just literally just pulled up, bro. And then I hit the X button on accident. Oh, let me click on it. Give me a second. Man, 7 likes, not too bad. I'll take that. 7 likes is better than nothing. All right, I'm gonna delete my email. Hold on. Remove. And then, of course, I think you just removed yours too because it's not showing up. Yep. You must have removed it because it's not showing up at all. Now I don't see it. Yeah. Yeah, you must have deleted it because I don't see it anymore. I know. And then the prices are going up on everything, man. Everything's getting fucking expensive, man. Shit sucks. Have you already stocked up? Washburn, have you already stocked up? Nah, Rick, can't really much sleep, man. I mean, I'm asleep probably about 10 minutes or so, just not now. I mean, there's a whole bunch of people right now that are online saying, we all need a vacation, Rick. Shit, you ain't lying. I need a vacation too, bro. We all do. We all need to deserve to get out. If hip hop is pedophilia, maybe. It was another good stream tonight. Another good one as always. Always put good streams together. All right, Washburn. Make sure you message me on email, and if you want, I'll give you my number too on email. You know, I don't mind giving it to you. No, you text me or whatever. You listen to classical music? Yeah, of course. I can listen to the sound of rain and thunder, or I can listen to the forest and just press play. I do this shit on my phone all the time. Just helps relax the mind, puts the mind at ease. Yeah, we might. They say another lockdown's coming. I heard. Hey, trust me, that shit worries me to death. You didn't get a chance to write it down? Okay, well, Billy, do you want me to send it to you again? I mean, I got yours. I already wrote yours down. I could just email you. Probably be in the morning. You can send me some stuff on there. I mean, either way, however you want to do it, don't matter to me. Oh man, I'm fucking exhausted. I don't want to say tired, just exhausted. Okay, I'll make sure to email you, and you can send me all types of stuff tomorrow. I don't know what you're playing. Oh, you're playing a guitar. Is that a 6-string? It looks like a 6-string guitar right there, bro. Oh yeah, I just did 3.5 hours on live streaming. It was a good stream tonight. Lady still came in. That was fun. Hey, El Mexicano 98, man. How you been, man? Tornado warnings. That's probably explains why we had the bad weather all day today. Shit was raining all day. I hated it. So it's a 6-string guitar right there? Ah, shit, not much, man. It's chilling, doing live streams. Nothing fancy. Wow, I can't believe I went over 3.5 hours, bro. With a live stream. It was good, man. Y'all guys got to go back and watch it. For those of you who haven't, see, it was good shit. Oh. A Washburn Werewood guitar. Damn. Damn, I can't believe it's already 2:17 a.m. over here. I don't know what I'm doing tomorrow, Rick. I'm off. Oh, I'm going to watch the football game. Texans and Titans. Last game of the year. That'll be tomorrow. No, I mean the only problem is yeah, I could do that. Yeah, I got to get Prodigal Hill. I like him, man. He's a good dude. Oh yeah, it does go good with a drink, bro. Oh yeah, Lady Still, she's a good person. No, but to tell you the truth, bad things always happen to good people. Most of the time. Trolls come on here sometimes. It just depends on the days and the times. Ugh. It just depends on the days. But sometimes there'll be a whole bunch of trolls will just coming out of nowhere. And they'll say some weird shit. And then you just have to block them. Would you have Marquise on your channel for one-on-one? What topic? Hey, Malik X, what's good, man? Me and you, Malik, we got to start doing some live streams together, man. I don't know. I don't know about what. I mean, How about them Cowboys? Yeah, I saw they whooped that Eagle ass today. Oh, you're a Cowboys fan? Well, hey, congratulations. Yeah, I try to get the best vibe. Not always perfect. Rick said, "Did you hear Kevin Samuels got kicked out of a store?" I don't know what happened. I heard about it. You know how social media is. Sometimes that shit's fake. I don't know. He probably did something to piss some woman off, and they kicked him out. Nothing surprises me about that guy. I don't have no beef with him. Do I think he's an idiot? Absolutely. But he's good at what he does. I give him credit for that. But you know, I don't know when you he made a whole nother video with a pic of you in his thumbnail. Are you talking about the one he made earlier, the one 13 hours ago? Let me see. Let's see what good old Marquise is saying now. Oh, let's see. What's my favorite troll have to say now? The Simps are the enemy. Interesting. You know, the thing about Marquise is, man, you know, the funny thing about that guy is that he lives by a motto, and this is a typical millennial thing. Rules for me, but not thee. He doesn't like to be criticized at all. Like, you can tell. Or if I criticize anybody and it sounds like I'm criticizing him, he gets upset. Right? So he likes to do the typical millennial, what typical millennials do, and that's live on victimhood. And basically what he's trying to say is, well, you don't have the right to criticize other men, right? So he tells me that. You don't have the right to criticize other men. But he has no problem criticizing me or others. Does that make any sense? No. I've never once told that man he couldn't criticize me. Never once said, hey, you can't criticize me. No, because who am I to tell him he can't do that? But a lot of YouTubers are like this. So it's not really a surprise. But millennials are typically like this the most. They don't like to take criticism, but they like to give criticism. What I'm just simply saying is that I don't have a problem with him criticizing me, you know, or roasting me or whatever he thinks he's doing. But when I criticize him, it's fair game. You know, like he likes to use a clip that I had done in a live stream about saying I haven't had sex in 3 years, right? But obviously he doesn't know that I troll. So for all I know, that may not even be real. But in his mind, he believes it. And he uses that clip against me, right? And he's like, you know, and he criticizes me for it. And I have no problem with it. You know, I let him think what he wants. But he gets mad at me when I criticize others, when I criticize other people, men and women. You know, and he'll say, well, you don't have the right to do that. But he criticizes me all day. So why the fuck? It's fair game. He says that I dick police too much and I criticize, I bash other men to impress women. I'm like, no, that's totally what I do is I criticize the guys on here that criticize women a lot. And I say, well, you're not any better than that, perfect than they are, which that's me included. You know, both men and women play the game. We both screw each other over. So let's just both cut the shit out, right? Let's just both be upfront and honest about our intentions. For some reason, that offends him. Because I was just talking to Rick earlier. Rick's from Honduras. He said, we don't do all this game shit in our countries. And courting's normal. When a man takes a woman out on a date and pays for a date, he said that's normal in Latin America. But for some reason in Marquise's mind, that's simp shit. But if you go to any other country in the world, that's normal. Courting is normal. Now, I don't agree you should spend $1,000 on a date, but you should spend, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 bucks. Nothing wrong with that. But according to him, that's simp shit. But not in any other part that's non-Western. They go by, that's traditional dating. Hell, his parents did that. That's just typical millennial behavior. I'm sorry. I don't mean to go by a generation, but that's a millennial thing. Now you say, well, Marquise is older than you. So what does that make you? Well, that makes me, again, some say I'm a millennial, like the back end millennial, and some say I'm Gen Z. Like I've tried looking up the definition for anybody born beyond the age of 96. And I said 97, beyond the age of that. And I'm like, okay, it shows up Gen Z, shows up millennial. So whatever you want to say, that's fine. But the thing is that's just typical millennial behavior, is to promote degenerate behavior. Like playing the game and telling them a dream and tell people what they want to hear. And this whole snake oil salesman tactics that he basically says that's normal. But no, if you go outside the United States, that's not normal. They don't do this shit, bro. That's facts. Only in Western culture do they do shit like this. Now, I remember I was talking to this one guy, and he was a friend of mine, and he was Chilean. His name is Antonio. Good dude, by the way. Him and his sister are real nice. They're foreign exchange students, and I made friends with them in college, and they told me they didn't even understand half the shit that was going on here. They just said that this isn't normal. Like they were telling me specifically that dating and courting is normal from their country. Like they were like, I remember Jasmine, his sister, was telling me specifically by the third date, usually we were already boyfriend and girlfriend by then. I mean, that's normal. But of course, in the United States, they want to promote this whole like fake it till you make it, fuck boy, fuck girl shit. That's not in other countries. Like that doesn't exist. But of course, you can't criticize him because then he gets mad. So I just let Marquise just make all the videos about me he wants to. He wants to call me an insult, fine. He's pissed off because I didn't let him my live stream on New Year's when I had Kim123 and all these other guys on the live stream. Marquise is in the background waiting to come in, which I was going to let him in. I said, do you guys want to let him in? Yes, let in Marquise. Okay, I was going to let him in. Okay. But him and Kim are talking shit to each other in the private section, the private chat, which is like when you click on the link, you're waiting to be buzzed in the back room. You got the private chat. They're talking shit to each other. They're trolling each other. We had a good stream. You got Maria on the stream. We had, it was me, Maria, Kim, and it was someone else on the stream. I'm trying to remember. I got to go back, but the stream was good. And the last thing I want is them two talking shit, trolling and taking over the panel. So I just said, well, why am I going to bring him in if this is what it's going to be? I might as well just not bring him in because it's going to mess up the flow of the channel and the direction of the conversation. I saw that coming, so I didn't let him in. So then he drops 2 videos and it's like, well, this incel right here. I'm like, dude, whatever. I mean, look, I'm going to be honest with you. He can say what he wants about me, but if he was so perfect, why would he have 2-3 divorces? I mean, I'm not bashing on him. Hey, he's married to the wonderful woman. Seems like he's doing his thing. But if you're so perfect, how do you got 2-3 divorces? I'm just saying that no one's perfect. That's all I'm saying. Oh, you're talking about what's his name? That idiot from what's his name? Kid Organic. Is he still around? Yeah, he accused me of flagging his fucking channel down. I didn't flag his channel down. I don't fucking mess with that dude like that. He did it to himself. He flags his own channel because you know why? Because he talks shit to the wrong people. I never once said anything about that man. I said to criticize him one time. He'll never let it go. Never let it go. Still to this day, he's still pissed off about a video I made about him 2 years ago. And Kid Organic still keeps mentioning me. And I said, dude, listen, it's over with. 2 years ago, bygones, bygones. Let's just let it go, okay? Okay, you roasted me a couple of times. You flagged my video. I know he flagged it. Then that's cool. I'll let it go. Then his channel gets flagged down. And he says, hey, Steven flagged my fucking channel down. No, I didn't flag that dude's channel down. He was talking shit about, who was he talking shit about? He was talking shit about another YouTuber, and that guy was a bigger channel. And I think those trolls from his channel came after his ass and flagged him. But he then blames me for it. I was like, dude, I did not flag your channel, bro. I didn't touch your channel. I didn't flag your channel, Kid Organic, if you're watching. I didn't, I swear. It wasn't me. There's dudes that made 20, 30 videos about me in the past, and I watch them all just to get shits and giggles. And I'm like, okay, that's a good video. That dude roasted me right there. That guy got me good. And I don't flag them because I think it's kind of cool. You know, I like people that got a different opinion than me. And even if they say something derogatory, I don't take it personal. You gotta have tough skin to make it on YouTube. You do. The Kid Organic flagged my channel. I know he did, but that's cool. It's over with. Bygones be bygones. But still to this day, he still can't stop mentioning me. Yeah, I already mentioned me in the last video he made, or 2 videos ago, sorry. That dude's entitled to his own opinion. But I didn't flag. He said, man, that guy's flagger. I'm like, dude, I didn't flag your shit. 2 years later, he's still thinking I flagged his shit. I'm like, dude, the person who flagged you was that last guy. The last guy that you were talking shit about. What was his name? It was another black guy he was talking about. And that guy had a huge channel. I'm talking about 1 million followers. And when you title somebody's name like that in your video, their trolls are going to come after you. So I knew that he was asking to get flagged. I didn't touch him. Then he talked shit about black women and they flagged his channel. That wasn't me. Yeah, he still blames me. I know, Rick. I heard he's still blaming me for all that shit. I'm like, dude, I got no reason to flag his channel. Kid Organic said on Twitter he wants to talk to you. Well, I'm right here. I'll send him the link right now if you go talk to him on Twitter then, Rick. And tell him to come in here. I didn't flag him. I got no reason to flag nobody, bro. People have made worse videos. Why would I flag a video? He was talking shit about my appearance. So what? But if he wants to come in, let him in. I'll let him in. I'll send him the link. You tell him right now to come in here. Because I didn't flag him. I didn't touch his channel. I didn't flag him. I didn't report him. Nothing. I don't know what happened to his channel. He's gone through at least 4 or 5 channels in the last couple of years. I didn't flag. I don't got no reason to flag his shit. I wish the best for him. In fact, I think some of his videos are pretty good. In fact, I'm gonna be honest with you, I think Kevin Samuels copied some of his videos. The music in the background, that's what Kid Organic used to do. I think Kevin Samuels copied some of his material, but of course, Kevin Samuels will never admit that. But to be fair, I think he did. Now, he talked shit about Kevin Samuels and titled his name. He could have flagged it, or his subscribers, trolls maybe. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did defend black women. And to a degree, I regretted it. Most of it. But I never flagged his channel down. So he accused Chem123 and me of doing it. I'm like, dude, I I can't speak for Kim. I know I didn't flag his shit. And I told him, I never flagged your channel, bro. I never once reported his shit. You see what I'm saying? I never once reported it. So if you want to get a hold, Rick, of Organic right now, go on Twitter. If he wants to talk to me, tell him I'm right now here. He come in here and if he's got proof I did it, tell him to show the receipts, because I know I didn't flag his shit. I got no reason to flag nobody's channel, bro. You could type my name on the search engine and people got videos about me, Kim, whoever. I just hit the like button. I don't even dislike the video. I just like the video. I'll watch it. You know, if it's good, I'll watch. If it's kind of corny, I'll watch a little bit, just leave a like and then go about my business. That's it. Well, I'll send him the link if he wants to come on here and I'll talk to him. But I didn't flag his channel though. Was this recent? Is this his new channel got flagged? I've never flagged none of his content. I've never flagged any of his content. So he can accuse me all he wants to. I did not do it. It was trolls. It was either trolls or somebody else he pissed off. I don't know. He didn't piss me off, but it was probably he might have pissed off somebody on the YouTube, because he goes at it with a lot of people. So I don't know. It could have been another YouTuber or somebody with a lot of subs that had troll accounts. But sometimes it's not the person that flags you, it's their trolls that follow them and they'll flag it. I never touched that dude's channel like that. I actually think he's kind of a funny guy. So if he wants to come in here, he can come in here. I'll be up for a little bit longer. Let's see what he wants to do. If he wants to talk about it, let's talk about it. But I know I didn't flag his shit. Man, if he's going to sit there and tell his subscribers, oh, yeah, you know, he flagged it, that was him. No, it wasn't me. I didn't do nothing. Yeah, that other guy accused Kim of flagging. That was the one from NY. The one that lost all that weight. What was his name? I can't think of his name. But he doesn't like black men traveling. That's that. But he's a black guy too. I can't think of his name. He was big, but he lost a shitload of weight. I can't think of that guy's name. God, it doesn't come to my mind. He's a funny guy. I just can't think of his name. But he thinks that, you know, you should date inside of your race. He's a black guy though. He's a black American guy. I just can't think of his name. Not Mr. Lauracio. That guy's corny. He's a P. Diddy wannabe. What's the guy's name? I don't know. Kim just made a video about him. I can't think of that guy's name. That guy's name doesn't come to my mind. I know he used to weigh a lot. He's a thin guy. He does a lot of interviews with the microphone and all that. He interviews a lot of women. I just can't think of his name. It's not coming to my mind. But that guy got one of his videos flagged, and he thought it was Kim that did it. And he was pissed. And I was like, well, I don't know what to tell you. I didn't do it. He's like, did you know Kim flagged my channel? I'm like, nah, I didn't know. I don't think he did it. Ask Nathaniel. There you go. Yeah, ask Nathaniel. Yeah, he had a video flag recently, and he basically went on his Twitter accusing Kim of flagging it. And it was like, it's either him or someone else in his clique. I'm like, well, it wasn't me. I didn't flag your shit, dude. I don't fuck with none of them like that, man. I swear I don't flag people's channels, man. I don't do shit like that. Like, think about it. Marquise has made tons of videos on me. Tons. A lot. He got a video called Simps Are the Enemy with my picture on it. Okay? I watched the video. I didn't touch it. He's made videos about me in the past. Some of them over a year old. I'm talking about a year old. None of those videos were ever touched. None of them were ever flagged. So you would see a pattern. If I was so sensitive about somebody making a video and critiquing me, which that's their right to do, wouldn't I flag all those videos and say, okay, I'm going to start flagging all those, or I would have flagged them the minute they were uploaded? No, because I believe that people have the right to speak their mind, speak their piece. I'm a good believer of that. So, you know, and I think Marquise actually acknowledged that. He said, one thing I'll give Kim and Steven is they don't flag. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly. I don't flag their shit, dude. I think Kid Organic's trying to start shit. He basically trying to get them to come to my channel, but it's like, dude, I didn't even flag your stuff, dude. So I don't know what he's talking about. But if he wants to come in here, Rick, and he's talking shit, let him come in here. Because I'm not gonna even curse the dude out. I'm just gonna say I didn't flag your shit. Simple as that. He's got his own content, his own following. He's got a way bigger following than I do. And his videos are funny too. He makes good videos, by the way. Sometimes I'll watch his channel when I'm bored. I got nothing else to do. I'll go surfing around, see, you know, what videos are kind of cool. And Ask Nathaniel even makes good videos. I don't flag his stuff. I think they're good people, man. You just have disagreements. That's YouTube for you. I think flagging is dumb as hell. I think it's pointless. I think there's no point in it. I think that people should have the right to speak their minds. I've always been a firm believer of that. Yeah, Maria's 24. Me and her are basically the same age. That's pretty cool. But I'll be how long ago was Ask Nathaniel got flagged? He claimed he got flagged a month ago. And he claims Kim flagged him, but I don't think it's true. The only reason why I knew, because Rick was telling me about this the other day. He said that Ask Nathaniel was bitching on Twitter about his channel getting flagged. He claims Kim did it, but I'm like, nah, I don't think Kim would do that. He said it was either him or somebody in his clique. I'm like, well, it wasn't me. I don't do that to people, man. Why do you regret defending black women? Well, I regretted getting involved. I do think that like we all should be held accountable for actions. I think men should be held accountable for their own actions as well. You know, like I talked about, you know, how we have a lot of like single parent mothers with children where the father's not involved. I talked about how men need to start being more active in their child's life. Now, I know there's always sort of X factors that I didn't include, like the woman doesn't allow her husband or ex-husband or whatever, ex-baby daddy to see the kids and stuff like that. There's you know, maybe the father passed away or he's in prison. And I know there's like certain like discrepancies, or, you know, you want to talk about there's different types of you know, things that you could say, okay, well, this is the reason why this guy's not involved. But then there's also a lot of guys that, you know, get these women pregnant without any repercussions of wanting to take care of any of these kids, and they just want to take off and ride in the sunset. And I just think that that's wrong. And then your kids grow up without a father, right? And even if the father and the mother weren't together, they could still work together and, you know, try to provide for the children to have a good, you know, good way of life. And I just think that it's, you know, that's kind of the ugly side to the hookup culture. Is it promotes people to be disingenuous. If that makes sense. It promotes people to behave, to react instead of act first. What do they call that? It just teaches people to be promiscuous. I think that's the reason why we have a lot of the problems we have today. Is because people are not communicating anymore, and people don't care. People treat each other disposable. And that's the reason why that we have the issues we have in this country, and predominantly in the dating scene. And then also when it comes to gender wars or the race wars or whatever, It comes from the fact that a lot of people are finger pointing and they're not saying, hey, you know, let's get together and let's solve some of these issues, because it's just it makes there's more money in the pot when you keep everyone divided. You know what I'm saying? You know, that sort of ordeal. And the reason why, if you could say, I regretted getting involved, you know, and just joining in on it, I should have, you know, assessed it differently, worded it differently, and, you know, gave a better perspective on it and try to look at both sides instead of just picking a side. I think that was my mistake. Now, do I get on some of Kim's live stream? Sure. You know, do we talk? You know, but if the difference is, if you actually go on his live streams when I get on now versus back then, now when I get on, I give like a better outside perspective now. Like when we talked about ADOS, I said, I can understand why Black Americans feel like at times like they're being passed up for opportunities, and they're allowing other groups to pass them up in the lunch line. It's like, you know, you're ready to pay for your meal, and other groups of people from other countries are coming in and getting their turn before you. And you feel like, okay, I'm an American citizen. I should be able to pay for my meal and sit down and eat it like everybody else. But when you have immigrants that are, you know, getting their turn first, I told them I can understand from that perspective. Well, where's my cut? Where's, you know, where's my where's my fair share? You know, like if like, for example, if you looked at, for example, like the Chinese got their reparations, right? The Asians did during the Chinese Exclusion Act. They got their reparations. If you look at Native Americans, they've got their reparations. If you look at the Jews, they've gotten more than reparations. If you look, other groups have got their fair share. Now you can make the argument Black Americans, you know, to a certain degree when it comes to the reparation argument. I said they should get something. And the only reason why I say that is because I've seen other groups jump in front of the line and get theirs. So why can't they get theirs? That's how I look at it. Now, if the Chinese didn't get theirs, or the Jews didn't get their reparations and stuff, then you can make the argument, hey, well, these other groups didn't get it. But if you see the Jews and you see the Asians getting their reparation acts, and you see the Native Americans getting their cut, then yeah, you're going to look at it and say, okay, well, then where's my fucking cut? I mean, yeah, you're going to be pissed off. So from that perspective, I get it. You know, imagine being in line and it's your turn to pay for your food, and you're hungry and you want to sit down and eat. And in the lunch line, everybody cuts in front of you. You're going to be pissed. You're going to be like, okay, can I eventually pay for my food so I can sit down and enjoy it? That's how I look at it. But in terms of the actual dollar amount, I can't give you an answer for that. That's where I'm stuck at. Do I think Black Americans should get reparation? Absolutely, for those reasons I stated. But the dollar amount, I'm not sure. I don't think you can put a price on it and actually justify what the amount should be and if it was a fair deal. You know, it could be $1,000, could be $500. I don't know what the price is. Maybe you can do what the Native Americans did, where if you can prove you're 1/10 Native American, you can go to school for free. You know, like they got like programs like that. Maybe you can include that in, you know, into it. Like you could do a stimulus check, like just something to where it says, hey, let bygones be bygones. And, you know, I understand it's not so some of you forget, but, you know, this is an agreement, or, you know, amongst the leaders of the groups, and this is what we came down to. This is what it is. This is not a black versus white issue. This is a lunch line issue. You're waiting in a lunch line to eat, and every other group that's not even American is getting their fair share. That's bullshit. The Jews have been getting reparations since the First World War I.
You mean to tell me we've been out of World War I for over 100 years and they're still getting their reparations? I think the Jews have been well paid off, and it's nothing personal. My dad's a Jew. You talk to my dad will tell you the Jews have been well paid off. They own most of Hollywood. They own most of our news stations. If you look at, they literally were given a free piece of land from the Palestinians. And my father's a Jew, and he's a Democrat, and he will tell you that that's the truth. He tells me this all the time. He said, look, I'm going to be honest with you. The Jews have already been well paid off. They've already received the reparations. They've gotten more than what they bargained for. They've benefited the most out of any other group. They've been given the most. They've been lended a helping hand for the last 70 years. Now, is this anti-Semitism? No. But let's keep it 100. The Jews have been helped for the last 70 years. I think it's time to take that pacifier out and tell them we've paid you off. It's over. It's over. Now, the Asians have gotten their cut, and they've taken it and they ran with it. The Native Americans have gotten their cut. They've gotten their cut, and they've gotten privileges to go to school for free. If they can prove their 1/18th or whatever that the fraction is, I don't know the fraction, but I'm looking at it from that argument, not a black versus white thing. I'm looking at it from the lunch line perspective. If I would be pissed if I'm standing in line, and let's just use an American debate. As an American, most of our jobs are being passed to foreigners, right? Won't you be pissed off to see a bunch of foreigners taking your jobs? And now we can make a debate on the types of jobs we're getting, and that's cool. But you would be pissed if you're American and you see people coming from outside the country that are given visas, that are given programs to get a government assistant housing. Look at it like that. As an American, you're like, wait a minute. You mean to tell me I'm an American citizen and the person that comes from another country has got more rights than I do? They can get approved for loans. They can be given businesses to open up shops out here. And what about me? What about my cut? So see, that's how I'm looking at it. What about my cut? See, and that's where I can understand rules for me, but not thee. Why is it that a bunch of foreigners can come in here and get public housing? They can get loans, and they don't even have to go through the red tape that we have to go through. Why do they get to apply for credit and all this, and they get public housing and they get public assistance and government assistance, and they get all these extremities, but yet if I want to apply for those same things, I got to go through red tape. Why? There you go. That's how I look at it for Black Americans. Why is it that other groups from other countries get their fair share before they do? That's not right. It's not fair. But again, the dollar amount is the question mark. Because if you were to say, well, $1,000, I think is fair, I'm pretty sure there's probably people in the room that'll probably say, well, I don't think it's fair. $1,000 ain't enough. And that's where the debate comes in. How much? But Rick said, I agree, the Jews have been helped out a lot. Yes, they have. They've been helped out way more than they should. My dad, look, I'm a Republican. My dad's a Democrat. We go at it all the time, right? My old man says, look, I'm Jewish, and I'm telling you right now, the United States has gone way beyond there to help us out. He's like, we own Hollywood. We own most of the news stations. He said, we have been given our reparations for the last 70 years. He said, dude, he said, and even my old man was like, look, I wasn't big on reparations back then, but he said, I'll give it to, he said, we've been helped out a lot. My point is that I did none of this. No. You didn't harm anyone, Washburn Billy. What I'm saying is that other groups of people have been given their cut. So it should be fair that they should get theirs. That's what I'm saying. Native Americans have been helped out. The Jews have been helped out. The Asians have been helped out. To be fair, I'm just saying from a fairness standpoint, I'm looking at it like that. I'm not saying Washburn Billy's responsible. What I'm saying is that I think they should get their cut because other groups have gotten theirs. That's all I'm saying. I think it's fair, but I just don't know the dollar amount. So if you get $100 and that's the agreement, then that's the agreement. If you get I think a fair reparation would be college, the one the Native Americans got. If you can prove or whatever, you get like a discount on your college because the college is a ripoff anyway. But if you go to college, you could get like 50% off or something. Like, I don't know. Like, I think that there's like other ways you can kind of make up for it. I think that would, and Trump, believe it or not, Donald Trump was a fan of reparations. Believe it or not, he talked about it. No other president in the history has ever mentioned reparations. So before you hate on Donald Trump, in fact, mentioned reparations. And in fact, in his second term, to get the black vote, that's what his initial plan was to do, was to get the reparations going, to get the reparation discussion going. Now many people say, well, that's just a marketing strategy for him to get the black vote. But think about it, though. If you got a president that's willing to address the issue and saying, hey, look, I'm looking at it from the outside in, I think you should get reparations. And he was talking to black leaders. He had a lot of meetings set up. There's a possibility if he was in office now, you might have would have gotten it. We will never know. But allegedly, that was his idea, was to get the reparation conversation started and go from there. And so no other president has ever touched that issue. Not Obama, not George Bush, not Bill Clinton, not George Bush Sr. No other president even before that has even mentioned reparations except Donald Trump. What does that tell you? That tells you Donald Trump was the only president to ever address reparations, ever. That's why I like that. Again, and that's why when a lot of people say bad things about Trump, I'm like, you have to understand that no other president has ever mentioned reparations but Donald Trump. He's the only person that was talking about getting it started. And I honestly think to win the black vote, that's what his initial plan was. I think that was his plan. I think once he got the second term, he was going to I think that was going to be part of the package. But it never got, the conversations never got going because remember, COVID hit, then we had the COVID. Remember all that? And it stalled a lot of this shit out, man. It really threw a monkey wrench in all this shit. I really, truly believe, my heart, that they wanted Trump gone. And I'm not talking about the Democrats. I'm actually talking about his fucking constituents on the Republican Party. I really think they wanted that man gone. I really do. I fuck, it hates me to say this. I think they wanted Trump gone. I think Mitch McConnell and them, they want him out. They want him out, gone. And it fucking makes me mad thinking about that. Because Donald Trump, I'm telling you this now, no other president has ever brought up reparations but him. He talked about sending man to the moon again. No other man has addressed that except for when JFK, and a lot of people don't think that's true. He didn't go to the moon. That shit didn't exist. Trump's man, I'm telling you, man, I really think we screwed ourselves by putting in Joe Biden. I really do, man. We screwed ourselves big time. We did. I know y'all are going to say, well, that's not true. It is. Joe Biden's a horrible fucking president. Now he doesn't even want to give stimuluses out no more. So much for that. I guess he caught on to that, the taxation and all that. And he said, well, we can't give out any more money. Yeah, I saw that coming a mile away. I knew that Joe Biden was not going to give any more stimuluses out. I knew it. I saw that a mile away. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Joe the Biden was not going to give out another reparation or, well, stimulus for us, which would be a reparation for me. I would have taken another 1,400 check, but man, honestly, dude, man, Joe Biden's doing a shitty fucking job. Shitty fucking job. I can't stand him. I hate him. Oh God, I don't want to go political, but I can't stand Joe Biden. I hate him. I hate his guts. Just the thought of hearing his name just gives me a headache. Man, they're going on like what, 3 a.m? Oh God, I can't stand him. He's the most boringest president of all time. Seriously. I don't know how the hell that fucker won. 81 million votes. 81 million votes. No way. That's not possible. I don't see how the hell he got all those votes. Well, oh my God. I wish Trump would have won this election, but to be honest with you, I think he has a good chance to win the next one. Yeah, see, look, Joe Biden is way more anti-black than Trump. There's your answer. If you don't vote for me, you ain't black. What the fuck? And this guy won. This is crazy. This guy's an idiot. Now, honestly, I think y'all would have had a better chance with Bernie Sanders, and that's just me personally, but the Democratic Party hated Bernie Sanders with a passion. They hated him with a passion. Bernie Sanders was popular in Texas to the Democratic primaries, but somehow Joe Biden won, which is fucking crazy. Because when I saw the people's yards, they all said, vote for Bernie Sanders. I didn't hardly see any Joe the Bidens here in Texas for the Democratic primaries. I said, how the hell the fuck did he win Texas? What the fuck is this? I knew something was wrong there. I said, wait a minute. This ain't adding up. Interesting. And then after it was all said and done, I'm like, interesting. 81 million. I don't know. Something's odd. I don't believe in that. But yeah, Joe Biden is a far left, what do they call it? Pro-establishment guy. He's no different than Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell's on the right, pro-right. Him, Doug Christie, Lindsey Graham, all them fuckers that are on the far right. I'm talking about the far right and the far left. They're all a bunch of elitist, and that thing. They're far right pro-establishment guys. They both like cheap labor. They both like businesses or what do they call them, lobbyists that fight for these companies that keep American workers out of the force, and are putting money in the pockets of these politicians to make them money, and at the expense of us. And Trump is he's more of like a libertarian technically, even though he says he's an independent, but he had to follow Republican, which made sense. But Trump was probably somewhere in the middle. And the thing that I like most about him is that he's not a politician. Now, he actually was a Democrat, believe it or not. He used to hang out with the Clintons and Epstein and all those guys. They used to all be friends back in the day. The Clintons and all, and Bushes, they all used to be all tight back in the day. And I still think they were friends all this time. But, Trump and his dad used to be a Democrat. Trump Jr. was a Democrat. And, of course, that was in his younger days. And then he became more of an independent. And then, he had to pick one or the other. So he picked the Republican Party. But I honestly feel like this election was not about the left getting rid of him. It was about his own fucking party getting rid of him. That's what it was. I tell everybody this because they say the left, they screwed the elections. I said, no, you don't got to worry about that. The left, in terms of what Joe Biden did to win office, he did his thing because the right was kicking Donald Trump out, and they didn't want him to win. And that's the reality of it. That's what you see. But why do you think Mitch McConnell wins office every year or every 2 years? And he runs for it in his home state of what is it, Tennessee? I believe he's from, or Kentucky. I forgot which one. Dude, I saw his primaries in there. He's going against guys in the Green Party. His opponent is in a Green Party, non-popular guy. I can't think of his name, but he only wins like 1% of the vote every time they do it elections. This is a landslide for Mitch McConnell to win a seat, like a landslide in the state. Everybody, you either vote for Mitch McConnell or you vote for a third Green Party guy you don't know nothing about. So the elections almost seem like there's something not right here. Why is it the same fucking dinosaurs keep winning all the time? There's something not right with that picture. Why is that happening? Why is the same fucking people that have been ruling the country the last fucking 100 years are still in office? It doesn't make logic sense. You say the sense about Nancy Pelosi, Mitch McConnell, all those motherfuckers, man. How is it that their names are still on the ballot? And it's like 50 years ago, they're still there, and they're still there now, and they're still going to be here another 30, 40 years. This doesn't make any sense. There's something not right with this picture here. There is something not right, man. It doesn't make logic sense. Go look at Mitch McConnell's. I don't know, what is he like? I can't think of his position, but it's not clear on my. The dude wins in a landslide every election that he wins his seat. The guy he goes against is a Green Party guy nobody knows about. Who do you think is going to win that in Kentucky? Who's going to win that seat? It's going to be Mitch McConnell. He's going to win. It's a landslide. It's set up that way. Nancy Pelosi, man, she's very popular in California. Dude, I'm telling you, man, she knows a lot of people, man. And that's how they win these seats, man. They set it up that way. And then they make these laws. They make these laws, they put them in place to make these fucking cocksuckers still in office. It's crazy. How can somebody can win multiple terms like that and not even so much as even have to have somebody competing with them? 98% of all the votes Mitch McConnell gets. I know, I saw the last results. I said, wait a minute, this is weird. Why is it that in his state that there's nobody running against him? And the guy that's a Green Party guy, I'm like, what the fuck is this? I said, wow. So I had to start looking up Lindsey Graham and Doug Christie and all them. All the results are the same. They're going up against Green Party guys. There's something wrong with that picture, man. I don't like the way it's set up. Rick said, yeah, Doug Christie won 99% of the vote in Jersey. That's not possible, dude. There's something not right with that. These old dinosaurs need to get the fuck out of here, man. They're out of touch. They're out of touch with the people, definitely. They don't even show up to fucking work half the time. I don't like AOC because I think she's a far leftist, and she is. But I remember one thing I did like about her, or that she did, was kind of made a point, was that she showed up and was recording. I think who was it that she was spying on? I think she was spying on Mitch McConnell, and she basically said that he only shows up to office I think she said he showed up like 100 days out of the year. Now, I don't like AOC at all. I don't. But if what she's saying is true, there's something wrong with that picture. How the hell do you only show up to work 100 days out of the year and you got a powerful position in office like that? That doesn't make any logic sense. That don't make no sense, man. There's something not right with this, man. How you only show up to work 100 days out of the year and you're supposed to be like one of the top leaders of the country and making decisions that's supposed to make our lives better? There's something not right there. Not right. And honestly, man, as soon as Trump, when the whole thing was said and done, Mitch McConnell couldn't wait to throw fucking Donald Trump under the bus, that cocksucker. The only ones who defended Trump was Ted Cruz, which I like him, lives in my neighborhood. I like, what's his name? DeSantis defended him. I like those guys. But like I said, Trump was screwed before the election even started. His own party wanted him out. I think a lot of it had to do with the cheap labor. I think it had to do with the fact that Democrats and Republicans are making a ton of money off of cheap labor, bringing immigrants in here and doing shit for a pretty penny, and then leaving the American workers out, undermining unions, and stopping the American people from living the dream. And they're just corporate they're sellouts to these corporations that, you know, are benefiting from this, and they're making laws in place to keep these corporations powerful. And it's just it's fucking pathetic. You know, it's like we live here, and this is why I use the reparations argument, Billy, in case, you know, so I hope you understand. We live here and everybody else is eating from other countries. That's not right. That's not fair. What about our slice of the pie? What about our cut as Americans? What about our turn? You know, and that's why, like, it pisses me off. Now, I do criticize the young generations. Okay? I do criticize the young generations of being lazy. I do agree with Kim on that. That our young generations are lazy. And I do agree that that doesn't help in our argument in terms of trying to turn this around. But it's a big mess. But the point is that even if our workers busted their ass, at the end of the day, it's about the bottom line. So these companies will still say, you either take this job for $6 an hour, or we're going to hire this guy for $5 an hour. That's basically what that's their response. We don't care if you're a hard worker or not. That's not the point. The bottom line is we want the bottom line that saves them money. So they're either going to say, you take this job for $7 an hour, or we hire this guy for $5. And that's where the power struggle lies right there. Rick said the elitists could give a shit less about the poor. It's really the middle class that contribute more. Yeah, the middle class is what contributes more. That's true, Rick. That's true. The elites do nothing. The elites do nothing for us, for the people. Oh, they create a bunch of jobs. No, they create some jobs, but a bunch of it's like low wage jobs, most of them. But trust me, they're finding ways to even cut those corners. Trust me. That's why they're trying to build automated shit. They're trying to push people. They don't even want to pay you $5 an hour anymore. That they're trying to get out of all that. Why do you think they're trying to build robots and shit? Now, we're probably still far away from that, but that's scary thinking about it. But the elitists don't do shit for us. It's really the middle class. The middle class is what drives this country. That's really what it is. Middle class Americans spend 2/3 of the spending in this country, and they also are the ones that mainly give back to the poor. It's not the elitist, the elite, the 2% or whatever you want to call them. They don't create jobs like you think. It's middle class Americans. That's really what drives America. That's facts. Just average, everyday, 9-to-5, blue collar guys. That's what it is. Hey, man, look, Washburn, Billy, and Terminal, this is not about black versus white. Look, I'm going to be honest with you. This race shit's all dumb anyway. Let's get away from race for a second, because I know we live in a country that loves to do the race guilt. Let's be honest. It's about classism. That's really what it is. It's not about race. It's about class. It's about the rich versus the poor. It's about the elitists, man. Rick said the elitists are bringing in illegal immigrants to undermine, to keep them in power. I mean, you could say that. Yeah, that is true. Rick says a lot of Latin America does build America up. Yeah, that is true too. That is true. Illegal immigrants have built this country to a lot of degree. And that's where I do say that the only wrench in this is that young Americans need to be more motivated in these jobs. And the fact is that, well, you can have your internet, you can get on TikTok, you can dance and do all that stuff you want to do. That's fine. But someone's got to go on the truck and work. Somebody's got to move the furniture. Someone's got to do the groceries, right? You still have to have these jobs filled. And the internet or the computer has made us as Americans so lazy. We feel like we're above those jobs. We're above them. We don't, they're low wage. They're this and that. I don't want to fucking work like that. And that's fine. That's cool. If you can go online and make money, hey, be my guest. But guess what? Someone's got to take those jobs. You know what I'm saying? Because if you got to go to the grocery store, someone's got to stock the shelves to make sure you got your products, your water, your bread, your essentials, your hygiene, whatever, medicines, vitamins, clothes. All that's got to be available for you when you get there. Someone has to do it. So, like, no job is really never beneath you. I think honestly, it's ego. Americans have become so lazy that they don't want to do anything that's beneath them, or they think that manual labor is slave labor and that it's beneath them. I'm simply saying is, then don't bitch when these immigrants come in here and start doing that work, because this is what's happening. You know what I'm saying? If we don't have a leg to stand on as Americans, and we can't like take some of these jobs and still learn a trade, and you know, we're going to have a losing battle when it comes to, okay, well, why aren't we being offered jobs? Why aren't we being offered money? Oh, okay, well, the reason why is because we're being told that this job's beneath us. So now they're having to hire visas to get immigrants in here to do these jobs. And that's where, you know, their side of the argument comes in. And saying, hey, well, why don't you tell these young people to start taking these jobs? And that's why I said, you know, that they do make a point when it comes to that. Terminal D said, go to bed, Steve-O. I'm not tired, man. Yeah, I'm an American too. Yeah. Terminal D, Washburn, man. Let's all, it's not about race. It's about classism. It's about the elitists don't do shit for us. It's middle-class Americans that drive this country. That's facts. They're the ones that give back. We're the ones that give back, not the elitists. They don't do shit for this country. They just sit up and soak up all the fucking money and power. You know, and that is what it is. Damn, seems like everybody's here. You said, since I'm a Republican, do I only buy American? Well, you know, I'll be honest with you. I wish that we'd have more American products made here. Like, I know my car is a Nissan. It's foreign. You know, most of our stuff is made overseas. Nothing is ever made over here. We have factories overseas that, you know, helps these corporations and has cheap products and leaves us out. Oh, shit. I don't think it's about race. I think it's about elitist. And I'll tell you why. Look at the black community, for example. A guy like LeBron James, or, you know, you could throw in there like Floyd Mayweather. I can name others, but just some couple of names. They move out. They say they're pro-black, right? But they live in an all-white neighborhood. any neighborhood non-black. Then something wrong with that picture. That means they're not giving back to their communities. Now you may say, well, Shaq does, Kyrie Irving does. Small amount of black people do. Most black people that elevate themselves do not give back to their community. They don't. They move far away, which tells me that it's not a black issue. Well, a little bit. It's a class issue. You know, people say, I'm about the group, man. I'm about us. I'm about the group. That's why I don't believe in race. Now, if you go to other countries, there's more of nationality. But I don't believe in race. Why? Because we're all friends. We're together. I look the same. You look the same. We look the same. We got the same skin tone. Yeah. Brothers unite. But somebody then stumbles on $2 million. Do you think that essay is going to spread the money to me now? He's going to fucking provide for his family. He's going to move the fuck out. He's going to move somewhere else. And that tells you right there. That tells you right there. It was never about race. It was about individualism, family. Which I kind of don't blame people for that way, because at the end of the day, family comes first. Friends come and go. Get it. Understand. But at the same time, that goes to tell you that it's about class, man. It really is. Tariq Nasheed, go look at him. Tariq Nasheed is pro-black ADOS or whatever you call it, right? And he's pro-black this, pro-black, and it's he doesn't want any blacks from other countries being a part of whatever the group, because he said we've helped them out. Okay, fine, I get that. That part I agree. But he lives in an all Hispanic neighborhood. So which makes me wonder, I'm curious, if I was asking him, do you give back to your community? Because you talk a lot on the internet, but do you give back to your community? Because when you're telling me you're living in an all Hispanic community or Latino community, Tariq Nasheed is pro-black ADOS, wouldn't you be doing that in an all black community with your own community and building and setting up businesses and providing jobs and doing this? Something's not right with that picture. There's something not right. That's the argument I'm making, is that a lot of upper class black Americans, and this is the whole hard truth, your LeBron James, your Tariq Nasheeds, your Mayweathers, right? Evander Holyfields, those guys, man, and you can name more. Those are just, I'm just kind of pickpocketing a little bit here. Hell, I can even say Colin Powell. I can even say I mean, I can name more and more names, but I'm just throwing some out there. You can throw your athletes out there too, for example, except for a few. Shaq, Kyrie, there's a couple of good ones, right? Charles Barkley doesn't give back to his community. None of them do. I'm pro-black. Don't look like it to me. Because Colin Kaepernick, same way. The guy's a good race hustler, good talker. I give him credit. The dude makes money as a good race hustler. I know he's full of shit. He knows it, but he's selling, this whole victim thing. Fine. You're making money. Do your thing. Wish you the best. But guess what? Ask Colin Kaepernick, does he give back to his community? He doesn't. And that's sad. It's not here to kick him in the teeth or say he's a bad guy. But that's sad, man. Because for all that talk you do, you sure don't follow it, man. And that's the point I'm making. It was never about race. It's about individualism, it's about family and providing for yourself. And I think race hustling is just a new form of making money. It's just like a 9-to-5 shift. That's what I think it is, man. That's why I don't believe in race. Now, you may say, well, when you fill out your application, you got to put a race down. Of course, who doesn't? But it's not about race, it's about classism. And that's what I really believe it's about. Elitist at the top. You got your athletes, your musicians and stuff that are sort of like a little bit under them, like maybe a little bit less. And they kind of act like elitists. They do a lot of stuff for elitist talking points. You got your news media outlet stations that do nothing but elitist talking points. You got your church guys, your Joel Osteens. You got who the other fraud, TD Jakes, and what's the other guy? The other motherfucker they got there. They don't do shit, man. None of them. They just soak money, man. It's all they're all just hustlers, man. It's just about they use race as a way to make money. This is a punchline. And I caught on to that shit, man. I said, man, these motherfuckers ain't going to do a goddamn thing for their communities. But, you'll have good guys, Kyrie. You got a Shaq. And they're good. They give back. I like those guys. There are some genuine ones, but it's a small amount of people. If you think about it, most rich people don't do shit for the poor. It's mainly middle class. And it sucks that it's that way, but that's the reality of it. Yep, he will be. Davis Mills will be a quarterback next year. You have to. You got to see what you got in him. He's got 13 touchdowns for the year, over 2,500 yards passing. You got to go with the obvious. Then we'll draft the quarterback probably the third or fourth round this year. We'll get a free agent. Oh, okay. CSNradio.com. Let me write that down. I'm learning new stuff from Washburn. I don't believe in race. I don't even believe in racism. A lot of people look at me like I'm weird when I say that. Racism doesn't exist. Now, you can sit here and say that back in the 60s and 50s during slavery and all that. But to be honest with you, this is my personal opinion. And I know this is going to be weird to a lot of people when you say this, but I think racism exists in all of us. And the reason why I say this is because if you go and watch the movie Crash, I don't know if you've seen that movie with what's his name? Who wrote that? Terrence Howard and Ludacris. They wrote the movie. Okay, and it showed different scenarios of different groups of people and how they would react to certain situations. It was a movie. It had like cops that were racist, it had black people that were racist, white people, Asians, and it had like all different groups of people from different areas and how they would react to certain situations, and all of it looked bad, right? And at the end of the day, I think it was Terrence Howard was narrating it at the end. He was like, hey, racism exists in all of us. It's not the boogeyman living under the bridge or some guy in a KKK suit or some Black Panther guy showing up out of nowhere. It's in us. So in order to fix, that barrier, first you have to fix you, the inner self. And that's, to tell you the truth, that's kind of what got me out of, having issues with my own anger and hatred and this and that, and started focusing on myself, man. I'm telling you, it was a lot of inner deep shit in that movie that just made me look at myself a lot more. I was like, wow, there's a lot of things about me I could change. Now, of course, you're going to say, well, if somebody didn't kill this person for this, what would you say that was racism? No, there's certain, of course you can say racism exists, but I don't think it's in all of us. I think, I'm going to be honest with you. I think all of us possess a little bit of discrimination, right? Have we ever called somebody, a racial explicit term, even to ourselves, under our breath? It's natural in human nature. Have you ever just, roasted somebody and used like the racial preference in something, and you meant it as a joke, but it was a normal reaction because that's normal human nature to do stuff like this. And like, for example, if let's say I was dating a Indian girl, like that one Indian girl I told you I was dating, I walked into her house, a whole Indian family in there. It didn't matter unless I'm some sort of famous person or something. Ain't no way they were gonna let me date their daughter. And you know what I said? I understood, because an outsider coming into your group, you have no familiarity of their culture, who they are, what they're coming with. And of course, they're from another country, traditional value or their own value system and how they do things. They saw me as an outsider. They saw me as a threat. It didn't matter if I was or wasn't. That's what they saw. Now you could say that's racism, but it doesn't matter. It is negated. It's what they thought. And that's the point that I'm making. It's tribalism. That's what I say. It's not racism, it's tribalism, because they said, hey, we don't want any outsiders here. They want their daughter to marry somebody in their group. Who was I to tell them otherwise? I just said, okay, cool, whatever. They didn't tell me that, but dude, when I walked in that house, let me tell you something. When I walked in that house, I felt like it was a ticking time bomb waiting to go off. I couldn't wait to get out there. I could sense the tension in the room. You could slice it with a knife right through the center of the living room. Bam. Like you can sense the tension. And I was like, yeah, I can see I'm not wanted here. I couldn't wait to get out of there. And once I got out of there, like, she's like, I really like your stuff, but I feel like it's okay. I understand. Because I wasn't going to sit there and go through that bullshit. I just said, it's just better to walk away. It's just better to walk away, man. Because I'm telling you, it's like, going to Yemen and saying, oh, I'm going to start dating over here in Yemen and see what that's like. I don't know, those guys over there are going to be pretty hard, man. And, now in Western culture, it's a little bit more prevalent because, the whole interracial dating and everything. Now, people would look at another group of people like that and say, well, that's racist. I don't see it like that. I see it as tribalism. I said that they're a tribe. That's a group of people right there that specifically doesn't want any outsiders. And I just say, cool. See, here's the thing you got to understand. When we talk about cancel culture and you got to cancel these people out, make them lose their jobs because they said something racist or said something that you didn't like, or that let's just say the vast majority of people didn't like, for shits and giggles. Let's just say for devil's advocate. Okay. So you get the person fired. And your initial reaction is to say, I got that person fired. They deserved it. They were a racist piece of shit, whatever. They deserve to get fired, right? You know what I say? That's wrong of getting them fired. This is why. Now, you could say, well, so what? Are you saying you're racist? You're saying you should walk around and say, no. This is what I'm saying. We're so hell out of bent of canceling people out for almost anything now, that what's going to end up happening is that people are going to be more afraid to speak up about how they truly feel about someone or something. So what happens now is that everyone's in silent. No one can speak because they're afraid if I say something, I'll lose my job. Oh, well, they better not say their fucking peace of mind if they don't want to get fired. Here's the issue with that. What's going to now happen, and I can see this written all over the wall, by the way. Now you don't know who your enemies are. Why? Because everyone's afraid to talk now. You don't know who your friend or enemy is anymore. All because, well, I'm afraid if I say something, I don't like this guy, then he's going to get me fired. Okay, well, now I have to pretend to be his friend. So let me see if I can use this motherfucker and manipulate. And, Now I know you're probably thinking you're going a little too far with this, Rose, but the point is that if people cannot voice their opinions and say how they truly feel without repercussion, then that means what you're essentially saying is that no one's going to ever give their opinion to anything. So you don't even know what you don't even know if the opinion that somebody's giving you is even genuine anymore. You don't know if they want to be your friend. You don't know if they want to use you. You have no clue how people truly feel about you, because cancel culture has given these people the inability to speak up. So now you don't know who your friend or enemy is anymore. So see, that's why I hate this cancel culture shit. Because what you're doing is, let's just say for shits and giggles, Terminal D says, hey, look, racism exists and all that. Let's just say, okay, I agree with you, but I don't, but let's just say I do. Okay, let's just say for shits and giggles, it agrees. Okay, that you're right. With cancel culture, now you're not going to know who's racist anymore. See, because no one can speak up because they're going to lose their job. So you don't know if your next door neighbor is. You don't know if the guy that's cutting your grass is. You don't know if your best friend is that way now. Why? Because they're afraid they're going to lose their job if they speak up and they're honest. I've always said this, and I'll say this till the cows come home. I never will ever have a problem with somebody who says, I don't like you, Stephen, and can call me any racial name out of the book. You know why? Because at the end of the day, I can say to myself, at least I know who you are now, and I don't have to hang out with you. See how that works? That's one less person I don't have to fuck with. That's one less person I don't have to hang out with. The cancel culture screwed us because people have become so insensitive over every little thing. You can't even voice anything anymore. If you just simply disagree with somebody, they can, say it again so I'll record you and turn it into your boss. Why? That's the dumbest shit. Okay, so I'll be quiet about it. So now I hate this motherfucker, but I'm gonna pretend to be his friend. See, that's a problem. When people can't talk and voice their opinion, that's going to be a problem. I would rather have somebody tell me I don't like you. Why do you think I tell those guys who make videos about me, make all the videos you want? That's your right to do that. I'm not here to stop you. I'm just saying my piece. That's how I look at it now. The bigger picture. Rick said facts. Now we're never going to know who our real friends are. Yeah. You're never going to know who's out to get you now. Because normally in circumstances, they would speak out. You can identify them. Cool. Don't have to fuck with that guy or female. Now you don't know who your friends are. You don't know who your enemies are. I mean, you can kind of get an idea who your friends and enemies are, but there's going to be people hiding under the wings. And that's scary thinking about going forward, is you don't know who your friends and enemies are to a degree. Now people aren't allowed to speak their minds anymore. You know, would you rather have somebody tell you to your face they don't like you for X, Y, Z? Or would you rather have somebody pretend to be your friend who doesn't like you but was just afraid to tell you? To me, I'd rather have the guy that tells me, hey, I don't like you for X, Y, Z, A, B, C, what 1, 2, 3, whatever. And you just say, okay, have a nice day, and keep it moving. Man, what's that damn troll always coming in here? Movies can have a big impact on our lives. For example, that biggest impact on me was Hand and Fast. And Furious and Tokyo Drift said life is simple. You can make choices and you don't look back. Absolutely. Racism and discrimination are very two things. Let me just put it like this. Look, man, it's not about race. I'm telling you, man, if you really look outside the picture, it's about classism. I really believe in that, because if you go outside the United States, race it's not even really a thing. It's classism. It's the elite the middle class, the poor class. Now, I do believe that, you know, racism could exist, but I think in the United States, they use it to make money off of it. I think it's more of a money-making thing. I think it's more profitable to keep people divided than to bring everyone together. I really do. That's why, like, you see that drift in the black community between black men and black women. You got guys like, what's his name, pushing Kevin Samuels and all them, pushing it because it's more of a hustle to make money on it than to bring black men and women together. It creates more. Nothing sells on the internet better than sex and controversy. Nothing. Anything else is a distant memory. And that's sad reality we live in. Is that nothing is made from this country. We could go and find the cure for cancer or AIDS or something and focus on building our economy. But instead, people are more concerned about the size of Kim Kardashian's ass. And that's the reality. That's a problem. I mean, I hate to burst the bubble, but that's the reality of what it is. Yeah, Rick says, I agree. Facts. It was never about race. I know. Rick said, I'm from Honduras, and I agree. It's about classism. I learned that in my own country. Yeah. Exactly. That's exactly where I'm going with it. It's not about race, man. It's just, it's in this country, there's a lot of guilt tripping, and it really is every group that does this. It's more about guilt tripping. So they use race to guilt trip everybody and to get the conversation started. And that's the reality of it. They make everybody feel bad about who they are and about, what this group did to the other group. I only said that Black Americans should get reparation. I never said how much. It could be $1. You're saying racism is nothing, is condescending. Well, let me put it like this. Go watch the movie Crash with Ludacris and Terrence Howard, and you'll see exactly where I'm going with it. Is that racism exists in everybody. I really do. I think we all possess a little bit of it. Now, you may have some people that may possess a little bit more, but I think all of us possess those traits. You know what I mean? But again, that's just my opinion. Oh, hey, I got a message. Panel open. I mean, if you want to let you in, catalog, I don't mind. I mean, let's see. I'll try to send a link below. Give me a minute. I can't believe it's already 3:42 in the morning. Holy fucking shit. Well, let me put it like this, Terminal D. You said be a black man for 2 minutes, but you guys get more girls than I do. You guys probably got bigger dicks than I do. And from the last I've seen in terms of Hollywood, it's actually kind of cool to be black. It's not really cool to be white anymore. I mean, if you really technically want to go there, social media is mainly geared towards, if you look at all the news media outlets, it's anything considered pro-white or pro or anti-black is considered bad. I'm not trying to get into a race debate, but if you look at the movies and stuff, they do a lot of interracial dating. A lot of that is black men, white women, black men, Hispanic chicks. Cool. You got white men, Asian women, and stuff like that. I don't complain about it. It is what it is. I mean, in fact, I'm willing to say that I think black men have it a lot better than black women do. And that now you're going to say I'm pandering, but I do believe that to a degree is that black men are promoted in social media as more dateable than the women do. than the women are. Because the one thing I will say is that black women have been promoted mostly as over masculine and non-dateable because of their attitudes. And I've actually heard a lot of men say this from other groups as well, that they say, that's why I don't date them. That's why I don't mess with them. But when I hear mainly about black men in terms of social media, I mainly hear about that you guys are dateable and that if you're going to date out, date him, blah, 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 whatever, that's fine. No issue on my part. But from what I've seen in social media in comparison to the men and the women, I've seen the men get promoted a little bit better. Even in the movies in Hollywood, I'm starting to see that now. I'm starting to notice that. So it seems like to me like the tides are kind of turning. It's not my part to say if rather I agree or disagree with it, but it is what it is, at the end of the day. So that's just my opinion. Well, like I said, racism to me doesn't exist. Now, if you want to talk about back then, I think maybe that's the case. I don't think now that's the case. I think it's more about class. Classism is my, that's just my opinion. But then again, maybe I need to be educated, I just think everybody's kind of possesses racist traits in them. I think to a degree, like, for example, how many times have you seen a guy outside of your group dating one of your women crunch up like this? But you're more accepted towards it now. But, there were times where you're, that's normal. I think it's normal for people to feel that way. I think those are just, our own inner demons, I guess. What do you think about the whole non-binary thing? What is that? Is that like where you're not a man or a woman, you're just like a regular being? Dude, if Wesley Snipes, man, is badass, you gotta be kidding me. I like that guy. Blade, classic. Wesley Snipes is a badass, man. They should have made another Blade. In fact, anyways, if there was ever to be a black Batman, Blade, it would be Wesley Snipes. I would say Denzel, but he's a little too old. No, not Morgan Freeman. Absolutely not. He'd be I think he would be Alfred. You could put him as Alfred, but not Batman. If there's anybody that's going to be black Batman, it would be Wesley Snipes. But that's just my opinion. No. Don't say Dennis Rodman. Dennis Rodman was fucking Blank Man. No, he wasn't Blank Man. No, Rick, he wasn't no damn Blank Man. Blank Man was a hood fucking knockoff Spider-Man with socks and shit. What was his name? One of the Wayans brothers. Can't think of his name. Wasn't Marlon Wayans, wasn't Damon. It was one of the 5 Wayans brothers. That was a joke of a movie. It was funny as hell, but it was a joke. It was a hood. It was supposed to be some fucking hood fucking Spider-Man or something. It was just a comedy. But now Dennis Rodman was he was a superhero in a movie. It was a cheesy movie. I can't think of the name. It was stupid as hell. But Dennis Rodman played like some sort of James Bond or some bullshit, or like Ace Ventura or some bullshit like that. I wouldn't even consider that a superhero movie. That was more of he was Simon. But it was dumb as hell. He had that was a stupid ass movie. But again, if there was a black Batman, Wesley Snipes 10 years ago, I would have said he would be the best candidate for a black Batman. But I'm not really all into like what color man should be behind the suit, because I think at the end of the day, it's just entertainment. As long as I watch the movie and it's damn good. But Dennis Rodman and Simon, it was an okay movie. I mean, I wasn't really. Blank Man was all right. It was kind of like some sort of hood Spider-Man. It was crazy. I mean, but the gadgets were funny and he was goofy and it was cool. It was all right. But Blade is probably, in my opinion, Blade is probably the best superhero, one of my favorite superheroes of all time. And I would have to say, not just because he's black, but I felt like Wesley Snipes really connected with the Blade character well. Like he really went well with it. It was a good movie. He even had one where he was with Triple H. I think that was Blade 3. Him and Triple H went at it. Remember Triple H? He had the fangs and everything. And dude, that was really cool. Like Wesley Snipes killed his character. Like he really just was in sync with his character, in sync with the script. Like he really sold the Blade character so well. And it pained me so bad they didn't continue it. I really think they could have made a Blade 10. It was just so good. I love me some Blade, man. Oh, which movie was it? But again, if you really want to say, well, what superhero movies are you into? Man, I like again, and you guys are going to call me cheesy. I like the Supernaturals. You guys ever seen that show? Man, that was one of my favorite shows. It was sort of a knockoff of X-Files, but a little bit better. The X-Files were good too. I was an X-Files fan. But yeah, Blade is probably my favorite one. I'd have to say favorite fucking superhero, black superhero of all time. And then really superhero, I didn't even consider it black. Wesley Snipes was just a total package. That guy really knew how to act. He had martial arts, was in good shape, good health. Now he did date out of his race. Like he said he dated Asian women. I know he received a lot of heat for that. But the thing was, he never downed black women. He just said, I just dated out of my race. He said, honestly, a lot of black women thought I was ugly because of my dark skin, XYZ. But really, to tell you the truth, Michael Jackson had dark skin too, and the women still liked him. I mean, I know he had like the curly Jared curls or whatever, and the whole like before the Pepsi commercial burning his hair on fire. But Michael Jackson had dark features, and he wasn't that bad looking of a guy. Yeah, I thought he was handsome. I mean, I don't mean in a gay way, but he was a handsome guy. Honestly, I think the biggest mistake Michael Jackson made, other than bleaching his skin, was getting the nose job. I think that was stupid. I think there was nothing wrong with his nose. There was nothing wrong with it. Go look at the old Michael Jackson photos. Oh, he had a big nose. So fucking what? So do I. What's the fuck's wrong with it? It's not like it was crooked like a witch nose or nothing. He's just a little bit bigger than it should have been. That dude fucked his nose up. Michael Jackson should have kept that nose, in my opinion. Nah, Dennis Rodman's just weird. That's one weird motherfucker. And that guy married himself. Then he had like a dress and I remember when I had went to a Spencer's one time, I'll never forget. And they sold a Dennis Rodman doll. And Dennis Rodman was a half maid outfit and a half groom outfit. Was supposed to make fun of like him marrying himself, because he really did do that. The fucker shows up in Vegas. I think I was watching a story or watching a news clip the other day on it. The fool shows up to fucking in Vegas drive-through and marries himself. And he had like a half bride, half groom suit on. It was really weird. But Rick says drugs are heavily involved. Probably are. Maybe, most likely. But Dennis Rodman was just a weird character. But he was likable, though. He had a funky hairdo. He had all types of different colors. He had a bunch of sherbet colors in his hair. Married himself. But remember something. Dennis Rodman was also fucking some bad bitches. He was with Carmen Electra. Everybody knows who Carmen Electra was. He was with what's her name? It was Carmen Electra, Madonna. He was sleeping around with Madonna. Messing around with Madonna. Come on. And then he also was messing around with what's her name? I'm trying to think of that female's name. Oh God, I can't remember. But there were other chicks. Dennis Rodman, as weird as that motherfucker was, he was getting chicks left and right. Left and fucking right, man. I mean, Madonna, come on. You can't beat that. Madonna is still beautiful to this day. Never lost her looks. Just hot. So Dennis Rodman can still get chicks. Oh, yeah, that's a fact. As weird as that motherfucker was, he can get girls. So I figure, man, if that motherfucker can get chicks, I know I can. You know? If Dennis Rodman could do it. Yeah, he did marry himself, Rick. Go look at it. Dennis Rodman married himself. He actually wore an outfit. It was a wedding dress and a groom's outfit. I don't know if he had a design that way or whatever, but he basically married himself. So I wonder if he fucked himself. You know, when he had to go to his honeymoon, Dennis Rodman's like, would you like a drink? You know, he has like ultra personality. Yes, I would like one. Here you go, ma'am. Have a sip of this. Try this. You know, he's all hollering at himself, hitting on himself. Hey, I don't have a problem with that. Nah, I don't want Dennis Rodman. Rodman was smashing and controlled North Korea. Yeah. See, look, listen. Dennis Rodman went to North Korea and was able to talk to Kim Jong-il, whatever. I mean, however you say his name. Just imagine, like, how we could have probably prevented a lot of wars by just simply talking. Remember when I said earlier in the stream, I said the problem is people don't communicate anymore. Like, you see this on the job, dating life, your family, everything. Sometimes you have to just be the bigger person and say, you know what, I'm going to start the conversation up. Fuck it. I mean, regardless of what you think about North Korea, for Dennis Rodman to actually go in there and sit down and have a conversation, if Dennis Rodman can do that, why are these fucking politicians aren't doing that? That's right there. We go again. If Dennis Rodman can walk into a communist room and talk to them and get shit done, what do you think that tells you? That just to me sounds weird that your politicians can't even do that. And they've been in office for how long? They've held jobs for how long? In position for how long? And they can't even talk to other countries? But you got Dennis Rodman, one of the weirdest motherfuckers to ever live. And he goes into North Korea and is able to talk down in Kim Jong-il. And is able to just have a friendly conversation. That's amazing to me. Dennis Rodman for president. I'll vote for him. Rodman had no agenda. We need to self-examine. Michael Jackson was a kid diddler. Well, yeah. The only thing about Michael Jackson I think is a little weird. Again, I think that sleeping in the bed with kids is a little weird, especially if they're not yours. I mean, I know the whole Never Never Land, his dad treated him like crap. I get the whole thing. But to sleep in the bed with kids is, especially if they're not yours, is a little bit weird. But then again, the parents also knew about this and didn't give a shit. And that's even the part I find even harder. It's like, let's just say if Michael Jackson did touch these kids, just hypothetically, shits and giggles, why would you let your kids sleep on a bed with a grown-ass man that ain't in no relation to that kid? There's something weird with that story. It doesn't add up. You got your kids sleeping in the bed with a grown-ass man that ain't even in no relation to that guy. There's something wrong with that picture. There has to be. It doesn't make any sense. Now, we can make the debate, did Michael Jackson do this? Did he not do this? That's another debate for another topic. Again, I wasn't there. It's just fucking weird. That's like saying, grown-ass man comes and says, hey, You don't care if your sister comes sleep in the bed with me. I'll be like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck is this? Like, I'm gonna think, what the fuck is wrong with that guy? What the fuck is this? Oh, it's no big deal. A bunch of young kids come. Nah, man, there's something wrong with you, man. There's something wrong with that picture. But then again, I wasn't there. So he might have never touched those kids, but I think it's weird. It's not normal. I ain't never told no bunch of no kids to come sleep in my motherfucking bed. Never. So I can't say if Michael Jackson did any of that or not, but I will say that I think his father was a little, and this goes into the debate of the whole toxic masculinity crap. I really don't want to get into that because then it really spins off into like a different subcategory. But let's just say, and this is my personal opinion, I think Michael Jackson was feminine. I think, in my personal opinion, he was gay. That's just my opinion. Okay. I think all those relationships he had with those women was more. I think that those relationships he had with those women were more in tune with his feminization and the fact that he was gay or maybe bisexual. But I think that he was gay. And remember something, back then, you didn't talk about that kind of stuff because that was not, if Michael Jackson came out and said he was gay, let's just say hypothetically, or he was bisexual, do you really think his daddy would have put up with that? No. Michael Jackson was feminine. He was, compared to his brothers. He was terminal. He was. Go look at the way Michael Jackson. He was very feminine, bro. And there are some gay men or bisexual men that sleep with women, and later gay. It does happen. Again, I mean, this is just. I'm just speculating. It may not even be true. So the DNA is just a normal thing these days. How about Prince? Well, Prince, I mean, I think he's bisexual. I think Michael Jackson is bisexual. I think that Prince is bisexual. Because remember, you don't talk about that kind of stuff back then. I remember stories my mom used to tell me about if you had a retarded son or a retarded daughter, that it would put shame on the family. And that she said she knew this family that had a retarded kid or mentally challenged. Sorry, let me use a better word. Mentally challenged with Down syndrome, and they used to hide him upstairs. Because back then, and this goes into like, I don't know if this has to do with anything with the Bible, but they consider that an abomination to have a child with a mental defect. So they would hide these kids. Families did this kind of stuff. My mom told me that. She's seen this. That they would hide them, like in the attic and shit. And I was like, wow, I didn't even know that. Wow, that's pretty because it was considered an abomination. If you were considered mentally challenged, that's saying that they consider that you an abomination, stuff like that. So it wouldn't surprise me if Prince, in my opinion, is bisexual, but I do think Michael Jackson might have been gay or bisexual. I think he had a hard time dealing with that. I'm telling you, and I'm not disrespecting Michael Jackson at all. Greatest singer, greatest dancer of all time, and wonderful guy. But I'm reading it from my perspective. Terminal D, I know you need evidence. I'm just giving my opinion. I'm probably wrong. Let's say I am. I think he was bisexual. I really do. And I think now you're gonna say, well, what the fuck does that have to do with his upbringing? I think it has a lot to do with his feminization. That he was very feminine. He wasn't very like masculine. He was more feminized. And I think he might have been bisexual. I think he might have even been gay. And there's a lot of times where men come out as gay, where they sleep with women their entire lives, but they were gay the whole time. It's like a woman faking an orgasm. You know, you pretend you're having sex with her, and the sex is all good and stuff like that. And then turns out the whole time she was faking it because she didn't want to hurt your feelings. You know how many times I've heard women say shit like that before? Maybe I shouldn't be saying that on here, but but I mean, it's true though. Like it is possible. I just think that Michael Jackson came across as very flamboyant. He was very feminine. I think, in my opinion, he might have been bisexual or gay. I know I need evidence, Terminal. I'm just giving an opinion. Go watch his interviews. Go see the way he talks and conveys himself. He comes off as very feminine. And I'm not saying that in a bad way. If it's his sexuality, that's none of my business. I don't care if he's bi or gay. That's none of my business. I do think he had a hard time dealing with it, but that's just my opinion. Because remember, back then, being gay or being mentally challenged and all that wasn't acceptable in society. Not like it is today. Like now, everybody's walking around wearing the opposite clothes they should be wearing. But back in the day, like you didn't do that type of stuff. It's true. Like go back and live in the 60s or 50s, say you're gay, see what happens. People you don't do that shit, bro. That's nowadays it's more acceptable. And there's nothing wrong with it. I'm not here to judge anybody, but I that's just my opinion on Michael Jackson. Is Dennis Rodman gay? Rick says. Didn't he sleep with other guys though? So he has to be bi. And he married himself, didn't he? Dennis Rodman is just one of those weird characters that's just hard to explain. It's hard to explain Dennis Rodman. He's in his own. Let's just say he's in his own mind. He's living in his own head. I don't know. I don't know how else to say it. I think Dennis Rodman may be bi. I know rumors is Will Smith is bisexual. That's the rumor. I did hear that one, Rick. The story, because remember, Will Smith and Jada Pinkett Smith were swingers, both of them. They traded off partners. They would go to Colombia. Colombia has a big, massive orgy parties, right? And a lot of these celebrities go down there to trade off. Kanye West, Kim Kardashian did the same thing. All right. Brad Pitt, when he was with Jennifer Aniston, they did the same thing. And all those guys go down there. Jennifer Garner, Ben Affleck, they would go down there to Colombia and they would go to these big fucking parties and they would trade off each other with the other partners. Now, you're going to say, okay, well, he fucks my wife and I fuck his wife. I highly doubt it was just that. I think they were all fucking each other. I think it was just one massive orgy, which is none of my business, but Will Smith has been sleeping with other guys. It's been confirmed. And in that whole like Jada Pinkett Smith terminal, like that whole like entanglement crap, that's bullshit. What it is Will Smith had a relationship with that guy, that rapper, okay? Whoever that rapper was that was involved, I think all three of them had a relationship. I don't think it was just Jada. I think they all three had a relationship with each other, and I think there was a little bit of jealousy and control, and, well, he's with me, who's with who? I honestly think it was just, a triangle relationship. I think that Will Smith sleeps with not just girls, but guys. I think Jada sleeps with other girls and other guys. I mean, whatever. They got a weird relationship anyway. And the fact that they all got to like, you know, that's why Will Smith says, I'm coming out and I'm going to make this show about, about exposing myself. What do you think he's exposing? I can guarantee he's going to say he slept with other dudes. And it's no surprise to me. I mean, it's none of my business anyway, but let's just keep it 100. That whole entanglement crap, you know what the entanglement was? The entanglement was Will Smith and Jada Pinkett were all fucking that guy. Will Smith's bi. That I do know. Okay? Rick said facts. Is so true. I wouldn't doubt it if Will Smith was. He is. Now, with Kanye West, that's a weird motherfucker right there. I mentioned him earlier. So you get a divorce from Kim, and Kim Kardashian moves, and then you move next door to her. That's a little creepy to me. That's like if I got away from my ex and I moved, and then she lives next door to me. Yeah, I'm probably going to be a little freaked out by that. Which there actually was a movie based on that. Well, it wasn't a movie, it was an episode on Tales from the Crypt. And he wanted this girl to fall in love with him, and he put this antidote in there to get her attracted to him, and then she wouldn't leave him alone. And then he finally kills himself, and then she ends up killing herself, and she said, "No, we could be together forever." Oh God, that was scary. I would play it on here, Rick, but I don't want to get hit with a copyright strike. Switzerland get rid of retarded through abortion. Yes, exactly. See, this is what Washburn just said, what I was saying. That's so true. Never mind MJ being traumatized and never fully mentally frowning past 12 years old. Yeah. Hey, Christina, I haven't seen you in a while. I was never proud that he did any. I know, that's what I'm saying. Christina, I can't verify if he did or didn't. I just think it's fucking weird you're sleeping in the bed with kids that are not biologically yours. Something's not right with that picture. Now, if it's family and let's say you had your like nieces and nephews over and you fell asleep on one side of the bed and they fell asleep, and okay, fine. That's family, that's kin, understandable. But there's kids that are not part of your family that you're not their babysitter, obviously, right? You're sleeping in the bed with them. I'll leave it at that because I don't know. I can't make assumptions about Michael Jackson. I wasn't there. I'm losing massive energy doing this online, bro. What are you talking about? You're talking about I'm losing massive masculine energy? Who really cares about them anyway? It's just always to keep your eyes off of what's really going on. Yeah, that's true. This is something to talk about. It's something to talk about. Samantha said, Stephen Rose, a know-it-all. Yeah, that's me. Live in the flesh, 4:13 a.m. And I don't work tomorrow, so I'm good. That's why I'm up. I don't give a shit if I'm up till 5 a.m. Fuck it. I got time to spare. Why not? Oh, yeah, by the way, Christina, if you're watching, when you stop by Walmart, make sure you get yourself a Mountain Dew Zero strawberry lemonade. They're really good. And I'm not a fan of Mountain Dew. I think Mountain Dew's trash anyway. But this flavor is the best. Hands down, the best. I fucking love it. Like I said, I went off and I spun this thing in so many different ways. My bad, man. When I go on my rants, I usually do that. Now I apologize. But if y'all go watch the beginning of the video, it's the good shit of the interviews. So what do you think about Ben Affleck and Jennifer Gardner, Samantha says? Oh, are you referring to like Ben Affleck's alcohol tantrum where he's blaming Jennifer Garner for his alcohol problems. I'll put it to you like this. That is typical addict behavior. So basically Ben Affleck's like, Ben Affleck is like, well, you know, it's her fault for my alcoholism. And that's the reason why I was drinking more. She made me drink more. That's like me saying McDonald's made me fat. Yeah, I know it sounds stupid, doesn't it? Because it is. Again, him saying and blaming Jennifer Garner, who's hot, by the way, for his alcohol problems, is like me blaming McDonald's for me being fat. It just doesn't make any sense. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what the addiction is you're going through. If you can't blame anybody else but the person that's continuing the addiction, right? Like, no one pointed a gun to my head and said, I need to eat a cheeseburger. And, oh, yeah, you're going to eat a cheeseburger and I'm going to make you eat it. No, I ate the cheeseburger, I ate the fries, and I had the soda. That's on me, right? So for Ben Affleck to blame Jennifer Garner about his alcoholism and say, well, it's her fault that I was drinking, God damn it. Well, she might have made you mad, which typically that's what people do when they start fighting, right? They start arguing back and forth. You know, couples do it, married couples do it, whatever. You know, it's just normal, you know? And maybe she might have caused you to drink a couple of times, but I look at it like this. You're already an alcoholic before you met her. And now he's with Jennifer. He's back with Jennifer, what's her name? Lopez. And he looks like shit. It looks like he's on a lot more than just drinking. I'll leave it at that. And let me tell you to you like this. How are you going to blame somebody for your alcoholism? Like, literally, that's stupid as fuck. It's like saying, somebody made me rob a bank. You know, I did drugs because this person made me do it. You know, that's crazy. That's crazy to think that. Again, why don't I go down to McDonald's and blame them for me being overweight while I'm at it? Because it would be foolish for me to do that. Why? Because I'm the one that chose to eat the wrong foods. So it's my fault. It's just crazy. And that's typical addict behavior. Most addicts do that, especially like when it comes to like alcoholics or narcotics addicts. They love blaming everybody else for their addiction. It's like, it's fucking crazy. It's like they have a commitment to lack accountability. It's like, dude, nobody forced you to drink or do drugs. You did it on your own. So it's your own fault. You can't blame anybody else. You blame yourself. Stop drinking. Go get help. Go to a rehab. Get detoxed. They have hospitals in and around the city that detox you for free. It's just a lot of these people don't want to. At the end of the day, whose fault is that, Ben Affleck? That's your fault, sir. But I just think it's funny, you know. Okay. Washburn, I will send you an email. What other gossip news? Kanye West still following Kim Kardashian? Yeah, that guy's a weirdo. Pete Davidson and what's that girl, Miley Cyrus, was giving him a lap dance in front of Kim. Again, listen. Kim Kardashian, Khloe Kardashians, they're not saints. That's facts. Okay. Every man they had in the tabloids, from Kanye to Tristan Thompson, whoever, they were all in relationships with other women at the time. So Khloe and Kim had no problem involving themselves in another relationship with those guys when they had other chicks. So why is it that they're mad when it happens to them, but they had no problem participating in it? And that's what sort of angers me about. This is what angers me about people of today. They have no problem participating in the fuckery, but as long as the fuckery doesn't happen to them. That's the hypocrisy of this whole thing. Everybody wants to be the player. Everybody wants to break hearts. And it's fun. It's all fun and games, deceiving people, being dishonest, lying. It's all fun and games. But when it happens to you, you have a problem with it. And I think that is the entitlement and the hypocrisy of that debate, of that argument. Because people want to participate in the fuckery, they just don't want to be victims of it. I think that if you put yourself in position to screw someone over, I don't see why someone can't do it to you. I call it, some people call it karma. I call it Mother Nature just evening out. Evening out, you know? I call it even Steven. Hey, it kind of rhymes with my name. You see what I'm saying? That's what I see. The problem is, Rick, and I'll explain this to you so that way everybody's listening. I don't have a problem with your sex life or what you do with yourself. That's your business. If you want to go out and fuck 30 people a day, by all means, go do it. That's your business. As long as you're upfront and honest about your intentions, I have no problem with what anybody does with their dick or pussy. That's your business. If you want to go fuck an electric socket, that's none of my business. You know, as long as it don't involve kids, then it's none of my business. And it's consensual, cool. The issue that I have is the snake oil salesman tactics that come with it, the childish behavior, the games, the lack of honesty. If people were just honest and upfront about their intentions right up front, it would be so much easier to date. It would be so much easier to get to know somebody organically and spend time with them. You see where I'm going with that? But when people want to walk around and play games and stuff and lie and be deceitful and be cunning, then it makes it bad for everybody else. One bad apple spoils a bunch. That's how I see it. We all need a vacation. Oh, that is factual, Rick. I don't know where to, though. But we all do need a vacation. Oh, now we got another troll in here. Oh, nice. Block. Get out of here. You need to learn to eat healthy. Yes, I do. Absolutely. Protect the children. Yeah. See, I don't have a problem with you having sex with whoever the fuck you want to. A lot of people get me misconstrued on my videos. I don't give a shit who you sleep with. Oh, you can sleep with the same sex, different sex, binary, whoever. That's none of my business. But as long as it don't involve kids and as long as it's not rape, then it is consensual sex, then that's fine with me. You know. But when it involves kids and stuff like that, yeah, I have an issue with that. You know. Now I know you're going to make debate. Well, in other countries, you know, you can sleep with a 9-year-old like in Cambodia. Yeah, you can. I think it's 11, actually. But there's a difference between the law and moral high ground. You're going to say, well, it's legal to sleep with an 8-year-old or 11 or whatever. Dude, you shouldn't be sleeping with somebody that young. That's crazy. And to think that that's okay, even in a country that has that legal age at that, you got to use common sense to say, man, that just don't even sound right. That don't even sound right, my dude. Have sex responsibly, Samantha says. Bingo. Eternal D says, fuck this. I hope he's not mad. Come on, Eternal D. I didn't mean to piss you off, bro. I'm just saying, look, man, my rants sometimes can go crazy, man. My bad, dude. Just don't involve kids. And I'm fine with that. And it's consensual, cool. No, I've never been to Europe. You know what sounds like a fun place to go to? I know you guys are probably going to think I'm crazy. Ireland. I'm not Ireland, Iceland. Iceland sounds like a good place to go to. I'm serious. For some weird reason, I've always had a fascination with Iceland. I don't know why. Call me weird. Call me crazy. I've always wanted to travel to Iceland and Greenland for some odd reason. I mean, it's still going to be extremely cold up there. I heard it's beautiful up there. Everybody was telling me, man, you go visit Iceland. That's a place to visit. Not a lot of people are on that island. To me, they said there's a lot of resorts down there. There are a lot of hot springs over there where you can go lay in. And it's like this little like hot spring that comes out of the earth. You can lay there in the water. They say it's beautiful. Beautiful country. I would love to live in Iceland. You know, because I was looking up like places to go around the world. If you go by Argentina and you go all the way down that, because it forms like a looks like a little hook shape, and you travel all the way down Argentina, and there's itty bitty islands over across from it, and right there is Antarctica. And I saw some islands. I think it's called the Falkland Islands. I'm not sure. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's called the Falkland Islands. And when I clicked on those maps of the Falkland Islands, beautiful houses out there. Beautiful islands. There's like hundreds of islands out there you could travel to and go visit the Falkland Islands. And then from there, you can go visit Antarctica. Now, rumors has it that the woolly mammoth is on Antarctica. Is that true? Maybe. Maybe true. Then maybe the woolly mammoth may be there, frozen somewhere. They say that the missing link is in Antarctica. Not exactly know if that's true or not. They say that. Rumors say it. He said, bro, you need some sleep. Sleep. I'm not tired right now. Not that sleepy. Samantha says you need to get laid. Maybe. Maybe. Diet Pepsi. I do need to get laid. What do you guys think? Do I need to get laid? Head out to a strip club? How far will $5 get me? I'm just fucking with y'all. Yeah. We need to all go drinking and go ice fishing. Go drinking and go ice fishing. Yeah, I'm definitely going to hit you up tomorrow, Washburn Billy. Yeah, get married and worry about it later. Probably. Right now, I'm just glad to be alive. And you need to lose weight. Yeah, I know. You're right, Terminal D. I need to lose more weight, bro. That part you're right about. Hey, at least I can admit it. Now watch this. This is how I win my argument. Watch this. That's how women arguments go. Samantha said, beautiful smile as always. Watch. Let me bow down real quick. I'm done with fishing. What? Oh, no, you're down with fishing. I'm down. Let's go fishing. Let's go ice fishing, wave fishing. Man, I remember I went wave fishing, man. That shit was fun. Standing in the water, waist high with the water up and wave fishing. No, that's fun. I've done that a couple times in Galveston. I had a blast, by the way. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Rick said wave fishing is fun. Yes, it is. It is the bomb. So Terminal D and Washburn Billy are still in here. I wonder who else is in here. I saw Christina comment once, and then she just kept going. Wait, Steve-O, who keeps it more honest with you than the terminal. Wait, what? Swing in by March, and I'll take you on a Manister River. Ooh, sugar daddy request. I'm just kidding. No, that does sound like fun, man. I've never been to Michigan either. I've always wanted to go and visit the Great Lakes. What is it? Lake Hudson, Lake Superior, Lake Erie, Lake Michigan, and what's the other one? Holy shit. I think there's 5, right? What's that 5th one? I hate the trivials. What? Fuck. Rick, help me out. What are the name of the 5 Great Lakes, bro? It's Hudson, Erie, Michigan, Superior. What's the other one? There's one more, bro. I don't think. There's 5 Great Lakes, bro. I named 4. There's a 5th one. No, I said Superior. There's Hudson. There's Erie. Like Superior, Hudson, Erie, and Lake Michigan. Isn't it Lake Michigan? And there's one more. I just can't think of it, man. It's on the tip of my tongue too. I'm gonna say You Sound So White. Is that bad? I am American. I am half white. Technically, I'm 60% Jewish. Well, no, 40% Jewish, according to my lineage. And then I'm half Hispanic. Long lineage there. Of course, I got Irish and German, all that stuff in me too. But still, people say, well, you shouldn't be so proud of your European heritage. Damn right, I'm so proud of it. Hell yeah. Proud of I'm damn proud of my European heritage. I got no shame in my game. Well, Spanish came in and I don't give a damn. I don't give a damn about all that. I'm proud of my damn European heritage, god damn it. There ain't nothing wrong with it. Eternal D said, you sound so white. I hope so. Thank you. Thank you very much. Samantha says, take me out on a date. Pay me. Pay me. Pay me, Samantha. I'm gonna get on a stripper pole for you. I'm gonna call it Steve Rose Strip Club. Play this. What's that? That your video? Ontario is the other lake. Okay, there we go. I knew I was missing one. I always try to remember all the lakes. The biggest one? What's the biggest lake? Steve-O, you were so lucky I could spot your non-W. But what? Wait, you can spot I'm a what? Oh, Superior. That was right. That was it. Like I said, I don't. The biggest lake is what? Superior, I think. I think it's. Rick, you're asking me a trivial question at 5 a.m, but I'll try to answer it. All right. So the biggest lakes in order. Oh fuck. Let me think. Ain't the lake to the left the biggest one, right? So what is that? Michigan? Lake Michigan, right? So okay, you got state of Michigan, and there's 3 long lakes, and there's 2 on the other side, right? So the first one is fuck. To the left, to the far left of the state of Michigan, the first lake is oh shit, I don't even know. That's a good one. It's the biggest freshwater in North America. Okay, so Washburn Billy, how does the order go on the state of Michigan? The lake to the left, which one is that one? Is that Superior or no? Oh fuck. That's a good one. So the one to the left, and there's one that goes right down the center, like literally goes down the center of Michigan, and then it touches like much of the whole state of it. And there's one to the right of it, I think. Damn, I gotta go look that shit up. I'm trying to see if I can answer it correctly though without looking it up. Samantha says, Steven looking cute as always on your live streams. I know, right? I need to add to my wardrobe, actually. I need some more collar shirts. I need definitely get some new pairs of shoes. I need a couple pairs of pants. Oh, definitely. Yep. Yep. I'm going to wear a nice pair of pants with some nice stilettos. Michigan is on the west side. Okay, so that's on the west. Yeah, okay. Huron is on the east side, and Superior is to the direct north. Okay. But ain't there one in the center that goes all the way down the state? I think. Oh, you need a vacation. Now, I've never worn boots before. Like cowboy boots? No. Well, now my geography is well, for Michigan, I knew there were 5 lakes. I guess most of them. Oh, they're not Great Lakes? No, the Red River is in Oklahoma-Texas borderline. It's in the center, but it doesn't go across the whole state of Texas. No, it's just this small part. Yeah, you can go there for fishing. Cattle Dog went there and went fishing. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I agree, Samantha. Samantha says that you could get it'd be hard to get the boat and sell across the entire Great Lake. I mean those lakes. Yeah, because they're huge. You know how long it would take to go across there? Hey, Washburn Billy, have you ever went across those lakes on a boat? I mean, I'm pretty sure it's thousands of miles. What time is it? I'm getting a lot of text messages so late. Yeah. Cattle Dog, I'm reading the chat. I'm reading is from Facebook. Uncle A-Bomb's online right now. Interesting. Oh, shit, it's 4:40. All right, guys, well, I'm going to go ahead and take my ass to bed. 5 hours, 54 minutes. Wait. There's Hudson and Higgins like up north, and I fished them. Ooh. All right, Washburn, I'm taking your option on. I got 90 hours of overtime. So I'm thinking I'm going to take a 2-week vacation, man, go crash at your house in March. Because I'll have my hours. Oh, well, I'll have a vacation. I have vacation time already, but March, yeah, I definitely can do that. No, we all need a vacation, Terminal. Terminal, we got to go to the strip club, man. Me, you, and Washburn will all go to the strip club, man. On me. We'll keep the tricks guessing. We'll go over there and we'll get on the stripper poles and get the girls tipping us. You know, the other way around. Get them flashing that money out. We'll get them dancing for us. I mean, us dancing for them, and then they'll be tipping us. Coming out the pocket, tipping us. Oh, I went on a mega rant today. 6 hours. God damn it. In my Vince McMahon voice. No strippers for me, buddy. Let's go to church. Church sounds boring. Let's go somewhere fun, man. Let's go somewhere fun. We can always go to Church's Chicken. I like Church's. Church sounds boring. No offense. Let's go somewhere fun. Like, you know, like scuba diving, ice fishing, zip lining, hiking, going on a boat, fishing. To me, that sounds like fun. Church is fun. Fun for what? If you're in the choir, are you in the choir? So I have to go and pretend like I'm having fun. Okay. I'm going to make a Steve Rose strip club when I get there. Everybody's invited to Steve Rose's strip club. Oh, it's going to be popping on Fridays and Saturdays. Half off for drinks. Everybody's in the strip club. Everybody come to Steve Rose strip club. Everybody's strip club. We can always go to a church after we have fun first. Let's have fun first, then we'll go to church. He said, "Oh, fuck a church." Well, I don't want to say if I go that far, but I'll go to a church after we have fun. That's what I say. Okay, I'll be born again. Let's do it. And then we'll go fishing. Okay, let's get the church stuff first. And then we'll go fishing. Okay, I'm in. I'm in. I'm game. All right. Well, it's 4:44. I'm getting the fuck out of here. And I'm going to make another live stream at noon because I'm doing a Texans-Titans game. So I'm out, man. I'm going to holler at y'all in 8 hours. And I'll be live streaming again because I'm going to watch the Texans-Titans game on here.